Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine.
wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Babe, you best believe it, I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'll light this place on fire. I want it, but baby, at least I'm honest. I get tired of explaining as these seasons keep on changing. Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. One by a mile. Nobody really, they all in denial.
Stretching like a broken down Mixwell, called upon, the man of experience, and maybe, just maybe, the man of the hour.
I've been on grind since I was 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it. I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy. Facing my rivals, the class they getting exposed. I know they be lurking. I'm watching them close, acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they scheming and said adios.
To the punch, you're all back there as well.
I gotta get it on my side. I gotta get it on my side.
Hello and welcome back to the VCT EMEA Last Chance Qualifiers, and it's day 2 today and time for us to see 4 more teams in action. I'm your host Yinsu and I'm joined on the desk by the one and only Lothar. He's back. Great to have you here, and of course Kaquka as well. How exciting, guys. Day 2 and the competition is already getting underway.
I am just not ready for the action that we're gonna have today, because it's actually, let's say, a big precedent. Teams basically erupt from a very long sleep with some new tricks up their sleeves.
I love being here back at the studio. I feel like I see you more than I see my own family, Yinsu, but I'm okay, completely okay with it. Really excited to see those teams today.
Yeah, I'm really okay with that, Kaquka. I don't know about you. Maybe we should just stay in this studio in the off season, just in case they need us. Just in case they need us. But like I said, the tournament is underway already. We saw some exciting matches yesterday, starting with G2 versus Anubis. I gotta say, what did you guys make? Actually, before that, I want to quickly talk about Footballers versus Ox Oxygen as well as the Turkey head-to-head. 2-0s both matches. But I want to know from you, Lothar, what did you make of Anubis? Because there was a lot of questions on how this team could kind of fare up against the European and EMEA teams in this tournament.
Well, Anubis is one of those teams that you have some expectations, but they are being paired against a team that is being perceived as the team to win this event, which is G2. Everyone thinks that, right? There's not a single viewer or player that thinks, oh, G2 is not coming in first place here. So there was a big test for Anubis, and like the first map was as expected. G2 just won it like with a high score, but then second map, Anubis woke up, and I literally thought they're gonna take the second map. So now the expectations are even higher for Anubis because the lower bracket run, in my eyes, is actually possible for this team.
Yeah, I completely agree with him. We know that G2 is probably one of the if not the toughest opponent in this whole tournament. So I'm actually happy with their performance. It was a cold start, but on that breeze they proved a lot, and I completely agree that they definitely have a chance on that lower bracket.
Tux is going to be so happy to hear you guys both
Even
say
predicted that. So
yeah, he did. But also, like I said, football is going up against Oxygen. A lot of people coming into this tournament felt like footballers, they haven't been consistent enough to be in last chance qualifiers. But Kaquka, do you feel like they've done enough after that 2-0 yesterday?
I wouldn't say that they've done enough just yet, because to me yesterday was a lot also about what Oxygen did. Not only the agents that they picked, but to me the match, it felt kind of weird. It felt, we are used to Turkish teams being super explosive. To me, especially on the second one, there was something missing. When we talk about a Turkish team and there's not a Jet player on Ascent, it hurts me.
Yeah. Yesterday when I was watching that match, I was just walking in circles and being like, what are they doing? What are they doing? It's like both teams looked out of place. Both teams looked like they're practicing some stuff that they were not certain of. The confidence was not there. And because of that, I feel like both footballers and Oxygen are actually quite happy that they played against each other, because against other teams, it could have been way tougher for them.
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't have been able to get away with it, like you were saying. Now, we saw 4 teams play yesterday. We're going to see the remaining 4 teams play today as well. So let's look at the schedule for today, so you guys at home know exactly what is coming up as well. First up, Guild are going to be taking on a Supermassive Blaze, followed by Team Liquid versus One Breath Gaming, of course. That second match is going to be very highly anticipated for many reasons, but mainly, Lothar, the fact that Nivera is going to be making his debut.
Nivera coming into Team Liquid is a big, let's say, let's just highlight of today, right? But of the entire event as well. We don't know which agent will he play. Will he fill the shoes for Cryptics? Will he be a duelist? Maybe something else will change. We don't know that yet. So there's a huge anticipation of that team. And also, like, this guy is pretty good at games, So we anticipate maybe a second Scream, a second Yampi coming into the team and increase the firepower of it, right?
And that is something that we always talk about in Liquid, the firepower, and also the chance that they may come up with something completely crazy. Are they going to create their own mold, or are just going to let him fit in the one that they already had?
Well, speaking of Nivera, here is his first ever interview here at VCT EMEA. I'm now joined by the one and only Nivera from Team Liquid. It's very exciting to have you here with us. You're going to be making your debut a little bit later today. But I want to ask, before we jump into all things Valorant, of course, you made the switch to Valorant from Counter-Strike. What made you make that decision in the end? What led to that?
I felt like Valorant was the future, basically. I saw the big tournament in Iceland, and my brother told me even that Valorant is gonna be big. And even on CS, I didn't like the game anymore. Like, I could play sometimes, but playing the game professionally, and I didn't want anymore, and I wanted to play with my brother for sure. Valorant fits me well, I guess, because there are abilities, and I really like playing different games, and abilities and aim, that was perfect for me. So that's basically why I switched.
It's great to have you here. I'm glad you switched. Now, you mentioned about wanting to play with Scream. Is that the reason why you decided to join Team Liquid?
That's not the main reason, but yeah, that's a reason why I switched also. But I really like it I wanted to try playing Valorant too. So yeah, that was my decision, and having my brother helps a lot.
Now, of course, you coming into this team, you will be replacing Cryptics for this tournament. Are we expecting you to also replace his role as well? Are you going to be playing similar agents or something different?
Kinda the same roles. Like the people saw me as an AWPer on CS, but I can play both rifle and AWP, so I can play rifle on Valorant, and yeah, basically it's similar roles.
I do want to ask about that AWP because obviously you're a very competent AWPer in CS:GO. Will you be sharing that responsibility at all with Yampi on the team?
Jumpy will be the main sniper overall, so maybe sometimes I will take the AWP, but Jumpy stays the main AWP of the team.
And I do also want to ask, in terms of the agents, since switching to Valorant, is there any that you've enjoyed playing or want to, I guess, main in the future?
I like every agent, but I would say Viper is like so strong. So yeah, I would say Viper is my favorite.
Wow, I kind of want to see you play Viper, hopefully today. And lastly, you know, this is going to be the first tournament you play in Valorant, and there are a lot of good teams in this tournament. Are there any teams that you want to play against?
I want to play against every team, basically. I want to try everyone, and it's not like I want to play more this team or more this. I just want to play everybody.
Well, you might get a chance to, you know, if you guys make it far. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining me, Navira, and I'm looking forward to seeing your debut later.
Thank you.
I mean, I know how beloved Scream is already, but I feel like we need to send him out on like envoys and just bring players back, like tempt them into Valorant. I do love the fact, you know, him giving us a bit of insight on why he moved and made the switch. It's going to be very exciting to see him. But also, Lothar, he kind of alluded to and half answered the questions that you had in terms of how he is going to be fitting on this team. What do you make of the fact that Viper is his favorite agent?
First, great interview, by the way, very insightful. And I really like the fact that he's pointing out that he likes Viper so much because it's such an impactful agent when it comes to pro level, right? It's absolutely insane how much impact the utility brings from Viper. My only concern is he's playing on a professional level in Valorant for like, 3 months with the team in scrims and so on, maybe even less. And to bring that on a professional level is a little bit frightening, right? But maybe I underestimate him. Maybe he's like super motivated, he crunched the hours, and he will bring something new to the table that Liquid actually really badly needed in the past. Because Liquid was one of those teams that I always had big criticism towards the utility usage and the executions that they were trying to do.
Before I continue with that, I have to say super sweet the fact that he says that he wants to play against every team, because it gave me like a lot of vibes from Masters. Every single one was like, who do you want to play against? Oh, every team is like, okay, you're so wholesome. But yeah, following on that point, I have to say that I agree on the part that the utility for Liquid has not been the best in the past. I am a little bit concerned though, because I know that Nivera has a big potential, don't get me wrong, and we're going to see it today. But specifically when you're playing agents like Cypher and Viper, they might be the slowest agents and the slowest roles. Like you can just plan your utility and just use it later on the round, but it concerns me in the sense that they're high impact in the game.
Well, you talk about like the slower pace of those agents, but then you have an example like Nats, a player that is very aggressive in the way he plays the Cypher and the Viper, and I feel like that's the proper way of playing those characters, to be more proactive in the way you shape the map and you shape the map control.
I mean, if there's anything we need more of on this planet, it is Nats. So I would be very, very happy if that's the way Navira plays. But I want to ask you too, Kaquka, because, you know, the way that he said that he didn't really enjoy Counter-Strike as much because he wants to be able to have utilities and abilities. Now, I know Lothar already said that you can't just come in this game and be like, oh, you know, we got utilities, I'm going to master it overnight.
You can wing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but Kaquka, the fact that he's very willing and he enjoys that side of the game, that's a good sign, right?
I mean, it is a good sign. Definitely is the biggest difference, I would say, between the two games. Concerns me as well, because there's many different utility, and he's going to keep adapting when we have more agents entering the game.
Well, Navira, he's going to be making his debut a little bit later. But first up, SMB will be playing Guild. Supermassive Blaze, they have already had a taste of a LAN, and they are here looking to make another one.
Still in play. They might actually get detained, and instead Izzy has just gone huge. He's going to get stuck in the mud.
Selamlar, ben Baran İzzi Yılmaz. Supermassive Blaze takımında duelist oyuncusuyum. Takımdaki bölüm Jet Raze gibi roller oynuyorum takımda.
Prematurely, look at that, the clap comes through.
It's just Izzy.
Oh my god.
Takımdaki önemim entry almazsam sayda açamıyorum ve giremiyoruz. Onun için çok önemli bir parçayım takımda ve takımıma pozisyon açmam gerekiyor, onu yapıyorum. Takımın stratejik beyni Power'a oyun içinde ve oyun dışında bize çok yardım ediyor. Execute olsun, taktikler olsun, statslar olsun, her şeyi o yapıyor.
What is going on? 11 seconds, Porus gonna kill us. I am in pieces. He's fallen up towards Bone Cold. This is something unbelievable, man.
Nice!
Takımın in-game lideri olarak aslında çok farklı, birbirinden farklı ayrıyeten de fazla çok iş yapıyorum.
Oh, now before is pushing right on up into their faces. That's going to be the lockdown destroyed. And now it's only Goldamenta.
Takım içerisinde işler kötü gittiği zaman bunun için tabii ki de bir hazırlığımız var. Hem takım maç içerisinde hem de maç öncesi bunun için konuşmalar yapıyoruz. Tabii ki de kaptan olarak benim görevim büyük. Hepsini motive etmeliyim. Aynı şekilde eğer ben de düşersem onlar da zaten hem beni hem de birbirlerini motive ediyorlar.
Let's go! Nice info, Turko. Nice.
I mean, we always call them the Turkish super team, but they really are. They are the pride and joy of Turkey. Kaquka, talk me through their short history as well. How do they get here?
Yeah, just in case if you don't know Supermassive Play for any reason, in like 3 weeks they managed to get the first place on stage 3 for the region. So that started off things well for them pretty easily. But then when it came to EMEA finals, they also did a great job. Problem came when Masters was on the line, and we can definitely say that this was a team that got less experience out of Masters because they faced Ascent twice. They lost to them twice, and they only played against Paper Regs out of that. So coming into this tournament, of course, they have to prove a lot. You know, what's the big difference between that SMB that we met 2 months ago to the one that we saw last month?
I mean, there's a lot to say about a team that is able to go to Masters with in such a short time frame, let's say like that. But at the same time, I feel like even though they lost on that LAN pretty brutally or in a brutal way, they should learn from it a lot, right? And now when they're gonna have like the second or last chance qualifier, I feel like they were gonna benefit from being on Masters way much more than any other team that is currently here in this tournament. So I have high expectations from SMB, but that's something that they are they're being under pressure for being that team that is overhyped maybe a little bit, or even like have that super high expectations, and now they might not meet those expectations again. Right?
Do you think their chances are a little bit higher to meet those expectations because this is an online tournament and we've seen what they can do online?
Yes, I think online SMB should perform better, and not because, oh, you know, there's like some weird stuff behind the scenes. It's just about the comfortability and confidence coming from the players when they play from their own home and from their own setups. They don't have to worry about, you know, the chair, the difference on the desk and so on. And they're very young. Those players were first time on LAN when they were on Masters. Now they come into this game when they'll be playing from their own home and the comfort of it. So the confidence that they lacked on Masters should be found in those games that we have right now.
And also we saw it on the stage. They were probably one of the more quiet teams, especially when things were going wrong for them. It felt like, you know, the wave was just taking its toll on them. I agree in the fact that they have to do better online. And this is obviously the last chance. Sorry, but
yeah, I mean, you can squeeze it in. You can squeeze as many puns in as you want. But also, Kaquka, you know, we spoke about this a little bit at Masters, but do you feel like the fact that they are the Turkish super team, bringing in so many different superstars and also forcing a couple of them to play off-role is going to affect them in the long term?
Exactly. I think probably it will. It's also the fact that, to me, Supermassive Blaze has a lot of potential, a lot of great players, but they're lacking in some structure inside the team. And we can see it especially because, you know, those roles are not properly fitted, even though they have amazing players.
I mean, you know what's funny is that I feel like this region will benefit if Riot will introduce a secondary character like Jet. And suddenly Turkey will be...
Yeah,
like 2 Jets. Maybe Yoru will be a little bit more efficient when it comes to dashing out or something like that. And then suddenly Turkey is like elevated as a region.
Yeah. Still need to fix Jet, okay?
Yeah, that's definitely the weakness of Turkey, Lothar. They don't have enough people that can play Jet. But having said that, SMB, they're going to be facing Guild today, who are a very, very familiar face here at EMEA.
Sometimes you just have a feeling, you know? And I never really trusted that feeling. I always thought that things were just black and white.
That paid off. Safe is still alive. Safe is still finding a frag. And it seems like the clutch minister has called in as he's trying his best. He finds a round where needed.
And then Yasin taught me, like, you know, not everything needs to make a lot of sense.
Nearly struggling. Tries to pick up another weapon.
Oh
And
my
Yasin it is! Yasin it is!
In our team, we've played since the beginning of the year, and I feel like our bond together is really good. And I feel like other teams maybe don't have the same thing.
One surprising them yet again. Draken goes back in there and takes the fight to the Angel, but he's shot in the back.
I think they changed me.
Oh, they both need to reach the reload. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
It's like Yasin says, I'm there with my family, you know. I believe that we fell short, you know, in moments that we should have risen.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is going to come out from Foz, but Safe, he's in the corner, he'll find one.
So winning against Fnatic and FPX and then qualifying to EMEA was, I guess, the highlight, because it felt like we always had that obstacle of like beating FPX or beating Fnatic, and we always fell short. But that tournament, just, I don't know, it just clicked.
Look at this sweep through. Leo,
Everyone is extremely motivated and puts in time. That helps me as well. When other people show dedication to the game, I get motivated by them as well.
You just show like with passion for something, with energy, with love for your teammates, and you know, all that, you can achieve so much more than just being a normal team.
I said before that VT, familiar face here in the competition, Lothar. They're the longest standing roster we have in this entire tournament.
Alongside Gambit, they're the oldest roster in the EMEA scene. So there's a lot of synergy coming from them, but at the same time, it's the culprit. I feel like they struggle with just the synergy that they could present as such a long-standing roster, and that's still something they want to find. So now, after they didn't play for like 2 months, I feel like this is a big test. Is this roster good enough to play together as a team?
I love talking about Gale. I could literally be in this room for 5 hours. What I want from them and what I really expect to see in this tournament, it's some kind of refresh in some kind of renovating way. I agree in the fact that they have great players, but I feel like the mold is not made for them. They need to toss it away, just come with something completely different, because they do have the potential. They're very good on fundamentals, but there's a point in the round that they lose their way.
Well, speaking of renovation, I had the pleasure of chatting to Safe a little bit earlier about some of their new changes. I'm now joined by Safe from Guild. Hi, Safe. Welcome back to the show. Now, we saw you guys before here at the EMEA playoffs. You guys came really close to qualifying for Berlin. What have you learned from that tournament and that loss?
I think we learned that, I mean, the most important thing for us was that we realized that we didn't practice like we played. And I guess that was the biggest problem for us all the time throughout the year, which we didn't notice because we always played on momentum. If things didn't go our way, it would just, you know, fly downwards, and that's why we were so inconsistent. But after that, we just started practicing like we played, and hopefully we can show it this tournament.
Is there anything specific that you have been working on since we've seen you last?
I mean, if I could tell, I would, but I think it would be too much to tell right now.
I do want to talk about that because you guys, you've been together for a while now, and every single time we see you, you seem to evolve, whether that's new agents or, you know, different players playing different roles. Is that something we're going to see in this tournament, or have you guys sort of decided to go back to the basics?
That is definitely something you're going to see for this tournament.
Ooh,
I can guarantee that.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. But I got to ask you, where do you see yourselves in the meta right now? You know, especially given that we know you love to run that breach, and now for the first time in a while, the breach is becoming viable again.
And that's where that's where we actually went back, because we've been thinking about the whole breach thing and how he's being played in the meta, and that he's kind of better, but we realized that, you know, he's kind of predictable at some points whenever he has the ultimate where you can play, where you can finish, and, you know, being too predictable is kind of not the thing for us right now. So I think we're gonna be pulling back from breach at least for a while.
Now, you guys have an absolute massive task today going up against SMB. I know you guys haven't played them in official before. What have you made of this team? Because I'm sure you were watching them competing at Masters.
I think they surprised all of us. I think they surprised all of EMEA. I think, you know, they've only played against Turkish people, and when they actually had the chance to, like, show themselves and show what they go for, they went up
and beyond, and they just proved everyone wrong. And I'm just super excited because, hey, any good opponent is my opponent. So
I love that. Thank you so much, Safe, for joining me today, and best of luck in your match later.
thank you.
Well, you heard it. Guys, from Safe himself, they're going to ditch the breach. They're going to pull back from it at least, which means, Lothar, no bunker on breach in this tournament.
This hurts my brain right now because I'm worried about Guild. One of the reasons why I was excited to see Guild here in this tournament was because, now on the new patch on 3.7, we have Breach not only being buffed, but Sky being nerfed. So the competition for that slot, where it's either Sky, Sova, and then the supplement will be Breach, is actually available for it. And also, in case of this match against SMB, SMB plays a lot of Killjoy, and Breach falls perfectly with his Aftershock to clear up that ultimate and just make such an impact, right? So Bonkar, in my eyes, there was a lot of spotlight on Bonkar because of the Breach possibilities and synergy that he will bring to the table. And now to hear that they're withdrawing from that idea of playing Breach, I just hope it's not on every map. Because I would absolutely love to see him on Split, but this, in my eyes, this is disastrous.
Oh my God, disastrous! Yeah. I mean, I said that they had to throw away the mold, but just not that part of the mold. Okay, sorry, I wasn't specific enough, but that means they're bringing in surprises. We talked about Liquid definitely bringing in some surprises. OBG are going to bring surprises because of their situation as well. Guild needed this, so let's see if it works, because I don't see many surprises coming on from the other side. This is what they have to play.
I mean, let's talk about the alternatives as well, because obviously they have two players that can play Breach. So what would you like to see them replace the Breach with?
Well, if Bonkar doesn't play Breach, that means he's most likely playing Sova, right? Yes. So he's gonna be the player.
He can play Jet.
He can be Reyna on Haven.
Yeah, we've seen Red Guard
of this.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. That Guild has really good 4 players when it comes to the ADR.
Yeah, okay.
And that's not Bonkar. His role is a little bit different. He needs to be that IGL. On that Sova, I feel like that's fitting for his role, right? But as well, like at the same time, when I was watching his Breach play, it was actually very good. And specifically also on maps like Icebox, when no one plays Breach, he was bringing that surprise factor. And now, because he was gonna most likely play that Sova, Leo might play Breach because he was playing Breach on a Haven. But if they're gonna ditch that, then
ditched. Yeah, they see there's not gonna be Breach. And to be completely fair and honest, my brain needs to see Leo on Astra, because I think he's great. He in literally 2 maps that he played, he did amazing and with very little experience. So that is something that I need to see. Question is, are we going to see double controller? Are we going to see a Draker going on the operator?
Well, that's also like, you would like to see Leo on Astra, right?
Yes.
But then what about the synergy with Astra? The best agents to play with Astra are Killjoy, with the Nano Swarms, right? And the pool. Then we have the ultimate, like on Haven is absolutely perfect because you have the gravity well to get people into the range of it. And also Breach is great with Astra and Viper. But whatever I'm saying here is like not fitting currently to the image that Guild is trying to create before we see the game. So maybe they have something up their sleeve that I'm not seeing right now, but it's actually going to be very surprising and now intimidating for SMB to see what they will force. So
you can't prepare for that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We talk about Guild, we talk about predictable, and now I honestly know nothing.
I mean, that's the point that Safe made too, right? They didn't like the fact they were predictable, and this is why I know you love Guild, but I love Guild because they always make us have these crazy segments where we're all pulling our hair out, but it will work out. I'll trust the process. But let's talk about the maps for today between these two teams, because we've seen SMB play at Masters already, albeit not too much of them, but Kaquka, they're a Turkish team, and what do Turkish teams like to play? Ascent,
obviously. That is something that they love to see, and probably something that Guild is not going to be willing to see today. I don't know, because they also do not play Breeze. They haven't lately. I think that the last one was early July, if I'm not in the wrong. I don't know if I can remember, but I think it was around that. And for Guild, with all these changes, I don't know what to expect from them. I don't know what map pool they feel more comfortable with. What I do know, based on what we saw on Masters, SMB cannot play that by the way that it was back then.
Yeah.
Also have questions regarding the last 2 maps, Icebox and Breeze, because for them, they showed up that they were comfortable on Breeze, but from Icebox, even though it's a map that I liked from them, they haven't played it in a long time, they were having good results, but they were like, actually, this is just not stable.
But they played Icebox, if I remember correctly, last time, like 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, and they were great, but they started being like, we actually don't want, and they banned it in Masters Cup.
But it also isolated when it comes to the region itself, because they played it only in Turkish region, right? So they didn't test against any other European teams and so on. So do you want to just play that now against Guild, an example, if you want to change up your bans and picks? This is now a very big question mark for whatever the teams will pick from both sides.
Well, let's look at the map vetoes now. They are in the picks and bans from both sides and see which 3 maps we're going to be getting today. Again, I think Ascent, probably not, right? It's unlikely that we're going to see a team like Guild let SMB just have their best map. Yeah, like we predicted, no Ascent, but Bind has been taken away. Like you said, Kaquka, not the best map for them. But Breeze, this means, has been left open, followed by Icebox and then Split. Now, looking at these set of maps, Lothar, who are you leaning more towards? I mean, the first one just seems like such a coin toss.
Both teams. When I was trying to like analyze and predict what is going to happen when it comes to the map pool, I would never predict it gonna go this way.
Yeah.
Breeze was typically not being played by either of those teams. Guild actually played it once. They got crushed on it, absolutely demolished, and they also had very subpar composition. They played a Sage. They didn't have a Sky, which is like seems to be a no-brainer when you have a Viper on Breeze. And now I think they're bringing something that they practiced for the last 2 months to surprise or just go in with the meta on the Breeze. So I'm expecting Guild to have a very big plan on it. But at the same time, SMB were just playing Jet, Sky, Sova, Viper, Cypher, which is the meta pick for this Breeze as well. So I would say there's a lot of predictability coming from SMB, but it could also end up with Guild being predictable if they play the meta trend.
I really like the picks, I have to say. The 2 first maps, to me, they're very alike in the sense that they're very long range. We know that SMB, I think they're going to do pretty well, especially on this Breeze. The way that they've been able to push both sides, control both sides with an operator and then push through mid. They're really not scared. Probably in pistol round, we're going to see 5 ghosts or even 5 shares, something crazy like that, because they know that what they have for Guild 100% is the possibility to out-aim and always focusing on those duels and those traits that we know they're very known for.
Also very known thing about Guild on every single map, but also might be specifically a problem on Breeze, is their lack of proactivity on the attack. They try to drag out the game and execute in the last possible moments. Typically, they do actually plan, and then in the 90th second of the round, which is like 10-15 seconds on the clock left, right? When it comes to Breeze, the map is super huge. So if you try to make those last second pushes, you're easily read if the opposing team is actually playing map control well. So for me, Guild, if they will not change the way they play the game on attack, Breeze might be a very big problem because SMB can outread them.
Also, I am very looking forward to see the Viper play. I'm going to assume that we're going to see it from Guild. I don't know what to expect. Right? Listen, I don't know what to expect.
You gotta be giga troll. Viper, I feel.
You would pick 2 Vipers if you could on this map.
Yeah.
Could you imagine 10 seconds from now we're going to just say...
I take it back. I don't want to call anyone a giga troll, but yeah, I have limits.
No, but I was actually doing some bot review with Tani once, and I was talking about, because being friends with him, I actually allow myself to ask him direct questions. And there was a couple of Viper walls that I was really concerned about, and I said, why is this? And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, okay, let's fix that for next time.
That's a great, that's what you want to hear, isn't it? But Agent Select is going to be ready in just a few seconds. But, I mean, looking at those maps, do you guys think we're going to see Split today? Are we going to get to map 3?
It's so hard to say when we don't really have a sample size of Breeze and Icebox. There are just big question marks. I didn't see SMB play Icebox once in an international stage, right? And but when it comes to Guild, they played it twice, and they played it with Breach. So if they changed it, now it just kind of is thrown out of the window.
So that's a yes. We are see map 3. Well, Agent Select is ready. What the hell? Okay, I'm having a heart attack right here. Do I see Draken locking in Cypher? Is this happening?
I mean,
is this happening? Bonka on the Viper. And I do
Something
not
that we have seen.
I do not believe Draken has ever played Cypher for Guild.
Well, this is the meta comp.
This is new.
This is
I
the
thought
meta
that
comp.
Draken was
just-
going to be on Jet. Sorry, Lothar,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay because we have 2 players, actually 3 players in Guild that could play Jet on this map, right? It's Safe, it's Yasin, and it's Draken.
Yeah.
And they went for
you choose Yasin?
Because Yasin, I would choose Yasin on Jet because he's typically playing. If he's playing Sentinel, it's Killjoy. But Killjoy on Breeze is not a good pick, so he would have to play Cypher when we didn't see him play Cypher. And this is something that I feel like might be a problem for Guild because there's a lot of players that are might now be in uncomfortable picks.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I'm pretty sure this is the first ever time Draken is going to be playing Cypher, and I wonder if this is something that this is the thing that Safe maybe was alluding to. I mean, this is only map 1 we're seeing it, but also SMB, Kaquka, they're kind of sticking with what they know.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the most used comp and used by everybody on Breeze. It's just comfortable and useful, you know, having map control and also the usage of the Viper wall to protect one of the sides. What we need here is a power given the right calls and an easy that shows up.
the thing is with those teams though, now both play the same composition and they typically also are very static when it comes to the way you play on defense. An example, we'll most likely see Viper on B on most of the rounds. Cypher is going to control holes, or Sova will control Nest and holes with his utility. And then A side is just Sky and Jet. So that is easy to read. The question is how well can you counter those with the exact same things?
One thing that I really need Guild to be aware of is what I mentioned earlier about the pressure that SMB is probably going to be putting onto mid in both attack and defense. So if they can look out for that, they should be, you know, they have a chance. But I say that this is going to go for Supermassive plays.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you're backing Supermassive plays for this one?
I say for this map definitely,
Okay.
and it's either a 2-0 for Supermassive plays or a 2-1 for Guild.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Well, I would say I'm favoring SMB on paper in general here because it just feels like they have a little bit more experience with those team comps, and especially on Breeze. And Guild wasn't, let's say, impressive on Breeze before, the one time they played. And now they play on most likely uncomfortable picks. So, yes, I'm with SMB here.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for your insight. Ryan, he's not at the desk with us today, but he is. You guys are going to be able to see him because he is standing by with Zescht right now, ready to cast game one.
Thank you very much for that one, Yinsu. It's going to be an amazing day. It's a day of premieres. We're seeing so many new things today. It does not only come with Game 2, new maps, new agent picks. It's going to be fascinating. It's going to be really interesting to see because this is a big surprise for us as well.
I think so, yeah. You have to bear in mind for Guild, the last time and the only time we've seen him on this map was 94 days ago, which was July the 9th, very early on in the Stage 3 Challengers qualifiers. And another number that's a little bit smaller than that, 92, that was Yasin's ACS at the end of that loss against Ascent. So he has to have a big performance. He's the only person that hasn't changed up what agent he's playing. And immediately SMB going to be playing on the attack. They already played recently against Paper X in Masters 3, so they have a bit more tenure on it. But Guild, there's probably a lot they've been working on.
Most likely. I mean, last time it was a little bit disastrous with only getting one round on attack, but for now, Safe is backing off slightly. Leo is checking if something's coming elbow. That is not the case. And the guys from SMB, they're hiding over there. It could be one big explosion, but Russ is down. This is a enfeebled attack from SMB.
It's just a little bit of a peak. Draken could sort of play off of it a little bit, but Izzy's taken such an aggressive angle, he has to back out. Yasin and the rest of Guild have a really good idea where Supermassive players are playing from. They'll have to reset. There's no control that they can get onto this site. And knowing that the Viper utility is consistently set up on B for a lot of teams that play Breeze, they're going to try over on A. Lot of riding on Draken to hit those shots.
I mean, the thing is right here, what I gotta say, that little shock dart was dealing so much damage, is pretty much delivered a few nice gifts here on a silver platter for Drake, and he just got to hit a few body shots, but it doesn't start good. Turco's taking him down, and that is the defense that is now most definitely weakened. The wall's coming up, and that plan could be safe if nobody's interfering with it, and actually, it is Leo getting tagged! Oh my goodness, this is a good shock dart coming in from him. There could be more shots coming out, but nope, Turco is finally ending his watch, but he's the last man standing as well, and that pistol, it might just shift and wait for Guild. It should very much. He's even blind, but no chance. I mean, there is no opportunity where it's turning that one around. Spike cannot even be planted, and Guild successfully finding the first here over on the defense of Breeze.
Turgo wants to make it a little bit expensive, but can't do it. And it looked for a second like Leo was going to get a bit overwhelmed on the A site, playing from the back of, I guess, Madonna is what Pansy likes to call it, so I guess we'll stick with that.
Sure thing.
The shock dart lands. I'm really excited to see Leo, Safe, and Yassine. I know you mentioned a lot about Holy Trinities. That, for me, is it. Yassine on the Jet, Safe on the Sky, Leo on the Silver. These are the most demanding agents, I think, when it comes to utility strategies and mechanics, and it's a young lineup. I think the big thing for me overall is Draken was such a clutch Viper over on maps like Icebox, like the 1v4 against Gambit in stage 3.
For example, yeah.
He's on a different agent on this map, on the Cypher, but we saw Mixwell clutching out a lot and playing the late round. I think that's his win condition overall, and right now they want to make sure this is as expensive as possible for SMB, and so far they've only lost Bonka.
Yep, that's one casualty, but other than that, nothing too much happening. I mean, they get the spike down, it's kind of beneficial, but other than that, power of 8 HP, that's a riddle you can't solve. You know what? I agreed to call this the Swedish Trinity. I'm fine with that.
The Swedish
Trinity. That is okay for me.
I'm all right with that.
Thank you very much. But, you know, the thing is, the matter of fact that there are so many players right now in the guild lineup that haven't even played those agents they play right here in double-digit numbers. Like Leo has played Sova 7 times, for example, right? Those are crazy numbers. And that swap in agents, it can be confusing, but it can also be very successful. And so far, it looks good, but now they mean business.
I think this is the first time in a while that I've looked at Guild's composition and gone, I like this player on this agent a lot. And it's similar to Team Liquid, who we'll see a little later on today, where it's very difficult to find the roles for these teams. I was speaking to Bonker a little bit, and much like was said on the desk, sort of relaxing a little bit on some of the zany stuff they like to try and do. And if they can play as convincingly as they have been the first two rounds that we've seen, I think they could be onto something.
They could be very much, but for now, Izzy was very keen with his teammates to take a bit of mid control, could prod a little bit the defense of Guild to get upwards, but that ain't happening for now. There is no big map control for Guild, and you see, for example, with Drake, and look at his positioning.
Yeah, he's playing it.
Oh.
Very slowly, and he can afford to do that as the Cypher. There's no important utility that needs to be on play. That's why I think we're seeing Bonka play a little bit more passive, trying to get onto a nice angle. Izzy's scaled up quite a lot of space, but there's so many little crossfires with these weaker guns. They could catch them out. But breaking down Yassine, it's how the rest of this team supports him. Leo could have a nice peek, but Izzy sees it beforehand. The Guardian wins out.
With a guy like Leo, it is most definitely something that's highly valuable, but he's known now SMB have put down their wall, and they might just isolate the young Swede. That ain't happening for now. Russ just looking to find anyone more backside, and Bonkar, he might not just be 100% aware, but it is Russ who finally finds Safe. Same goes for Bonkar, and this leaves it only down to Draken, but they might just not even have them on the radar. He destroyed the tripwire back there and spawn. That for sure happened, but other than that, it could be a really beneficial timing for him. Can get one. That's a good start, but 55 points of health, as well as the situation of only having a Spectre that's far away from perfect. Nevertheless, never count out Drake, and he's pretty much focused for that one. Left and right players stand tack now, and they definitely know the positions. It should be an easy one for SMB, and he considers to retreat.
Saving the Spectre of all things. Tripwire's going to catch him as well. I like the fact that SMB are like, there he is, get him, and just start charging towards. Not too bad overall, I don't think, considering Guild was still holding on to some of the weaker weapons from the gun, but ooh, he's doing a little wraparound.
And not only that, they've tagged that position. So either way, they're going to save a weapon on that direction or expect him to be exactly there. And he's looking for that. Because if I'm not totally wrong, there's a Vandal in the entrance of B main. So that's a good upgrade for him then.
Yeah, I think any of the options that he can take are decent ones.
There you go.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to sneak out. Good timing. Like, I think that's why you want Draken. Personally, for me, I know Draken has been very vocal about wanting to play Duelists and Jet from his tenure in CS. It makes a lot of sense, especially when the operator is considered. But how he plays out the late round, that experience in tack shooters as well, Draken can be that. He could be our Hiko, maybe, if he sort of gets into there. But it's one of those areas where it's playing to the strengths.
Yeah.
Bonka, I think he can afford to not be fragging out like crazy because he's a lone island on that B site. So on the defense, he's not going to get a lot of kills. I think we saw it yesterday as well with G2 and Anubis.
I mean, it would be nice to have him as our Pico at the same time, I hope he doesn't choke against Fallen in 2 best-of-3s, partner 2 maps in a major final.
Imagine if Fallen moved over.
Well, you see, Scream is pretty much being an advocate for this game, so you never know who's coming next. Another one.
Yeah, Scream's just getting like an affiliate link of everybody that's moving over.
Scream
I'll get
10.
my brother involved. I'm really excited for that. But also, I'm really enjoying watching Guild so far. I was a little bit nervous. Supermassive Blaze, I know that they'd be maybe not nervous, but a bit wonky. And if your team could keep this operator in hand, could get the kill, get out, and dash, and it breaks Supermassive Blaze down to a 4 versus 5. This is a 4-buy, an important round for Supermassive Blaze to get on the board. They looked really good when they sort of put that everlasting pressure over on B. And let's see what Bonka could do now. He's util set up and he has a snake bite.
Not only that, Safe is coming over, and so all the information might be just gained, but poor Bonkar is definitely in a bit of a misery. He gets one, that spike is down, and this is buying a good bit of time. He's just playing around the pillar, is still there, but they can't really get him out of there for the moment, and so Bonkar waits. Patience is his friend, and the players are already coming over. In the same time, Draken has a very good positioning. Turco's out, 2 more remain, and that should be done and dusted. There's no chance.
That's the second time that we've seen the spike being killed in transit. That's like a big thing overall for me. So now Supermassive Blaze are going to sort of run out of time. The 2 players holding on to those guns. And Guild, with the full buy, with the operator, don't lose anybody. That's really good for the economy overall. And I think that's good for Bonker's confidence as well. Just making sure that a team like SMB can't just run onto the site and you just go solely on your own. No, you're not coming in. You need CID first.
Yeah.
SMB, they don't really have a response to that.
That's not our dress code for tonight. That's pretty much sure. But the funny thing is, as well, it's Draken who once more is capable of getting such a lurk done. This is not the first time. It's the second if I'm not totally wrong. And at one point, will they A, get paranoid, or B, punish him for that? That's the thing for SMB. They got to be careful about their flanks.
Yeah, technical pause. We can sort of have a little look at what's been going on so far. I feel like for both of these teams, if we're looking at the tournament as a whole, G2's the favorite. I think everybody and their mums can agree on that G2 are the favorites in this tournament. Team Liquid are always worth a shout, despite not qualifying for Berlin. It's not a bad result to go out against Gambit in that kind of fashion, considering Gambit won everything and are the best team in the world currently. Best team in Europe. Just to annoy all of the NA fans. Like, we're taking credit for Gambit. I hope you know that.
You should. I mean, the thing is, when I had the opportunity to recently talk to Redgar, and he said, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Guild win that tournament. And if Redgar says that, I definitely believe the words he's putting out there, so...
I love Redgar, but he's often off his rocker, to say the very least. Like, the Redgar Rainer on Haven, he is one of my favorite people, though, in the scene. And I'm going to keep saying that until he gives me a Gambit jersey.
I mean, understandable. Jacket or jersey?
I really like the jackets. The best thing about it is he starts every message to me with "Hello, comrade."
Same.
So it doesn't feel as good now that everybody.
He only does it to you. He says hello just for me.
Right. So for this one, Yasin is going to be sort of playing in with the operator, a wider hold. He's got some of that utility from Draken to hold on to, and considering this is looking like a fast hit towards that A site, that Aldra needs to be destroyed, or Yasin needs to get tagged and then get out of there.
Well,
or just gets a kill.
Sure, and not even getting tagged. So, but that's definitely a win situation for him. The players are considering if they actually make the push. But if you take a look there, Pora, for a second it looked like the lure could work. But Safe, he got the antidote for that. It seems like nothing is working on the side of SMB at all for the moment. And as they're trying to go deeper and deeper into the A side, well, there are no real options. Yasin holds the angle, is blind for the second, now is known, has to hide behind the pyramids. But he's being backed off. The question is, once that Viper wall goes down, what's the option for SMB? Here comes the healing. Circle could have been spotted. Russ, 1 millimeter too much. Draken's out, and he whiffs. That makes it only 50 more seconds. Flash is coming in, and that's good. Turkov finds Yasin. Another one backside would be Leo. But the options, they are right now limited as though Safe comes in. The triple is there, and now, with 20 HP, you get the quad. Goodness gracious.
You're going to be able to pick up the op as well for Leo. Like, I think Yasin did a really good job of just holding that presence. He dashed out after the first kill, and he showed himself again to Supermassive Blaze. It's just I'm still on the site. You've used your Aldrun. You've got to clear me some other way. So we saw Supermassive Blaze throwing out loads of utilities. Shock darts, recon darts to clear out the back. Yasin did get killed in the end, but he bought a lot of time. And Safe, one of the rising stars of the scene, had a really good sort of tenure with Nip, despite Nip not doing that well in the time. comes back to Guild after playing with Bonk initially. And it's nice to see him on the kind of perfect agent for him, I think, Sky. It's that utility, it's that mindset, and it's the mechanics to get those kills.
Now it's purely about mechanics as we're talking a few Sheriffs coming in, as well as a Spectre and Brave. What does Bonker after saying is, hold on! Izzy and Russ find easy kills, as Safe was directly shooting in the right direction, but it didn't connect according to plan. Yassine is trying to do what he can do with the shorty. It's pretty much delivered to him. That's pretty much, well, prime one if you could call it like that, but in the meantime, there's still a man advantage on for them. Turco tries and finds him at least. Now the shots need to be on point, that is for sure. They are aware where he stands, and the wall is not going to make it any easier. It seems to be getting a little dramatic, and as Draken finds Brave, that's good. That's working right.
Everything about this is just playing off of Yassine. Like, he's in a position where he's playing with a shorty, but now it's getting awkward. Draken needs to clutch out again if he can try and pull something, the theatrics that we've seen before. Spikers have been planted, so he can just stall for time.
He can, and that situation got massively exacerbated. It's even tagged as well, and now he needs to work off of that. 71 HP as the wall then comes in. In what a fashion the SMB trains arrive over there on B. I'm not going to make any Autobahn reference for sure this time around, but nevertheless, it was an excellent one. They were going so swift with the equipment they had, and Bonka, he can't hold them all up. It's just impossible.
I mean, one of the biggest weaknesses from Guild in the past is certainly on defense, playing up against teams that sort of up the ante. I think Giants in that series, like on maps like Split, there's an aggressive enough team that can get under the timings for Guild, overrun them. Bonka certainly got more than he bargained for in that fight. And Guild might start to lose a bit of that momentum. But an important round for Supermassive Blaze to pick up. Nice utility from Pora with the camera to get the tag. Now we're seeing Safe still playing in a position before, but he needs to be ready and available for the team that needs him. The way that Guild are playing off each other is great.
That's true. And it's going to be interesting. At one point, will, for example, Drake can dare to do those kind of flanks again. He's trying to move already into Cave, as you see on the minimap. And he might be just a linchpin that brings them down. But for now, SMB are a bit slower than previous. Waited out, and nobody of Guild is even showing themselves.
Even Yassine is taking that mid double doors area very carefully. Like, this is nice positioning for Draken, but I like the fact that he's not gone overboard, and good timing as well, because while Supermassive Blaze were defaulting more towards B with that mid play, you see Pora all the way up on his own. It seems it's going to be an A hit. Draken's about to run. He sees the scope, so he's expected it, but he still can't get one.
And the thing is, you saw it on the minimap, they have tagged. They've left a little tap over there, and they knew that somebody must be in Cave. That's good timing. Perfect scenario. And those Seekers work wonders, but the opponents got the same. Now it is the ult being used. It's Leo who could get a little bit out of that, but again, you see his flash, they even tagged. It is a disaster for him, but he's alive. And that's the only that matters with an operator, because one shot, one kill. Bonker's coming in as well. He's having a really good game right now, and this comes more and more. Bonker with the double. It could be the triple he gets, and it is the triple of Bonker. This is a man you usually don't see perform that well, but this is working brilliantly for this guy.
Yeah, he just dusted it off overall. Even though Draken dies in the early part of the round overall, he still gets that information, and Guild react off that perfectly. Yassine was so patient on the site. He again just did what he's been doing across this map, is just staying in this position, being really irritated to move, and Bonker just playing off of it. Like, I like the fact that Yassine's sort of pulled in a bit of that aggression that we typically see. It's the most noticeable thing about this Guild team, other than the comp changes. And Supermassive Blaze, well, they made a thrifty work before. They have a bit of a better buy here, and 4 ultimates too.
And one thing that's worth mentioning, SMB is right now on the side that we have hardly seen from them against Paper X, for example. They're a really good defense. They didn't need to show as much on attack. But Draken's lurks are fun. Izzy, though, knows what to do once the scene gets a little dramatic for him. Takes out Yassine with ease, but again, knock knock, it is Draken.
Really interested to see what Safe tries to do. Actually, the Viper's Pit's going to be extended. I like that. And Safe is just hanging around to see if anything finds an opening, but Draken does get caught out on this lurk. So now it's a bit more awkward. 3 players having to hold one of the biggest maps in Valorant. And the fact that Bonkers used this ultimate means he has to stick around on B. The spike is still over in that direction. That's what Russ is holding on to. Now he's going to start to slip away. I thought maybe there was going to be some presence towards A and then just bull rushing Bonker again over on that B site. But he's had a great game so far, so I think SMB reconsidering. And now that Yassine is out as well with the operator, that A site might be a little more open, and they still have an owl drone, does Russ.
That's the crucial part. You could clear out so much with that, specifically in combination with the recon dart. The Bonker sticks to the B side, as you mentioned. Means Safe and Leo can focus on that, but they are a troublesome duo. They can cause a lot of damage, and it seems like they finally tried to get over on the A side. 15 more seconds is not a lot. One big interruption, and the problems come in. Safe though only with one. Leo has a good opportunity. He's gonna deny it. Yes, he is denying it. They know where the plant is gonna happen, but unfortunately, there's not another shock dart coming in. Bonkar's out. This is the chance for Leo to do it. It could be his clutch. 52 points of health that is left onto Turco, 100 on Russ, but it's still an operator, and so he lurks around the water near the pyramid. Saw the first, but he can't bait out Russ according to his plan. That's the third, a costly one for SMB, but successful. That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, triple for Russ. The operator on attack actually finding huge success in that round in the end. Is he just reminding Yassine that maybe he can't clear all of that space up? And I like the idea for Safe. In some other instances, some other universes, he gets a couple more, and what is that, the 7th kill that Leo's got with the shock dart? It makes me kind of sad that we haven't seen these guys play these agents before. Now, don't get me wrong, I think Safe is great, and whatever he plays, and Leo is one of the best sort of controllers in EMEA. But I also think that Leo, if you put him on any of the supportive agents, he's going to do a terrific job. SMB calling the timeout, kind of interesting considering they did win the last round, but maybe there's something they've spotted about Guild that they want to try and break.
That's the Gambit effect, maybe. You know, where they sometimes just pause even if they have the momentum going for themselves.
Timeout. Man, the timeout after a pistol and then a timeout the round after that. I mean, it works.
Yeah.
It's super weird, but it works.
It's maybe this weirdness effect, like, why would they do that? But, you know, the specific thing you mentioned, Safe is, for me, an individual that has been one of the best developments within this game. You know, he came in, was this permanent sentinel in form of Cypher, tried himself out a new agent, and he's really been developing. I mean, he has been in the Barbar school for, like, what, 5 years, has played in so many teams and a long time with him, also in other games. And it seems like it really works wonders for him. He's an integral part of Guild, but now the integral part of the defense needs to be reworked and revitalized, because otherwise we might see problems.
I think a win over this series against SMB is going to instill a lot of confidence for Guild. It's not over yet. I'm really interested to see what Supermassive Blaze try and do a little bit differently. Trailblazer is going to put some pressure onto Yassine, who doesn't have the op. He can't afford it this time. And a lot of mid control for Supermassive Blaze, and another op kill onto Safe.
Don't really want to see that, but they keep on staying to mid. So they don't take too much of a risk. They just wait it out patiently. Para is waiting close to the shoot, but other than that, it's just pure focus once more on mid. But Draken, the 7,000th time he has already moved through the position of Cave. Now, obviously, Tripwire is a little annoying, but he's gonna... Now this is kind of the paranoia starting, and he even gets the kill. Wow. Perfect stuff.
That's the op dropped. It can be picked up, but who realistically wants to try and op and attack in this situation? Pora's gone, guys, I've got a bit of space. There's a Tripwire stopping me, and Leo wasn't actually expecting that space to be made up. You're playing against Pora. This is what he does. Now it's the Hunter's Fury that's interesting. Russ is actually going to use it aggressively to try and get Bonker out of these little nooks and crannies that he can hide from. The Neural Theft is going to make it awkward, but he's still sticking. If he can get one, this is amazing.
Unfortunately not close, but the smoke was just going down the moment he was starting to shoot. Yassine knows where Par is. Got to get that kill ASAP, but there's someone coming in from tunnel. There's no frag granted. A brilliant duel he took in combination with Russ.
Yeah, just the peaks, the timings. There's a couple of times we've seen that now of like Turco taking the attention for players and somebody like Par being able to peak off. A successful round for Supermassive Blaze after a tactical timeout. And despite Guild starting off this defense pretty well, which they should be, I think, in some cases, we've seen Supermassive Blaze claw it back a little bit. I can't imagine the money's good for Guild. No, it's just going to be an eco overall. So Supermassive Blaze might be able to tie us up.
Pretty much. I mean, it should be. And this is where Guild got to be worried about the fact that if Draken can get so much control and lurk, why shouldn't Para do so? Why shouldn't Para be able to get the same kind of weird spots, angles, and positions that you wouldn't usually expect?
We saw a 50 before from Supermassive Blaze. You kind of expect that from the mechanical skill that these players have. Guild, maybe. Everybody seems to be on one today. The Marshal could find stuff from Leo. He's trying to get into a nice position. The first Sheriff kill comes in from Drac and traded out, but you've seen with the Classic has found some space as well.
The good old right-click magic. Do it, Yassine. Come on, do it for us. Oh, no, he doesn't hit that one, but down to 20. I mean, that's a good preparation, to put it that way. Tasmanian Tiger coming in, and that's at least clearing out elbow. Russ knows about the tunnel player, tags him. doesn't necessarily have a benefit from that, but they know about too. And that's a good bit of info. Leo cannot escape under no circumstance, as he's not even being tagged. That's an interesting usage of that he's done. He's absolutely not living for... Hold on. What?
He manages to sneak out, snake his way in. He's going to be playing on A, so he's going to hit his utility, and with that toxic screen being placed down, it's pretty obvious what the game plan is for Supermassive Blaze. The eco, you've already made it expensive. You could still maybe potentially retake this round, but from the small sample size we've seen from Guild, the retakes haven't been convincing when they played against Ascent, but that was 3 months ago.
Particularly the A side never worked for them, but it could be a good... No, Leo is moving away. Just the wrong moment to go away from Robes. Safe, though, finds Brave. That's a good start. 20 points of health are not making it easier. But as you mentioned, it already got expensive. Bonker could even make this a bit more expensive, as using the snake bite somewhere on the side, trying to figure out if he can actually go for the defuse, but no chance. Nevertheless, 3 out of 5 are out. And that is now, well, pretty much putting those wallets into a quiet, slim state for SMB.
It's always kind of tricky when you're in a clutch situation to use utility. I think a lot of teams and a lot of players and a lot of coaches would say to just keep it in your pocket, just keep your gun out, because peaks like that can happen. Supermassive Blaze, again, showing the face of one player on an angle, hiding away, and then somebody else. It's not quite like double peeking, but it's almost like a bait peek. Seems to be working out really well for Supermassive Blaze so far. And Guild, despite being 5-2 up in the end, they could lose this half 7-5, which would be a disaster. You've seen back with the operator, very successful with it for the most part, but now he's running into Izzy again. They both miss each other, and the shot could be the difference. He's going into the smoke. He's trying to make that presence known, and he's seeing Izzy.
No!
He's just too far away.
I mean, both initially whiff. This is where we start, and suddenly it becomes this awkward duel, a no-scope versus a shorty. This is not just a bad Valorant joke, that just happened. But it's 1 minute 10 left on the clock for the side of SMB to make something from the mid-control they have. Izzy getting a shot for the head of Draken, but not for the actual head. And so, what is your plan, dear SMB?
I think they can afford to take it a little bit slower. Still have Izzy finding all of that space, and another Seeker's being used, this time from safe. Almost feels like Turco has one every round, considering how explosive he's been with it for the most part. The Seekers is going to not give precise information. Now the Bladestorm's going to be activated, so a lot of ultimates being used on this round. It's a must-win, I feel, for both sides in the end. And Guild are playing off of this very passively, because holding on A has been relatively decent.
Oh, that could be a good shock dart. Oh, that lands perfectly. The second one as well. That gets Brave killed. Leo is on point with his Sova right now, considering that he only played it 7 times in the past. That's an absolute blast he's having with that agent. But Safe has not been spotted. Otherwise, we would have 100% seen that wallbang coming. And Draken does what Draken does best. The lure comes in, and Bonkar closes the case and makes it a 6th. This is the side where Guild look quiet okay at against Ascent. Not good, but okay. So now having a good advantage of a 7-5, that would be brilliant for them.
It might not be enough. I guess we'll get onto it with Guild's attacking side, but out of they've only played it once, and they've only won 1 attacking round.
Yes, they did.
I don't think this is one of those moments where Yassine oversteps it. I don't think it's like Yassine from March that we're seeing there. I like the idea. It just didn't work out that well in the end. But Izzy's attacking up has been a real problem, and I don't think we're going to see Yassine being able to do those kind of things when he's attacking as well. So Izzy is warming up to the survey. He's got a point to prove. He wants to show he's better than Yassine a little bit. And another B hit coming in, and there's 3 players there, including Yassine with the op.
Safe gets a good bit of information for sure. Turquoise is clearing it over tunnel. He's preparing the attack for Izzy, but is he going to be expected is the question. Saw a barrel on the left-hand side. I'm more than convinced that that actually happened. Now he's feeling a lot of pressure, but Draken is taking a shot from behind. Now the problems arise for him, but this is going to be a quick one for the double doors, and I think he's going to realize that very soon. Safe is getting 3 frags, or at least 1. He's still building the pressure quite big. Again? No, Leo, how many more shock dart frags is this guy supposed to get?
I'm just going to quote like a British meme of just another one, just constant shock dart kills. And it's a lineup on one of the most difficult maps to hit those shots on, to be honest. It's so big, it's so vast to consistently get shock dart kills is unreal. I don't think Supermassive players are quite out of it just yet. It's going to be problematic. Never mind, Brave in a 1 versus 5 gets shut down quickly from Safe. and a decent round for Guild, but I think this is where the wheels could come off a little bit on their attack.
It's true. That's a very valid point. I mean, that one round that you described against Ascent, that was a 4 spy from Guild where Safe had to clutch it out 1 versus 2 with a Guardian, to be very precise. So that tells you how scrappy the situation was back during that game that happened a long while ago.
I really like that Safe takes those kind of angles. He doesn't overpeak. He gets a kill, jiggles it a little bit to take the attention away, and then just flashes. And in that moment, because he's taking that attention overall, he allows Leo to get that shock dart kill. So there's some really good stuff overall that I think the Guild can take away from this. Problem is, can quickly unravel. Brave is going to have a similar setup, not quite the toxic screen across, and kind of is out in the open. Yinsu wants to punish.
Oh goodness, Yinsu was not hitting it at all, and the right click from Bonker's not coming in as well. It seems like that should be already a pistol round, ending catastrophically for the side of Guild. That was swift, and Yinsu was not even getting on top of the cobble pillar there. That's unfortunate. It all looked like they were just stepping on their own shoelaces a bit, trying to run onto the side, but just falling down.
Yeah, Brave got away with murder here overall.
I mean,
nice angle, the recon dart as well. Bonkers just right-clicking. Bit of a roll of the dice overall. The Pora plays off of that nicely. He's just on that middle pillar. We'll see what Guild can do to respond. Probably not this round, as the money's going to be saved up for now, but they really want to be taking some of those Spectres out of the hands for Supermassive Blaze, forced them to buy up going into round 15. And is he with the Marshal? You never really know what can happen. Turco doesn't want to be caught overstepping, yet let the utility do the talking, exactly.
Question is if they can bait the second flash out of him. That would be beneficial for one of the pushes they might do, but now there comes the little dog, or the Tasmanian Tiger's getting good bit of information again. I mean, Leo is really getting a reputation for some damn good shock darts. But with that round, I mean, there shouldn't be too many options for Guild. They're still looking for the room they can obtain.
There's some nice pressure. I mean, you've seen with the movement so far in the attack has been shaky, to say the very least. And he's a player that I think when he has confidence, he thrives. When he doesn't, it shows. At least he's keeping a lot of players from Supermassive Blaze glued to this A-hole position. It's allowing Guild to move away. But our recon dart not getting anything. How is Supermassive Blaze going to move across the map? They think it's a B hit. They think it's a fake. And Yinsu still has control of this space that maybe Guild can use to get through to the A site.
30 seconds left.
The thing is, they're right now rotating back. Yinsu is hearing some players rotate, definitely back from spawn, so he's trying to work with that. But SMB, they were not born yesterday. They know something like that can happen. And this is where Yinsu falls. Easy frags for Izzy, one after another. It just might be the shooting gallery. Yes, there comes another. The second is granted, the third is just on its way, or is it? Yes, most definitely it is. Turco takes the fourth, but still, good frags, nice to watch. But now, it's time for Guild to come into this game with the real weapons, the big caliber being pulled out.
We need to see those Guild executes. Obviously, we haven't really seen it on this map because we've just not seen much of it at all. But I think when you look at maps like Icebox, which we'll see a little later, Ascent, Split, the utility that comes out of Guild is often phenomenal, if not a bit obvious. I like the mid-round play. It was very difficult for Supermassive Blaze to get a read. But even then, as soon as Guild started to, you know, the first guiding light goes out, SMB are like, all right, we're prepared, and they just mow everybody down as Guild come in onto the site.
It seemed like they were also overthinking it a little bit, because Yinsu was, as you mentioned, taking a lot of attention from them. Now this is a good start from Drake, and Izzy is out, and this is going to be a fast one over on the A side. It should be a free frag indeed. Finally it is. Ruz has an answer with the Marshal in hand, and Brave as well, just pushing through his little wall. And this brings them a good opportunity. It's still a free versus free, a bonus round for SMB, most importantly.
You want to take those guns out of the hands if you can. Brave has just been so problematic. He's still playing on the site. Some of the snakebite lineups have been a bit amiss, but he's still making presence. He's still getting kills. And you're seeing he wants to try and catch people by surprise, but he runs into Pora.
Yeah, and this would be not working for Draken at all. It doesn't. It's a bonus that starts with a fully fast attack over on the A side. Metal to the pedal to the metal, going down over there from Cave, instantly onto the side with a good entry they have obtained. But suddenly, there was a little surprise moment. SMB stepping through their own wall a little bit, making them shake their heads and ask themselves, why are they doing this stuff that seems so risky? Well, it works, most obviously.
I think as much as we've been fawning over Leo's 12 kills, 11 of which were probably with shock darts, I don't know the exact stat, it's interesting to see that Russ has been the top performer in the server so far, because it is expectations. I think one thing that I noticed about SMB from Stage 3 playoffs to Masters, everybody's ACS went down because it was a kind of poor performance from them. Russ's went up. He was the only player that had a better performance at Masters on average with stats. And Izzy, he'd fold a bit. He's going to try and take those fights. He takes a lot of damage. Utility is going to catch out Turco, but can we see Supermassive Blaze being able to actually capitalize off that? From the sounds of it, no. Turco even gets the kill still.
Yeah, that was mandatory to get that, but at the same time, it seems like the simulation is broken for a second, but now we're back in it, and so it should be an easy one. I mean, most definitely it should be an easy one right here coming in from SFE. The amount of damage that has been dealt is quite good, but well, with the spike now being dropped into the mud, the chances are most definitely limited. And over on the map, I mean, Draken has pretty much taken a field trip, you know, just walking around over their elbows, seeing how it looks over there, but he's not getting too much from that, does he?
Here's a worthy reminder, this is Supermassive Blaze's pick. They had a pretty good run, a pretty good result against Paper X in Masters, 13-2. Can't really become more dominant than that when it comes to a result, really. Especially on a map that you used to ban out. The Russ keeping it clean. I mean, what do you think? Like, if Supermassive Blaze went every single round now to make it 13-7, I mean, it's a terrible attack from Guild, obviously.
Yes.
But I don't think it's a bad result. I like what I'm seeing from Guild, so long as what we're seeing when it comes to the agent compositions and the mentality and the personality that these guys want to play with, if they can move that across all three of the maps in the series, I think there's a chance that they can pull it back.
Yeah, they seem to be on the right track back there. The first time they played Breeze versus Ascent. Now, again, their defense was wonderful from Guild, but something is just not right with their attack. Regarding all maps, I think we see a better Guild overall, and those surprises that have been promised by Safe, well, they keep us not speechless yet, but that could happen soon.
Not to put it all on your scene, but last time they played Ascent, yeah, he was -10 on differential. I mean, Dragon's caught sleeping there a little bit. I mean, again, you're playing up against Pora. He could be around any corner at any time, it feels. He is one of the most cerebral players we've seen, and Yassine also takes a beating. He wants to try and be that opening, but now they've lost a player. It's all over the place. A lot of space on A, though. A lot of real estate.
I just wanted to say, I mean, that's free real estate.
There is a camera there, and I think Supermassive Blaze can afford to play off of it passively. They don't have a Seekers. Obviously, they don't have a lockdown because they're not playing Killjoy. Neural Theft might be able to get all of the information. Guild. This is good because it forces movement from Supermassive Blaze, but it's the execution, it's the follow-up that's lacking.
That's the thing, right? And it's kind of interesting to see they don't know about a second player deep there in mid, and they specifically didn't see any player having a spike around. Leo sees the head of Izzy. It's a dangerous duel, but he's not taking it for now. He keeps it safe. Yassine falls, and now they know about everyone. This is a bit of a problem as Russ is coming in as well. The tunnel is a narrow spot to use that Hunter's Fury, and so with 15 seconds left on the clock, nope, there's nothing happening.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
It's so unfortunate because it reminds me of that Pistol Force where it looked like if they would just now go fast onto that one side, there would be just only one player standing there. That didn't happen again, and that's a little unfortunate in my eyes for now. Izzy's taken out Leo. The 10-7 is granted. The double digits for Supermassive Blaze is exactly what they expected, and so Guild, they gotta swap something up, really. It's a little unfortunate seeing them having good starts and a proper job, but at the same time, I'm missing something here.
Timeout called for Guild. Leo, if he got that kill very early on in the round towards A, things could have been very different, and the position in the Guild would have, you know, you could have gone A, obviously, but you could also put that pressure into B. The idea's there, and you can't really put it down to one thing in particular. Like, the executes are really tough for Guild, but they've lost pre-plant, they've lost to time, like they did there. They've lost one retake, but getting the plant down seems the biggest issue overall. And especially when the round where you do get the plant down is where you full buy and it's still a half buy for Supermassive Blaze. It's a bonus round. It's not particularly instilling me with confidence, to say the very least. I mean, literally, I think for the whole of the year for Guild, there's been two sides to them. We saw the good side on their defense, on their attack. That's the other side of Guild that we've seen across the year.
That's kind of true.
Jekyll and Hyde.
I would fully agree on that, but I mean, with Guild, it is the thing that they have this kind of defaulty slow moment, and then they suddenly just wait out a little more, and then they go for the attack, and then they have this snowball, which is going from one side. Oh, it didn't work. We go back and go to the other side. It's wonderful at times, but sometimes you're just asking yourself, is that the way you want to see Guild perform? They're picking the orb on Yassine. He already got his daggers ready. Down to 26 points of health, though. It's not making it any better. Draken loses the initial duel, but we're talking about a very weak buy nevertheless.
Just as this attacking half has gone on, we saw Guild, losing rounds with eco buys, but making it costly. Now, Supermassive Blaze don't look too phased by it. This time there is some utility to use to clear, but there's so much to go over. It's not only Aura's utility, but 3 other players watching every single angle. The fact that we're seeing Turco with so much control as well towards A means that there's no bait and switch.
And I know about Russ, but Safe is team flashing himself, and not only that, I'm not quite sure if he wanted to get Russ blinded or not, but that didn't work at all. Turco is already deep into cave and got a lot of territory for himself. He might be just the one to hold Bonkart and Co up for more. Bonkart, not hitting his initial shot, knows about Cave, but they can rule out the position. They are aware that it's mid. Yassine is whiffing his shots, but Safe is at least getting the bullet in the head of Russ. This means there's a man advantage in favor of Guild. Now the shots need to be on. Yassine is not hitting it according to plan. Is he wasting so much time? Because there's still a player back in Cave. It could be real good, even if he falls. There's Turco, and his flank might be successful. Flash out, spikes down nevertheless. He's not going to interrupt that process, and it's coming in. It's coming work, but it's still the problem here for the side of Safe and Leo. There is an ult that Leo might use, but he's not really in the position to do that in peace. And so there's coming a little Tiger, 20 health back left there on Pora, and Leo takes out Turco. This is crucial. This is just a single body shot to put Guild back in the game, and finally there's the clearance for the Swedes.
The Thrifty is a successful one. Leo, the Guardian Angel really for Guild in the end, wasn't it really? Because they managed to pull it back on a round where they didn't have much to go over. Just having that utility handy, the attack just being able to sort of push and pull has been really solid. And for me now, it's if they can capitalize off that, if they can make it 2 rounds in a row, suddenly they're back in it. Like, despite having the lead and Supermassive Blaze feeling of being completely in control on their defense, Guild aren't too far behind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, the only
problem is money. Look how much money SMB has.
Seems like they flipped an NFT or something, but
oh my god.
Nevertheless, they got money for 2 more rounds, for 2 more buys probably, and that is the problem, right? Because Guild, if they would just stop them right now, then the momentum would have been broken, but when they reach tie, SMB still has a buy. I mean, that's critical.
Nothing says we have money more than double operator.
Yes.
That's the handy thing about signing Izzy and Russ, 2 Jet players to up on the same roster, is they could both kind of do that most part. Russ is going to be a bit more for intel. It is going to be a bit masked by the poison cloud thrown out by Bonka. Doesn't really matter in the end, though. Not only does Bonka go down, but it means that there's a bit more vision for Russ to be annoying. Information constantly gathered from Guild, and despite trying to scale up mid, which is what they've been trying to do every single attacking round, feels like yet again run into a bit of a road bump.
Hopefully, Lothar didn't see that smoke from Bonkart back there top mid, because otherwise he's making it surely a segment 15 minutes on his stream. Though he's right. I mean, this is the edge that, unfortunately, is giving pretty much a one-way to Russ. And as you mentioned, double operator. This is so crucial right now for the defense, as they can split up that massive firepower. Izzy whiffs, goes back, door opens, problem starts to arise back on the side.
Oh, that's nice.
And as he's smoking himself in, Pora gets Yassine. It's just getting more and more problematic, as though Draken is coming in with the flank. Turco seems to be paranoid what's happening, but it's 10 seconds and Leo falls as well. Draken has no chance. That round's over. And we were talking about the run that Guild could have made, but it's immediately being stopped, and they have to slam the brakes. Unfortunate for them. 11th granted, and SMB only 2 rounds away from success.
Yeah, Guild struggling a little bit there. It had ultimates as well to work with. I think it says a lot that Pora started off the round anchoring towards B, much like he has been. And then towards the end, as the execute was coming in, he's anchoring on A and still kills multiple people. If it doesn't show maybe how telegraphed or obvious some of the plays that Guild have been making are, is that Pora is, I'm going to go to the other place because that's where the action is, ahead of time. I think even before Guild know.
Draken is taking his time to get that little dart out of his chest. I mean, the walls of SNB are interesting. The Viper wall is most likely something I like to see.
I think Draken's struggled a lot when it comes to, he's not been the same as Pora when it comes to sort of taking that space. His position's always been grabbed, but he still gets the first kill onto Russ. So Hunter's Fury does come out from Leo to just maybe cause a bit more chaos in the end. Is he now with a Bladestorm in hands, wants to see if he can find an opening, but Guild are taking this very carefully. They need to try and capitalize off this a little bit. Their buy is really awkward now, because Safer's the operator. They didn't buy up much, but they picked up a couple of guns they can muster up and save. SMB 3 players still got a good control of the top of the map.
It's not the first time Guild is swinging in one direction, waits 30 to 40 seconds, and then makes a move over on the other side. The thing, though, is with this 2-man advantage that right now is granted for Guild, if they get that spike down, Bonkar will most likely get his Viper's Pit out there. And when that happens, the retake should be pretty much impossible, to put it that way.
Yeah, and Izzy trying to play in a position that you've seen was, but the Draken operator is successful, but yet again, every single time the Guild try and get onto the site, they're mowed down in the process.
That can't be happening.
There's no follow through, and now Draken in a 1 versus 1, he doesn't have the spike. He does have enough time to just put some pressure onto Brave. The snake bite just misses. Oh, this could be really awkward.
That's a rough one, because he probably thought that must be on, but it's 32 points of health. A dream and an operator on the hands of Draken that could make it all possible for Guild to still take the sunny breeze. But there is a very experienced Brave on the other side. 15 points of health, a pistol bullet would do the job as well. But he's going for it, and he can't make it possible. It seems like Brave pretty much got that one under control. It was a 5 versus 3 for Guild. They were pushing onto the A site. But suddenly, SMB, calm and collected, just shoot them down one after another. And that dream is called overtime.
Yeah, this is not the best of lucks for Guild. I think the biggest problem has just been they started off with those initial kills over towards B, ended up in, I think, a 5 versus 3. There were only 3 players alive for Supermassive Blaze as the execute came in. Nobody was realistically traded for Supermassive Blaze. I feel like Lothar will be able to answer this better than myself when it comes to there must be some utility going on to those A executes that's missing that allows Supermassive Blaze to just hold the same corners each time, these suicidal 50-50 angles, and not get cleared. It might be panic for Guild when it comes to time. They make it awkward for themselves. But SMB have just had such a good read on everything that's been happening.
Well, talking about a good read, Turco is getting all that space, and obviously he's going to abuse it. And as he's got all of that, he's even taking out Yassine with him. Save on 18, the other one on 100. It's not looking good for Guild at all. And you know, there were disastrous, dire rounds where it looked like there will be that magic clutch, but Draken is throwing Kakuka's best ult into the game. Has a bit of information, but that's it.
Yeah, we've had to rely on the Guardian quite a lot. That's a lot of steps. That's going to be heard very close up from Russ. That's good information to use. And Leo's not with the execute. That Sova utility, sorry, could be very useful, but he finds the flank, but it's all up for him to do. 13-8, Guild, 1 attacking round again when it comes to their attack, and they drop the ball completely.
It's even kind of unfortunate this is like a deja vu. I didn't want to see that because Draken and his boys were looking confident and solid and strong during that first half. It looked like they got into this, they got a game plan, they got to know how to approach this, and they swapped sides, and nothing was working anymore. There was like literally 0 working except that one round. It was scrappy once more, it got close once more, but SMB, a very well-deserved win at the end.
Yeah, I think a player that we wanted to sort of put some pressure on a little bit was Yassine, because it's the tip of the spear for Guild when it comes to breaking into those sites. He was 9-17, ACS of 133. Like, it's tough to play Jet on this map, but you look at a different game for players like Izzy, who still was the worst on his team when it comes to stats. still had that performance to change some rounds.
That's the unfortunate part right here, right? You would expect such a duelist to do a little bit more on a map like Breeze, but this was just the first of this best of 3. And this obviously means that we are heading to a little break. But obviously you want to have a little bit of a chill time. We got you the featured song, Life Goes On by Oliver Tree, so you can enjoy those cat jams there in the chat, and we'll be right back with you.
I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Babe, you too controlling. I'ma feed you to the wolves when you get nasty back at me. But baby, don't distract me. I'm a goner. I lost her. Like, why the hell you wanna play me that way? You're bad, babe. You double-faced entendre. Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Babe, you best believe it. I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I light this place on fire. I want it, but baby, at least I'm honest. I get tired of explaining as these seasons keep on changing. Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Welcome back to the EMEA Last Chance qualifier, where SMB just edged out Guild on map 1. I'm Yinsu, and I'm back in the studio with Lothar and Kaquka. Now, we talked about the superstars of this SMB team before the match started, and Lothar, a lot of them stepped up today.
Well, when it comes to SMB, I had, let's say, higher expectations than Guild on this map, and they didn't fail, although their attack was definitely way less efficient than their attack, than their defense. But in general, I would say SMB played very correctly. You know, the way they played didn't showcase like any big gaps in their communications and their synergy. The Viper utility was actually placed in the correct timings, so our Guild was basically stopped by a brick wall.
I think it obviously went for the defense on both cases. I actually did like what we saw coming from Guild. I think that the role of just seeing Bane on the jet and you know, pushing all those angles with the operator, and the fact that Drake, and we were talking about Cypher, and the way that he was lurking and pushing every single round, I think that gave them a lot of comfort. They did get, you know, 7-5. I thought it was going to be way more one-sided.
Well, yeah, I feel like Guild got bailed out a little bit by Leo. Leo, I think if I'm not mistaken, I counted 7 shock dart kills in this map.
Jonas is going to be absolutely loving this.
Shock dart! You know, it was absolutely massive. The way in Pistol Round, he got actually a double kill with a shock dart as well. And then he stepped up with many multi-kills, so he was the shining star of Guild. But there were many things that were just not working correctly for Guild. And an example, Yassine with his trademark, I push mid and I tried to make something, didn't work out. There was one round when he just pushed out of an operator and a shorty in a 1v1 against Izzy, and he lost that. And those rounds are
Oh yeah, I remember.
very infuriating, let's say like that, for the team, because they lose a player for no reason. Right?
Also like the fact that, I mentioned it before, the fact that they love taking mid control. It was something that Gil was trying to play into, especially, for example, in that round. For like 2 or 3, it looked like they had control, but they lost it doing crazy stuff that was not in place. And then when it got to SMB on the defense, I love the fact that they improved those Viper walls, and Brave was just great.
I just want to quickly touch on Draken as well, his debut on this agent for Guild. What did you make of his performance?
I loved it. As I said, the fact that he was, controlling but also pushing and being the lurker for his team. I think he was doing great on the defense. Is the attack in general for Guild that felt sometimes out of place for me? Like they were screaming with their own timings at some places?
Well, Draken, to come back to make a point about Draken, I feel like he was able to get a lot of space for the team on defense because SMB wasn't really attacking A in the first tempo. So every time he was able to clear up a cave with his one camera, and that's it. No one was reacting to it. So he was certain there's no one here, and he was able to push out. But then he was always met with another Cypher trap from his adversary, and that was problematic, but he still managed to get 1 kill in one situation like that.
I know you've got a Telestrator segment coming up now, but just super quickly, Lothar, are you a fan of the changes we saw in terms of putting Draken on that Cypher? Like, do you understand why they did that?
Draken Cypher, I feel like, was comfortable in the way he was playing, but in general, the entire team felt a little bit not confident in how they're going to play together. Bonkar on the Viper, I feel like the idea was correct, but the usage of the utility was not ideal. And because of that, Guild was actually losing a lot of grounds, and I'm not sure actually how much impact would it have if we would see Leo on different character than Sova, right? But he had a great map, so
yeah,
it's hard to say. That's the thing.
That's when it comes when you want to experiment a little bit more. But I know, Lothar, you have a round to break down for us.
Yes, it's not anything flashy. It's just a round 16 where Guild is trying to take control on mid. So typically, where you play a Viper, you want to put an orb in Nest. But the thing is that that orb that was meant for Nest actually landed here on this spot. And because of that, that put a big problem for entire team because they couldn't push up the way they wanted, with the pace they wanted towards B, because typically you just do a split going towards B main, and now they had to actually reposition that orb, and Bonkar had to pick it up, do it on move it to Nest, and because of that, that put another few seconds of just inactivity for Guild, and as you can see, they are being now also spotted. Those small things that are happening on this map are actually costing Guild a lot of time, and because of that, they have this issue that we have seen in the past when they were playing Split, when they were playing the more complicated maps. The executes are not just done correctly when it comes to timings, and they're running out of time in general. And here you can see that an example on mid. Now that orb is repositioned on Nest, but it's already too late. Like the opponents already know what is happening. They already know that the opponents are creeping up on that mid because they were spotted because of the Tiger Sky from Sky, and now they're being met with a Viper wall that is not allowing Guild just to push out when they're running out of time. It's 19 seconds on the clock, and just generally, right? That's the thing that Guild was missing. The utility usage wasn't giving them enough map control.
Yeah, I have to completely agree. I even mentioned it. Also, there's the wall that I actually wanted to see from Brave. That was actually not the perfect one, but it was very close. And it's exactly what happened. We're used to, a Guild that takes a little bit of information within the first 20 seconds and then makes any kind of choice. But now they couldn't work with their own time. They weren't creating the situations for themselves to work with, but to fix them.
Well, this is the best of 3, you know, just the beginning. Guild, they are changing things up, but they're going to have an opportunity to take one more map in this series, maybe even 2. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere because Icebox is next.
I gotta get it on my set. gotta get it on my set.
SMB took map 1 on Breeze, but we're heading to Icebox now. Lothar and Kaquka. Things could change here for Guild, but the problem is, we spoke about this before, there is so little you can really talk about and expect when it comes to SMB Kaquka, because they haven't played this map for a while.
Yeah, they haven't, and as Lothar was mentioning on the pre-show, they've only played it in their own region, and although it was a map that they were feeling pretty comfortable in, my big question here is, what is Guild going to play, actually? Because if I don't remember wrong, Bunker used to go on the Breach here.
Yeah.
Draken was on Viper. Saif was on Killjoy. And then the usual, we have Leo and so. But I think that is probably that and Justine on Jet was going to be the constant here.
The thing is, they didn't play Sage before on Icebox, which was a very big criticism of mine when they were playing Icebox, because before the change with the B side, with the box being impenetrable now, you couldn't play this map without a Sage, right? Well, there were some teams doing it, but you are culprating yourself if you don't play Sage. Yes. So now I do believe that they're gonna pick up that Sage instead of Breach, but now I would love to see Breach because on this map, on Icebox, Killjoy is like a prominent pick, and SMB, even if it was like 4 months ago, they were playing metacoms. They were playing Sage, Killjoy, Sova, Viper, Jet, and they were most likely played again.
Yeah, and it's a map that they left open in a couple of occasions, and I think that they are going to perform actually really good. Lothar, you cannot have Sage, you cannot have every agent on a composition. You need to choose someone to leave. Okay, so if you had to be knowing that it's Bunker, what would you like better, a Sage or a Breach?
I would rather if this is
Breach
good.
is off the table.
Yeah,
but I would rather have Breach. I would rather have Breach than Sage.
Too bad.
In this iteration of Icebox with Guild, because I know they can play that Breach.
But I mean, we are going to head into Agent Select now, actually. So you're going to find out very, very soon what we're going to see. But of course, we also saw a poor Arena, I believe, the last time they played here too. So that is going to be.
God,
oh my goodness!
Save on Reina. I mean,
Russ on Reina. Okay, this is really, really interesting now that they're both shaking things up. Porus stop hovering, and Agent that's already been locked in. But Lothar, what do you make of these changes we're seeing on Guild?
This is really surprising because it feels like a regress in the, let's say, evolution of the game. Many teams are trying to play less and less of two duelists because they know that Killjoy instead of Reina in this composition just delivers so much on defense when it comes to like the way you control the map. Sage becomes an retake tool as well.
I believe that is the first time we have ever seen Pora on Sova too. I don't remember any time on Heretics, on this roster that he's ever played Sova. So, I mean, he also did ran the Reina last time. So what do you make of this switch between Russ and Pora?
That Russ is having a great day. He actually would have done this in Masters because I asked him if he was feeling good, he was going to pop out the Reina. Now is the moment. We're going to have 2 maps with 2 mirror comps, and I'm actually loving it.
I just still wonder why. It's just like, why? SMB played the meta compositions before. They played with Cypher, they played with Killjoy on this map, on Icebox, and I know they were performing well, especially with Pora being like, you know, the prime sentinel for the team. And like, if we get interviews with them, please ask about that. Because why double duelist on Icebox, right?
I mean, if Russ is feeling it and they want to be extra aggressive and they're feeling like they're having the day and they can literally out-aim them in some situations and just look for the duels, that is something that it's a perfectly viable way of playing Icebox, just going for the duels.
That's the excuse that I hear from Reina players. Oh, if I have a good day, you know?
I mean, thank you guys for your insight. I'm a little bit shocked as well what is happening. I want to see what Ryan and Zescht think about this, guys. What do you make of the changes we're seeing here?
I gotta be honest with you, you're shocked for the right reasons. It is the first time we're seeing that Sova coming in for Pora. Never seen that before. It is what it is, right? That's gonna be once more a big, interesting change, but also safe on the Reina. Played it just 5 times so far. It's gonna be once more a big surprise for us, but I'm looking forward to it, Ryan.
It shows a big change, I suppose, to what Guild are expecting for Safe. Like, he used to play the Sentinel before, now he's on aggressive agents, and it's, for the most part, been working. Leo's had a pretty good game so far when it comes to that Sova utility. That is going to continue, at least for this round. And I think the big thing for Supermassive Blaze on their defense, shutting down those A hits. Guild are incredibly successful on the A post plants. They've won 30 once the 30 rounds after the spike is planted and lost 7 from defuses. So doesn't look like they're going in that direction, at least to begin with. Of course, there's a lot that could be changed up for the most part. And Draken, those legs on attack on Breeze were caught out quite a lot, but he's going walking on mid.
Pora's looking a little different today, but
Poison's off.
maybe things have changed even when you play Sova suddenly. So, in the meantime, it's Russ who's taking an aggressive stance for mid. Punishes Draken for exactly that. They have made the move on the B side. I mean, they're on it, Ryan, but the spike's down. Now the after plan comes in. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, they're having to back off. They've got some bits of utility. Shock darts are going to be helpful in that post plant, and Safe playing on that aggressive angle can dismiss if he gets the kill. And Russ isn't really looking in that direction to begin with. What? But still, somehow, Russ wins the duel down to 62 HP. Doesn't have a heal available to him. But the rest of SMB is there to clear.
There's a nice right click from Yassine, but this does not stop the defuse the slightest bit. He's walled off. He made his own little castle. And it might be cold on Icebox, but it seems like Turco and his boys are even ice cold. That was just bad a book. Proper retake from SMB. The kind of aggression we saw coming in there over from mid, that was kind of crazy, but it works, and that's the only thing that matters.
It worries me just how much of an easy read Supermassive Blaze had on Draken, just on that lurk. And I don't think Viper's particularly an agent that you want to be caught out early with. That utility is so good, certainly in the post plants. If he goes down early, he gets taken out the round. Certainly that toxic screen isn't going to be much use. Similar sort of play coming out. The L drone is going to be an early one to clear some of these angles. Nobody from Supermassive Blaze is over in that direction. Draken going to try similar things. Turco just watching in this position now. Wants to take that duel head on. Has a bit of support at the very least. So if Draken gets taken down, he can't get traded. And Supermassive Blaze tried to attempt for the trade, but Draken gets out relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a deja vu that I'm here witnessing. Is this the same round as a replay, or is this all happening? But Paul are being eliminated. This is the change in it. It's becoming a bit of a problem here for SMB to retake this properly as Izzy's coming there back from Snowman. They are just entering the site and the spike properly. You've seen this playing where we saw Safe previously is whiffing the shot, unfortunately, as well, and Russ is getting closer and closer. The retake wall is up, and Russ is trying to hold them up. Starts good with Bonkar. Is looking keen to get the second, and it should not be a situation where Guild will thrive as Draken tries his best. He's out, and the ace from Russ. It might have been just a bit of a bonus, but it looks beautiful at the end of the day, and the crucial part is getting his ult. That could be a change if he's having such a streak once more when Guild come up with bigger weapons.
The Empress, yeah, having it on round 3 is going to be super useful. You've seen playing on that similar aggressive angle that we saw from Russ and losing out to Russ in a similar position. Guild don't expect this kind of aggression and this ego peaking when you have Izzy to support. You're allowed to do that, and Ace is a nice way to start this off. The force up from Guild before means that they haven't got money for this round as well, so we might see the whole similar play up third time around.
I mean, Lothar was asking earlier, why would you play double duelist? I think the clip could be like a real good explanation, but I mean, he got a valid point. SMB taking a bit of room in front of A. Guild, a team that is, by the way, way more interested in the A side overall as attacker, has shown a big tendency towards B over here. And it's the third time we're seeing this, third time it's the Sean, right?
The retakes haven't been that successful. Russ, again, it's the same pathing that we've seen each time, and there's a bit of openness, actually, to get onto Bonkers. He was planting the spike. You've seen Protects. It's nice work from him. And there's only, like, one shock dart available, 2 snake bites. They're trying to play so post-plant utility that it's allowing a lot of space for SMB to get back on into the site.
Oh, this is easily done here. Once more for SMB. Brave and the boys are making it work. Izzy and Turk are low HP, so if there's something crazy coming out of them, that could work. But Leo on his own does not stand a chance. The third time they get in the site, the third time they put the bomb down, and the third time that SMB successfully retake the site.
Just Groundhog Day, I suppose, when it comes to these V hits. Supermassive Blaze have very early on shown that they are happy to play for these retakes.
Oh yeah.
Izzy has not died yet, neither has Brave, and Brave has been a little more quieter. Utility, the toxic screen, the timing of that dropping just completely catches you seen over on yellow box. You know, with his trousers down, effectively. He's wide peeking, he peeks into 2 players. And there's at least a bit of glimmer of hope for Guild when it comes to, all right, they're getting a couple of kills, especially on eco rounds. But we need to see them close them. 1 round out of all of their attacking rounds that we've seen so far on Guild's attack is not a convincing sign.
And I mean, as you've seen at Masters, when we had those players offline, you see the emotions in SMB carries. How good the momentum can be when they're positive, and those so far looks really good from them. It seems like they're getting the frags, which is obviously contributing to this good mood. And if they carried it on, it might be sinister times for Guild. This time around, they again get on the B side, again put the wall up, again get the spike down, and they expect Draken to be back there. So that wall's down, this might just cause problems, but as you've seen is lurking around the side, the spike's coming down either way. You know, if Izzy, with his little tippy-toe silent around up there in kitchen, knows where Safe is around, Safe can't escape Turco nevertheless. And that should be done and dusted, except Leo has a magic response to it. Starts off good. Brave has been beheaded, but 2 more are to come. He's dashing away, fakes it out. Leo to his right-hand side, gotta be careful! Oh, but no, he's getting caught when he's just having bow and arrow out. And that doesn't work at all. It's a proper defense from SMB. The first time where it looks a little bit tight, but it's still successful at the end of the day.
I mean, for me, if it's the difference between Guild from before and Guild now, the change away from Bonkers Breach to Sage is just that they keep going B now. I would have taken the Breach hands down. Like, one of the exciting things about Guild, who had a really close series again against Gambit of all teams, went to like 19-17 overtime, was those A hits from Guild, because they have such good utility. The Breach, the Aftershocks, the fault lines, the flashes to get onto a site. The fact that we haven't seen Guild attempt this once and they still lean towards this B site feels like they've got one set strat, and that is all that we're feeling right now.
Lothar liked this, and he's absolutely right. I mean, so far it was like 70% of the time they were attacking the A site. Now, you don't need to really have a massive degree in mathematics to be aware that this is 100% over there on the B side. A good combination, but that does possibly deny Bunker. Yes, it is! He's falling out early, and Para, the first time debut with that, it's working brilliantly. It's disastrous to a certain degree, Ryan. Really, I don't see Guild taking such a round again, except Draken has a wonderful time.
I don't want to put too much stock onto this round for Guild just because of the money. The Bladestorm was dedicated.
Uh-oh.
Now we still...
No!
Even when Draken isn't spotted out early rounds, he still can't confirm a kill or get Supermassive Blaze to panic. But what about Safe? The defuse has been fully stuck by Brave, and that's because it's been washed by multiple Supermassive Blaze players. 5-0 now. A full buy coming up, and I need to see something different than the last 5 rounds because they've been all the same.
I mean, I'm already seeing the guy from VALORANT tweets before disaster happened, coming in with that shot from Drake, and it's unfortunate for him, really. He had the time in the world. 5
retakes, 5 def. It's a retake serve. I didn't realize that Riot added these in.
Hey, if you didn't know, this is actually true, right? This is our halftime show.
Yeah.
But it's crazy, right? Because considering Breeze, SMB has been really good on the retakes, which is no surprise considering the side we saw here from Guild over on Breeze and attack. But it's looking good for them. It's working really well, and this is the first time we're seeing them attack A, Ryan.
Draken has been in a position where he's just sort of holding these positions, was maybe hoping a Supermassive Blaze would be conditioned to think it's another B hit, seeing as that's where we've been the last 5 times. Well, the Aldrun is going to tag onto Izzy. He's going to dash out relatively safe. And I think you could just see the gaps in where you would see that breach util, and there's gaps that Supermassive Blaze can sneak into.
That's a good start here from Russ. He's taking out Yassine, who was overstepping the mark. Same goes here for Bonkart.
Spike down A.
And over there on the other side of the map, we see Draken, but he's not really contributing too much to the attack we're seeing, except they're moving backwards. But getting the spike, this is the main objective right now for the guys. And the options are most definitely limited. Leo has to get a double here to make it work. Gets none. Poira is chiming in and swings wide exactly when needed. Russ is even being revived. And it could be Draken. Again, I mean, this man has been on perfect lurk so far throughout the series. He's kind of known for that, but the spike has been delivered on a silver platter here. It's impossible to obtain that. It should be impossible. I mean, with such a dink,
he still loses the fight.
It's disastrous.
I mean, it's great for Supermassive Blaze.
Oh, yeah.
For it all to be super negative. Like, the fact that Supermassive Blaze are not overstepping boundaries, you know, there is that sort of meme that Turkish teams are going to be super aggro. Supermassive Blaze, these have been clean, European-esque retakes, I would say. Very calm and collective. The tactical timeout, guess who it's for at this point? It's a shame, because I think that the main point that all of us reacted to, Lothar, Yinsu, Kaquka, when we were talking about the fact that Bonker's switching away from the breach, is this is the worst possible time to switch away from it. Skye's being nerfed. She's still great. We're still seeing her a good amount. But on maps like this, where you can get away with a breach pick, especially if you don't rely on going B all that much, there's a lot you can do there. And it's just a shame that we've seen nothing new added to the table.
And the thing that's kind of unfortunate right now for me is, unfortunately, the impact that Yassine has. I'm really not keen to talk about scoreboard. I'm not talking about stats equal impact. But regarding what kind of player he is, regarding what his job is, regarding what he's done in the past, he hasn't been showing up too much so far. No. And that's kind of unfortunate. And Guild, with the duelists they have, they definitely need to step up their game to shake up and dismantle this defense from Supermassive Blaze.
Another eco required. The Guardians have been relatively successful. I just feel that ever since the first 12 rounds of Breeze, every round for Guild has been a bit of an uphill climb. Even the rounds that they win, it's close. It's really close fashion. But the fact that they've won one round in, well, since round 12 of Breeze is a bit concerning. You know, like these attacks have looked really lackluster. There has been teams that have had results like this. Gambit's attacks used to be kind of muddy on this map.
Best example.
But it's the fact that we saw this change come in so close to this tournament. It feels like they've not had too much time to really work on it that much.
And that's the thing. How long do they already have this in their idea cabinet, or is it just something that's fresh out of the oven? Unsure about that, but in the meantime, Paul is getting good bit of information and even a kill on Bonker. And it's more unfortunate because he even had the res. It could have been another life on the site for Guild, and it's just gone. They clear out the A side entirely with the Viper's Pit, and Yassine is not hitting that. And the thing I just mentioned, unfortunately, once more becomes a reality. Guild is trying to attack the B site, but they've already lost 2.
I mean, we saw the attack pause come in, so all of that useful information, I should really say, like Freudian slip. I mean, it depends, really. It's going to be useless for this round because it's an eco, was what I was going to say. It's going to be useful going into this next one. We haven't seen Guild change up all that much between attack pause beforehand and now. So now this is where we might see what Baba wanted the team to do. Bonka is on the 007. 0 and 7. Draken not much better. I don't even think it's a case of like if this series is lost 2-0 to Guild. I don't think it's the typical like Bonker's underperformed.
That's not.
I think it's just everybody's not feeling it, other than Leo and Safe, I'd say.
And specifically, the first few rounds of Breeze, Bonker looked wonderful.
Yeah.
And he's having a good day.
That's the role that you want to see from him. Yes. And on a Cypher, I don't think it matters if you're the first death. As a Viper, however, on attack, you want that util. Yes. Now they're still going for these B hits. I don't really know what I want to see differently from them overall. It's hard to take that mid-space. Supermassive Blaze have got it all locked on. Draken is still watching these areas, trying to catch these rotations, but Supermassive Blaze have been so cool, calm, collected on these retakes. It wouldn't surprise me if Turco just doesn't move from that position in mid.
No, the simple retake wall they always play as well. It's just making it so easy. Now they make sure that nobody comes around flanking. Wall used very late, funnier-wise. And here it comes. The retake is initiated. The process has started. And Turco is getting a shot into the head of Safe. Now, though, there is still an option in the form of Leo. Yassine is pushing through. The man is absolutely nuts. He's just holding W and shooting. But he's falling with that again. It can't work every time. Still, it could be just everything from Izzy. Bunker with the triple, as you just wanted to say. It could be more coming in from in, but Izzy, he has the reply, he has the 4K, but the defuse, will he have that? Not at all.
No time. Like I said, Guild actually get off the board finally on Icebox. And it was a nice start, but it was costly. Money isn't that good, bear in mind that they eco'd the round before this, so it's gonna be a bit of a dicey buy coming up. Izzy still has not died so far. He's 10-0. And Bonka just able to get into a position where he can line up those kills, clearly on an angle that Supermassive Blaze maybe weren't expecting.
Ah, it's nasty, but it worked. That's what matters. And free, impactful kills from Bonkart that at least make it possible. You know, let's say it like this, a 4-8 is not ideal. Most definitely not. But it's something that is possible for Guild if they keep up the pace. And as now they're changing sides, Izzy has to back off. His aggression is not allowed for the side of Guild.
These layers are always impactful. Screaming some really good ones to try and clear onto the site. And Yassine does find that space, tagged by the Eldron, so he's going to take a bit of a back seat. The Viper's Pit finally in use from Draken. And Izzy spots Safe as he just takes a little peek. It was a bit of timing as well to know that a player was going to try and get out in that position, but it creates a lot of space for Pora at the same time.
So, the irreducible pain that Guild had to feel so far, it might just even get worse. Pora's getting in there, he's getting into it, and he's finding Draken. So that one is out, and so it could be working quite well. The walls that have been so far delivered from Supermassive Blaze for the recade have been perfect, but Bonker might just have a good timing. He's going for it. We'll find one on the right-hand side. Can he deny the half? He cannot deny the half. Bonker, you're so smart, and you're getting them all. Bonker with the quad, and this is what you want to see this guy do. He's usually not on top of the scoreboard, but a clutch from King Bonker is bringing them back on the throne.
There's only one or two things happen there. Like a 1v4 clutch from Bonka himself, top fragging on the team, or this defuse just goes in from Turco and Bonka doesn't
He's
realize.
so smart because
it's few and far between. This is just a panic, but you're right, it's the decisions to take on the different kills, like the one that's close, the one on the high ground, and the two lined up. Supermassive Blaze, it's going to be a bit embarrassing for them, and it was so close for, as Bonka was trying to get around onto the back of an icebox, the main site on A, that could have gone very differently, and it should have done.
It should have done. But I mean, Kaquka is already preparing the Bonkar to Berlin tweet.
Oh, she's passed out.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if
she's unconscious from that.
I'm sure everybody in that green room is deaf at this point. I mean, you pretty much heard the screams.
Yeah, we are 2 floors up from where they are, and I can hear the clapping.
I heard some Spanish for sure.
The Spanish clapping is so loud.
I think she says Vamos, but I'm not really good with Spanish, to be honest. Could be wrong. Either way, it's SMB, a close one to lose. The fashion you want to lose is definitely not what we're looking for. And this is the momentum building up for Guild.
Told you these A hits have been pretty good for Guild. Difficult opponent to face. The fact that Brave trades that is really impressive, and that lurk from Draken, he just can't really find that lurk potential. Everything has had a good read, and no, Guild have found themselves a couple of kills. The Lurk King, no, is in a nice position.
He is. And for a second, it seemed like Leo will check him, but he can't deny one. Does he know that someone is just above him? Yes, he's aware. Oh, this is so smart from Para. And the big brain that's coming out is just working so well. Bonkar not spotted, sees one on his left-hand side, and he's once more the clutch player. Para is an easy frag, but he can't find the one on Izzy. Unfortunate for him, and the 8th that is now secured for SMB. A close round again, but the thing you mentioned, Ryan, an extremely important point is a Viper lurking, and specifically then a Viper not finding the frags when lurking, that can break your neck easily with all the abilities that agent delivers.
I think it's just a lot of... I don't think it's too bad for Guild to be incredibly obvious that they're hitting the A site. Like, that's the biggest complaint that Guild get as a team, is that they're way too telegraphed out. It's way too obvious what they do. I think on Icebox, considering how much of this comes down to those entry duels, and knowing the Supermassive Blaze are a team that don't want the plant to go down, they want to shut you down before you can get onto the site, I think that going on these like 200 IQ lurks to the B site to try and catch people out is not only not really worth it, but it creates an opening that we saw Pora absolutely punish.
Well, Yield. Casino is definitely going for it. Those gloves are off, and this is some bare knuckle boxing coming in from him as he's sending his staggers in the direction of Para, but he's not checking close on Russ. A little unfortunate, a little odd. And Brave is curious to find a little more, but Bonkar's here to take him out.
He's been the best performer on this map now at this point. A couple of more players have been quiet, and I think that's just sums up Guild perfectly as well as just confidence. Like, none of these players are just bad, but if they're not feeling it and they start to feel the pressure a little bit, they can really have some woeful rounds, and that really does come down to everybody. This could be an awkward one now, as nobody's actually checking on top. Safe gets punished from a bit of a bad time, like rough timing from Guild and a bit of a bad peak overall, but a spike has gone down again. And it's a decent post plant, all things considered.
It's a very interesting positioning, but at the same time, the wall is technically giving their opponents an opportunity as well, if it could go that far. If they might just not even expect it. They might just not be so sure, and this is why we might see the flank coming in from spawn, be like, yeah, this is going to be the default plan. We are having an easy time here, but that is not happening. Is he patiently hoping his teammates arrive in time? Because otherwise, his position as Snowman might be just not as valuable as some might think.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be left out to dry for the most thing. Izzy's done well to just take this patiently, but time is starting to really get awkward now. Leo, nobody's really cleared him yet, but now they have. The timing's good. The defuse is going to make things really awkward, but not enough time. Good stall from Guild. And a third on the board. You said 4-8. When you said it, I was kind of like, we'll see. But now it's very much on the cards. The Supermassive Blaze, despite a blistering start, we've seen Guild pull it back just a little bit.
It's crazy what we're witnessing right now. I mean, the matter of fact that this is coming back in favor of Guild, and at the same time, Bonkar, who's usually a perfect support player, setting everyone up according to plan, is right now on top of the scoreboard. It's a great, and at the same time, a very worrying sight for Guild, but it's not over yet. The defense is going to be very interesting to see what they can do with that, but now it's the final one. for this half.
I think just having better stats with kills and clutches is certainly a lot easier to do on Sage than it is Breach. And he's just a selfless player. He will literally give up guns and run around with a classic for his teammates to have them. But right now, the Hunter's Fury coming in from Pora. We see Gil just dance around it a little bit. No tags at all onto Guilds, and you're seeing holding a nice angle here, very aggressive. The Sorb's trying to catch any players that want to push a bit beyond. I gotta say, Leo's recon darts have been great, and Draken, he needs to win that fight. Luckily he does, and he gets away just in time for us to try and trade out.
He does, but Draken at the same time is not allowed to die.
Watching it.
Yep, and Leo might be like, mate, by the way, do you got behind? No, I gotta go for the lineup. He heard it. He must have heard it. He did hear it. And Draken is so out. Turco's getting more, and this brings it only down to one. It is Turco. It is a wall. It is a revive. It is his options being limited, but how much will he get out of that? 80 HP are still left, and it could be the clutch that the team needs, but Safe is making it a fourth and is making it possible. It looked absolutely disastrous in the dark clouds over Guild. It's a bit of sun coming through there, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, could be bleak, but I gotta say, like, Guild's defense over on Breeze was pretty decent. I think the fact that they're playing this composition, you do have some comfortable players. This is really, despite how this series goes, something that Guild really need to look at is, I understand that that's not really Draken's job in the moment. He's setting up that post-plant utility. That's the whole reason why Guild playing those spots. But somebody needs to be watching in behind, expecting somebody else to come with. They caught one player, they assumed that would be it. And then more gaps have been exploited. Now Guild on their defense, they don't want to leave any pockets. Toxic screen is going to be over on the A site. It's just going to be a Draken holding in that position. Let's see what the rest of Supermassive Blaze can do. These defaults have been relatively slow. The Recon Dart is trying to set up Safe into a nice position to push through this. The wall is going to try and stop things, but ultimately, Safe leaves bruised and battered.
Poison's off.
You gotta make sure that he's getting that heal from Bonkar, and that is the case. It's looking better for him now, but 82 is definitely not ideal. And no more armor. It's a few classic shots or one in the head that's gonna end his career in this round very swift, but SMB is patient. They're taking their time. They're not stressing it out at all. It's purely just them playing down the clock. It's just purely down to the clock. And you've seen that long-range duel with the Sheriff. That's obviously interesting.
Just needs to dash out. If he could, he needs to break the Eldron or get tagged. If he gets killed here, it's just a needless 5 versus 4 in favor of Supermassive Blaze. The dash is still available. He hasn't used it. Recon Dart's going to make things difficult. And this is what you've seen as being great at, is just taking positions of the map and being difficult, but he doesn't have any smokes left. That was one thing that Jet received recently, is one less smoke to work with. He gets out alive at 2 HP, gonna get healed up from Bonker.
It's still not an ideal scenario here for Messi, not holding them up for too much, but the spike's gonna go down, and that is a problem now for Guild. As we see, the retake utility is pretty much limited. The wall has been used to slow as well. There's nothing really left than getting for those duels and popping and plugging some hits. Oh, Lazy is showing his best to do that as he's getting one after another back there behind Yellow. Dashes away and is creating a lot of time for his teammates. Safe now needs to give us his best impression. But no chance. It's only down to Draken. Will he realize where Para is? Yes, indeed. That's a nice right click. The chances are still there. You gotta make it swift. You gotta make it fast. But Turco is ending it. And this brings them the 9th. The momentum will possibly swing in the way of SMB. And then the double digits are already secured.
Yeah, you always kind of fancy Turco in those clutches. Draken's had those moments where he's been able to do it himself, but the Clutch King, I think we got the Lurk King and the Clutch King all on one team for Supermassive Blaze. It's these moments, though, that I just feel either Supermassive Blaze go on a flank that Guild are clearly not expecting, or they just lose duels that are very 50-50. You would have thought that, I think, while Supermassive Blaze are clearly the brawn team, Guild are the brains. They always have been. They've always had some nice ideas. But if the execution isn't there to follow it, it's really all for naught.
And what started as a lopsided affair is hopefully not turning in that way once we have here swapped sides, though at the moment with what we have, it shouldn't be too many options left. You've seen staying hidden, waiting out, and timing. It's not bringing anything to the guys from Guild. Striking already falls, and well, Izzy has a lot of objectives to hit. Bonkar is taking one down, but there's not much more he gets for the moment. It's a lot of pressure build. They don't get the spike down. It's costing them time. And as he anti-walled there, as you see, you see, close to getting a new haircut, but there it goes. Easy shot to hit. And this brings him only down to 2. The Swedes most definitely running out of options at that point, and with 20 HP, you're not going to do much.
When that momentum starts going and 3 people peek into you, Supermassive Blaze turn into a freight train. It does concern me that this map could be lost very handedly. I was, expecting the full works for both these teams. Now the full buy is available. I think it's safe to say for Guild, it's a must buy. It's a must win. They have to be able to try and pull something together here. And one thing that I noticed from the Gambit game before is he did get caught out a lot in that B main position, especially because he's on his own. He either needs to stall, which is what he's been doing a terrific job of across the maps, win those duels, which hasn't been going that well, or just not die in a lot of those cases. He gets information, it's a passive hold for Supermassive Blaze in that direction. He can slowly scale and take that space, but the fact that Guild are pushing from various places at the same time is a little bit worrying, but Yassine finds the opening, and Safe is going to push on from that. Can't get caught out. The trade is going to be a difficult one from this angle if Brave is watching it. Now the Aldron is going to be used to see if they can clear out Yassine towards B.
That's not going to have the range. Will it? Pora is finding it in time. And as Brave is finally taken out, the Viper eliminated from the attack of SMB, as they seem to charge towards A, or at least their feelers out if they want to go there. 2-minute advantage should give Guild that must win, that round that could put them back into the right direction. Most definitely not the driver's seat yet. So little arrow comes in, the high ground and advantage of Izzy. Russ is starting good. Bonker eliminated, 15 points of health. And it's becoming problematic if they get the spike down, but it actually happens. Porus getting the one on the ground. I'm not quite sure how much retake potential he has at that point in time. More likely how much lineup potential, but it doesn't change the matter of fact that left, right, and centers the player are coming in and they bring it home. The must win is guaranteed.
Around really on a knife's edge to an extent with a bit of the aggression that we saw from Guild. It's something that I always like to see from them. I think that the way that they hold the site is very passive, it's very nice, but being able to push for intel and put Supermassive Blaze into a position where they're maybe panicking is nice. The fact that Russ and Izzy are 19 and 18 kills really says it all. They've been the dream duo today. It's no longer a feeling, I suppose, of one over the other. Both are absolutely shining.
Yes.
It's almost a competition between the two of them, which I think raises both of their potential prodigy status, I suppose it would be. Not really the same for Guild. I think everybody's been a bit of a slow burner. But I think that's an important one to win. Now it's full buy versus full buy. Supermassive Blaze don't want to let Guild back into this. That Viper's Pit is going to be really annoying to move from Draken.
And they'll go for it. I mean, they enter it. Yassine is close. As the wall goes down, let's see if the drone is going to catch him, because then you got to be fast. But there the wall comes up. It doesn't hit anything. It doesn't tag something. And over on the A side, nothing has happened. Absolute peace over there. And the entirety of SMB focusing to get deep down B. Nope, they're backing off for now.
Just want to make things awkward. It's pulled a lot of players over from Guild. Russ is going to stay around. It's one of those cases where Yassine will want to peek to see if there's anybody there, to see if this is a bit of a rotate, but the risk isn't worth it. And I think those decisions have been noticeable from Guild. They haven't overstepped it. They haven't faced into danger. Man, just Leo gets so much information off these recon dots, hitting multiple players. It's the usual utility you see, but the timing is so different to most people, it catches Supermassive Blaze off guard.
Timing could become a problem. If he doesn't check for Yassine, he's having a problem, but as he does, has to back off, and now this is a good bit of information. At the same time, there's nothing really slowing the side of SMB. Turco's getting safe. Leodo has the antidote to Para at least, and knows Turco's close as well. That's not as ideal as they might have expected. 13 seconds, by the way, to get that spike down. And it's on the ground. It's on the cold metal. And nevertheless, it's going to be hitting the ground. The spike is going according to plan, and this leaves it only down to 3, with a lurk from Drake most likely being expected by SMB. I would be surprised if they are not aware about it. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Brave is the first one falling, and the next casualty could be Izzy. If that is happening, that's a different story, that's a different case, but it's successfully only down to Russ, and he has to perform specifically. Such an agent can make it work, but Leo doesn't let that happen.
Yeah, smart decision making from Guild to sort of go hungry for the kill. Leo just sort of getting onto that distance. Draken just being annoying from behind. Supermassive Blaze are looking a little more flustered now because Guild have been so good at controlling the map in the early stages. Time is not really on their side. They go for the execute, it gets broken. We see Turco going down before the spike's planted. Now they're starting to get into a ring. Leo again is sort of bailing out these players. I thought he was going to try and walk across the wall maybe to get the angle, but this works. It's an awkward duel. Turco just wanted to try and maybe bait that he was planting, going for the wide peak. He has the resurrect, but an eco round might be Guild's 7th on the board.
Might be the case. But now it's going to be Izzy and Co. seemingly going full speed. I mean, for a moment it looked like it, but waiting. One player showing themselves. That, in this case, is nobody else than Russ, but so far, silence around the map. Could be an explosive one very soon, though.
Gonna hear all of these steps. A bit of chipping away at the wall.
Knock, knock.
If this goes badly for Save, it really is a knock-a-door run or breaking it from a distance. I swear.
He's getting ready for trick or treat.
The plays like that, though, from Supermassive Blaze do take a lot of attention. Not only do you have Safe in that position, keeping an eye, but Bonka went to help. Now he's over towards the A site, expecting the hit. He doesn't have any slow orbs available anymore, but still has that heal. The shock darts are going to make breaking into this site difficult, and Bonka's able to sort of push off of that as well.
Entry kill coming in from him. Safe is also taking down Izzy, and the entire patient seems to be worthless. He doesn't even get the orb, which could have been a quite nice little bonus. And Guild, who are known for their great defenses, who are known to be the ones holding the gates of the castle, no chance really so far, it seemed like for them. But they're back, and they're back into it. Because even though we have lost Breach in the process, it seems like even this constellation is working decently for them.
It's the fact that it's like, we lost Breach as if he's never going to be played again. He's gone to the Shadow Realm. I just think it's one of those cases where whether it's through the lower bracket or upper bracket guilds, I think they looked better with the Breach on attack. But I've got to be honest, Bonka's been playing well on the Sage. That impact has been there to slow things down. Mid control has just not been a thing for Supermassive Blaze. It's a repetitive default, just putting the wall there overall. It has been placed this time, just to see if Supermassive Blaze are going to push in that direction. But no, they're heading straight towards A.
Yeah, and you know, Supermassive Blaze are definitely known for being a little slower. They are going full speed into this, but Safe, he has a reply, but only for 2. Not much more he's getting out of that, and so the attack seems to be successful for now. Only 2 more remain, even make it 4. That's actually quite difficult, but Leo, he could consider to play it a bit more passively. He has his ult, and once they gained a bit more information, once they hear their spike being tapped, they could definitely try to trigger it. They could definitely try to make that one work. And here it goes. Tax 1. Does he get more? He does get actually a second. That's a quite successful Hunter's Fury. And this makes it go down to 44 and 70. The spike is going down, and it's looking like a decent one. Leo's going fast. And as he's so swift, he needs to get the kill. Does so. And Pora, his time to shine. That ain't it.
That's a difficult retake to play because there's still so much time on the board for Supermassive Blaze. You don't want to over-dedicate with ultimates. You don't want to over-dedicate with presence, especially because we saw a very late recon dart from Pora on the back of the site. Like, if you're out on Rafters expecting that fight, you're going to get caught out. The fact that Leo's been able to get onto Rafters and wide peak Turco 3 times now, I think, to get that kill, taking Turco out the server in those post plants is so important. Not only is that potentially a res if he has it available, but he is one of those players that can win those 1 versus 3s. Safe does terrifically here. It's just a game sense to know that a player can come from that direction. Obviously, Izzy is full sprinting in that scenario, but knowing that he's going to take those angles, take those fights, and get to 2 before he's traded out, really nicely done from him. And Guild are now back in this.
Yeah, what seemed to be the spot of bother is turning around to possibly become an icy paradise. And again, I mean, I've seen this one before. Definitely going swift and fast over on the A side. Spike's gonna go down any second soon, and here you go. They have just rushed the side. No real problem. But the problem that now comes in is the ult. Brave has used it wisely. A good shock dart, as you see there on the right-hand side. Leo's waiting until he has another opportunity.
That's the thing, just the Aldrin a bit earlier on the Viper's Pit. It's such, like Aldrin's such a good bit of utility, but now it's just guns and spraying, hoping that they can catch on to where the Viper's playing from. Right on site, but Izzy's going to try and close that distance. He's trying to scale all of this positioning, but Draken catches him. Now we're back into a 3 versus 3 as Turco is there trying to make things difficult again.
And the problem is they gotta be fast because there's still a Pora rating back there with his Hunter's Fury. But it's not like even the thing that time matters. It is even getting on the site that matters. SMB was putting that thing in drive or even in sports mode, and they were hitting the site in a matter of 20 seconds, something like that. Easily made it work. Knew we had that Viper's ult, the Viper's Pit ready, and suddenly the entire site turned into a green, misty mess.
It almost just felt like Guild weren't expecting that kind of play to come through, that they just didn't look at what ultimate Supermassive Blaze had available. They were obviously wanting to play a bit anti-eco. They've been playing very passive off that A site itself, but to give so much freedom for SMB to get in onto the A site and to use Viper's Pit, and also Leo used all of his utility very early on, like Aldrin to go around to peek for information, Recon Dart shortly after that, and the Shock Darts. It meant that once the Viper's Pit had fully bloomed, wasn't anything to use to take that space.
Poison orb emitting.
The worst about all of that, they couldn't even trigger the Hunter's Fury. That's one thing, and now it is coming in. They once more want to go for that A side, and so one of the crucial pillars of defense has already been eliminated. That's safe out. I mean, up close and personal, suddenly Izzy's jumping into the face of Bonkar as well as previously of Yassine, and those are nasty frags. Looking for more, Leo is getting the double indeed, and suddenly it looks, well, exacerbated here.
I quite like the Viper's Pit just sort of used in the moment. It was funny just how it was placed, and there was more Supermassive Blaze players in Guild's Viper's Pit than Guild players. They just took all of that space, but they couldn't find where Draken was playing from. He's the first to sort of rotate around in his position. Toxic Screen is nice for those post-plant holds, and Leo needs to be very careful. That Recon Dart's going to be thrown out, and Pora's in a nice position to capitalize.
I'm not quite sure if that was a lineup because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere as it landed on top of a box, but it doesn't matter because bullets are the language that Draken speaks. Good damage he inflicted here onto Turco. And so Pora is dancing around the kitchen, trying to get a bit of information. He's definitely getting the attention. Yep, but Yassine, 36 HP. This is the problem. Oh, he's having a bit of a hard time right there, and he can't make it work. It's a 12th round. It looked possible because initially they shut down the aggression from SMB, but over on the B site, chances were coming down to 0.
It has been good conditioning to just get Guild to panic once those fast A hits come in. The rotate was great. Pora gets into a nice position. He just held it, patient, wins the duel against Yassine, which, you know, it could come down to a 50-50 situation there, but the confidence is oozing from Supermassive Blaze. Despite losing 4 rounds in a row, it could take this series cleanly, 2-0. Guild, this is their map pick. They've had good defensive halves against some top teams, but this is the nightmare start to this tournament.
It is a nightmare start to this tournament because things were looking good. Over on Breeze, it was all sunny, but now it's quite sinister. Good stuff from Brave that he gets Leo. That's ridiculous, the shot he hits and the expectation he has for a player to be still back there. But either way, it's strong and solid from SMB. Spike's gonna go down, and so the retake's on. Save though finally comes in, eliminates Izzy. It's only 3 left on the Turkish side. And he's keeping up the fights. He's keeping up the duels back there from Garage. The players, in the meantime, his teammates over on the side of B are trying to take down a player back from Yellow, and so the defuse could come in if Safe wouldn't have died there. But it's only down to Turco. It's got to be a miracle round for him, but they're still alive. Bonker with another triple, and Bonker with some decent impact here. Do they get an ult out of that? Well, they seem to put Leo closer to the Hunter's Fury, understandable.
I think that's more likely to come out as well. It sort of protects from any fast Supermassive Blaze plays that they try and throw out. The fact that we saw like the Resurrect used, I think the difference is having that Res online and giving it to the top performer on Guild currently. 15 and 16, 10 assists. I think it really goes to show that no matter what agents Leo plays, he is world-class on nearly all of them.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he's been able to play so consistently, he genuinely looks like a top 5, it's only a couple of games, so I don't want to go too hyperbolic, but he's like in the top echelon of talent and could potentially be one of the best solvers in EMEA with time. Don't want to say it after two maps.
Your point is extremely valid, specifically considering how versatile this guy is, because he's also playing a quite decent Astra. But so far, we only haven't seen him on the solo where he had some electrifying performances. Safe is starting good. Russ is eliminated. And as they move back, they have a clear awareness of what's happening on A.
Just a recon that's constantly. It's just
good.
It's a different perspective as well, because this isn't a player that's been playing Sova since the closed beta. Like, he has such an open mind to trying different stuff out. Different lineups is what we see a lot from Guild and timings. And now Yassine's going to try and take a peek. I like the idea, and at least he's down into safety. But Safe is on an angle, sees the scope of the gun, wins the shot once more before he dismisses. He wants to get some more of those kills, and he doesn't have a dismiss. Last layer is used. He's still going to be forward-facing.
At this point in time, it's just crucial to not gift any frags to SMB, because you give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Upgrade for Izzy, granted. Rifle in his hands, but 78 and 48 points of health. Another information dart, by the way, going through. It's crazy. I mean, that's high impact Leo has just purely with the information plays.
Safe is still here. The ace is denied this time. We saw one from Russ earlier, but Izzy trades out. 1 versus 3, there's 20 seconds on the clock. There is time to sort of rotate if you're very, very quickly and use that tailwind. But Draken was in behind anyway. It didn't matter. Leo, despite only not being the one to get the multi-kills, only getting the one in that round was pivotal to Safe finding success. That duo between the two of them has been lightning. And it means that Yassine doesn't need to perform well all the time, right?
At the same time, you want Yassine to perform well. I'm fully on the side with you with that, but it is specifically with the role he's playing, I think somewhat the job you would expect. I mean, there are Jet players who are just there for openings, which is fully fine if the rest of the team can follow up and make it work.
It's the Scream Yampy succession, I suppose, of if Scream doesn't have a bad game, if Scream has a good game, sorry, Yampy doesn't need to play super aggressive with the op. He can be a bit more passive, which is what we've seen out of Yassine. He's still got the op. He's over on that A site on his own. He's going to just quickly adjust because the call has been made. The L drone is usually a high telegraph when it comes to being a B hit. Leo's going to use his a little bit further back. Has to Hunter's Fury. He doesn't want to use it on targets that get tagged up. He's just waiting for that plant. And Guild are already in place.
Yeah, and that could end nasty because it's at the end of the day, a quiet, narrow path. Does he get one? Yup, borrows out. That's important. The Hunter's Fury charging up the attack from Guild as it could be supercharged any second soon. Pardon, that's the defense, but it's more likely the retake that could have happened in the end. That didn't go. Turco will have a rough time if he really wants to go for the revive because that guy is pretty much out in the open, laying in the snow. So they go for it.
Probably one of the calls why they've scaled up so aggressively. And it's awkward places for Guild, or at least it was, but Leo continues to be an absolute marvel in this server on Icebox. Despite drop, this is where Supermassive Blaze looks really problematic when it came to their attacks on Breeze. Just getting onto the site, getting killed in the process.
Yeah.
There is very little that these SMB players can do.
Except,
I mean, if they get the kill onto Yassine, I think the mental's going to be broken. He is one of the nicest guys, but he's very emotional. You know, he is one of the happiest guys, but you can tell that when they lose, he takes it incredibly hard.
Oh yeah.
Which is something that I really respect about him. He cares. You can't say that he doesn't.
True.
But you don't ever want that to get in the way of a performance, right?
Emotions can turn both ways. At least the interesting part in this is that they took out the majority of SMB. And that could be interesting now with the buy that we're gonna witness. And
yeah, Guild can afford to give up some of those guns as well because they've been on a little bit of a hot streak. 3 rounds in a row means that they have plenty of money. It's either overtime or a 2-0 win for Supermassive Blaze. All to play for. Save having that Empress. It's going to be a solid one. But I have to feel a lot of this will come down to Turco as well. Just a Bulldog in hand, it might just be enough because that res is going to be super handy as well.
it's going to be interesting if they're able to get Brave another ult orb, because then he would have his pit. That could be pretty much a life insurance for round number 13. Brave is sneaking through and finds one kill. That's good. But behind him, Bonkar has to reply.
It's just the timing. It's just good enough, but Supermassive Blaze are in a player disadvantage. The tempo of the rotate is fast. It's going to be heard, and Safe's even going to spot it. I'm glad that he got out of there. He didn't overstep the mark. It's just this decision-making from Guild is just play to our strengths, play slow. We can't outpace these guys. Turco, that Resurrect has to come in now or never. It does break. No. That could have been awkward if there was somebody holding it a bit closer. You seen with the operator, if he was a bit further up, he might be able to punish that. But luckily, Supermassive Blaze get out of there scot-free, and it's a nice 4 versus 4.
all that noise that happened over on the side of A seemed to be the perfect distraction. If Leo doesn't have him on his radar, barrel spotted and kill granted. And there's the man advantage. SMB can definitely play with that, but Safe got a reply. That is very crucial. And so it is Pora who can be a key figure in this. He got the Hunter's Fury. If that spike goes down, you gotta take him out swift and fast, because otherwise it's a time bomb. Most literally it is, but that's even more critical. And so the silence around the server, that 11 to 12, the pressure is big, their heart is racing, and Guild could most definitely make it into overtime. There have been bigger challenges for this team, and he's using it early. That has been now tap ones, and Yassine is out. Turco, is he not going to find anything more? No, it's only down to Pora, and they know where he stands. One is starting with, and Safe, he's buying so much time. The clock is working in his favor, and we are going into overtime. Ryan, Guild have been fighting hard, and they deserve that one.
The David Beckham organization, the biggest football idiom is it's a tale of two sides, right? They had us in the first half kind of stuff, and Guild have done really well to bring this back. Safe especially. It's overtaken Russ when it comes to kills.
Yeah.
He bailed out Leo. He got caught out. The fact that that trade comes in such a weird position, and the fact that they deal with this pressure so well, the peak, the timing, the fact that they didn't line up, just that decision making. And Bonka has looked really good on this stage. The mechanical performance is there. You don't have the breach utility, which is a little bit concerning now that we go back over to Guild's attacking half.
I mean, I think that would have been a really good reference if I would understand football.
It's just such a, it's, you know, it's a tale of two halves kind of thing. Other football idioms. At the end of the day is another one as well. You got like Steven Gerrard going like, yeah, of course, kind of thing. That's a common one at the moment.
I guess so. But you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, it has been a tough battle side of Guild.
You know it's bad when I'm coming out with the Zescht-isms.
No, I think most of the people understand it. It's just me. It's just really me. You are having a perfect reference here, but the reference point for the defense of Guild, that has been all the work, for example, of somebody like Safe. But now they're backing off already, making the move over the spawn.
As he does well to sort of play close on yellow. Will here, the hover of Yassine trying to jump over the slow up that's placed. Maybe not quite intentionally meant to go that way, but it was a nice trap play that punishes Yassine, who wants to try and take that space early. Now, other people have to do it. Pora's cleared up a lot of space. I think if you could take out the silver in this position, not having that recon dart, those shock darts as well, it'd be good for Draken.
They're faking that. I'm quite sure they're faking that because they want to get Pora out of the position to get an easy kill on him.
Who's got the metal to check it? Draken is even expected overall. And now there's 3 players for Supermassive Blaze over on the A site already. 3 more heading away from Guild.
And so they're holding them up again. 20 seconds. Safe is though already on the high ground. That plant's not going to be easy. Can Bonker get it down? What in God's name is Safe doing? The man's trying a bit of parkour, but it's not the right time to do so. Bonker is chanceless. And that spike will not hit the ground. No chance. 13th is granted. It's a tough one that we're witnessing right here. It's not that easy at all. And SMB, who looked like they might just pulverize the entirety of Guild, are having not a great time, but at least it looks like victory is on their way.
Last time we saw Guild play in this map, the 1917 overtime against Gambit lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes. And it was the same scoreline as well, a Guild only getting 4 rounds on the attack and winning 8 on the defense. So it's kind of look back and you go, that's a good result against Gambit, like taking them that closely. They failed to capitalize, and against SMB, it's a bit concerning. Yassine makes up for the first death, the first round of overtime, and Pora wants to try and scale him out. He's happy to give up all that space and be protected. They just want to play off that player advantage.
It's SMB who don't take the plunge this time around, as we saw them previously take some fast A hits and make them work and convert them into victories. But with a man disadvantage, it's not going to be as easy as you like it to be. Well, Izzy though, he's an X factor. Whiffs the first, Bonkar eliminated, but Yassine got another reply, and I'm not quite sure if that was for the wall. No, he's playing on the edge of it. And that seems to be once more a retake that could work well. In the meantime, on the minimap, you already see that Draken is trying to get the attention of a few players over there, whilst his teammates are obtaining room. But Pora, around the corner, could have a good play. Izzy is known, but it's only down to 1. That is Pora, behind yellow, identified and spotted. Can he make that clutch work? Quickly, Draken has to help, but Leo is extending the overtime.
A nice retake from Guild, really well played from Yassine. Just if you watch where he is on the map, where he moves, the fact that he was over on B main, gets that initial kill, backs off to the site, and uses Supermassive Blaze's toxic screen against him by getting into that snowman position. It's just if you watch where he goes in a line, it's crazy positions. Supermassive Blaze weren't expecting him to be in all those spots. That's what you want to see. He's bottom fragging when it comes to his team, but kills now matter way more than some of the early ones in the game.
That's the thing. He might have 11, but those were 2 impact kills. Extremely important ones. And
2 more and he's a hero.
2 more and he's a hero. Absolutely agreed. But here it is. It's finally an A attack we're seemingly seeing. Could be the classic Gambit one. If the orb's laying, there it goes. But they will be welcomed soon.
Just going for that A hit. Instead of having those breach flashes, it's just going to be those layers coming in. And Russ wants to try and close that distance. That's a big kill for Yassine to get in. The utility is great, it always has been, but there is still a player on site. Is he with the op? It's uncomfortable. Turco's around. He has a wall that can maybe boost up or just break the wall coming in from Bonker. It's a very passive hold.
Oh, yeah. And this is good because they're purely playing this on the afterplan scenario, purely playing it on the afterplan scenario. The unfortunate part, Turco still has a wall, so it could actually be blocked by those items. As Brave is looking for frags individually, Yassine is eliminated. One shock dart came in, Safe is trying to make it work time-wise, and it's time to make those work. And there you see it, there is the wall. It's working so well. Finally, it has been eliminated, but they are aware it's half. Draken is just going on the ropes, making a lot of noise, but Safe, he's collecting those dark tacks and bringing the quad home.
It's one thing that you won't notice about that is just that utility that comes in yet again from Leo. It was the shock dart because Turco, he put up the wall, he was going for the full defuse, got halfway, and the shock dart takes him off for a second, kind of allows Guild a second to go, wait, they've walled it, we need to break this, we need to fight this. The recon dart as well, it just makes things very difficult for Supermassive Blaze to fully dedicate. And just that adjustment, it's here, you'll sort of see it, like Turco's fully going for it, the shock dart doesn't quite connect, but it pulls him away. The recon dart, again, stops him for a second. It allows that wall to be broken. It was definitely the idea of, like, Turco was expecting to be hit by the shock dart, so he got off of it, because there wasn't much of a utility coming in the way other than Draken Snake Bites, perhaps. It was pandemonium, to be fair.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, you have to see where we're coming from a 4-10 for Guild. All that valiant efforts in the end for naught. This is what it looked like, but they have pulled through quite a bit, showed mental strength, and in the meantime, SMB, they were close. I mean, they were pretty much having a 2-0 in the back, pretty much. And now Guild just went away from it.
To see Guild come back is just the potential for this team is always exciting. You see glimmers of a brilliant EMEA team in the making. A win on this map might see a little bit more when it comes to split. That's nice. Izzy trying to scale up that space. He's been a bit quieter and tried to do way too much. Got into the heads of Supermassive Blaze, and Guild are looking to lock this one in.
He's finding Leo. That's crucial. No more information that the side of Guild will obtain. But Brave is playing that one close. Guild gotta have him on the radar. They must be aware of the young man and his skill, and there they come. Yassine takes out Turco, but it's Brave who might just lead the show, and it's his stage, it's his opportunity. But Bonkar, he's having no chance. 54 points of health, and it's Brave with the quad. He's keeping the dream alive, and the Blaze is there. Another overtime we're getting ourselves.
It looked like Guild were gonna clinch it. I gotta say though, it's nice to see Brave in those positions, but that's really poorly played from Guild. They know exactly where he is, and they just peek this one by one. It's just they get into their heads a little bit. It's a beautiful kill onto the top of Safe. But just at this point, just these two players, Yassine takes it slow. He's expecting Bug to play off of it, but he doesn't take enough tension. Brave is expecting it. That's a brilliant clutch, but it never should have happened in a million years.
Absolutely. There's one minor thing that could have been done better, and that was the communication in that 1 versus 2. If Bonkar and Yassine could have coordinated them right, that could have been it. That could have been it, but it didn't happen, so we have to go into another OT. And this time around, they're much more mid-focused. We haven't seen that often from the side of Guild.
This is where Draken came online when it came to playing against Gambit. But yeah, again, that's another first death to the table, and there's been quite a few of those on attack.
Yeah.
Supermassive Blaze really do shut down that mid-presence, and if you're loud about it, they're going to add more bodies to it. The problem is, however, the Guild haven't really pushed anywhere else on the map to take that space. A little bit quieter on to B. Yassine's found a lot of space for seemingly free, despite using the dash and a couple of smokes. He doesn't have anything available to break through that site, and because there's no Draken, yeah, There's no toxic screen.
It's the worst you could ask for, basically. It's all the safety, all the security you have, and they still decide to go for the side of B, which is the interesting aspect. That dart not getting anything towards Snowman, so they got to be careful about that. He saw a bit of the head. Safe is eliminated. Spike's going down nevertheless, and so he's having his little bodyguard with him. You've seen he's trying his best. 100 HP is back on him. But they got to be one superb clutch where Yinsu falls first. It doesn't look like that will work. Another nice shock dart, but Brave is already halving it. He's keeping on, he's keeping on. And suddenly the round is lost. What an awkward ending to this number 29. I mean, Leo is making a few nice frag movie shots out of it, but...
Switching sides. Match point.
It's just also that movement as well. Like Bonker moves off of the site, checks behind him to see if there's anybody flanking from the attacker side spawn. But Yassine is still holding a very high line on B. It's 3 players alive. They completely spread themselves thin. Leo just doesn't expect the defuse to be dedicated. He wanted to play super late to try and jump out and be like, surprise, ha, you're not defusing.
Psych.
But like Bonker's off in a different direction. He isn't quite sure what's going on the site. Yassine dies very early on in that engagement. It's really, we should be already in the break. We should be having Lothar and Kaquka on the desk to talk about how Guild managed to come back and win this one. But now it's looking like we're ending this 2-0. Supermassive plays. Just one more round on their attack. Guild's defense has been pretty foolproof, but yet again, they lose a player early, and it's safe as well.
Toxin screen down.
Such an impactful individual Safe has been. Draken O'Miner just hit a good time in. He's dodging it. Has he been spotted though? Turco, is he aware of the player? Nope, that doesn't seem to be the case, but you gotta be careful from behind, because otherwise he gets beheaded. Unfortunate scenario for the Guild side of things. Man advantage is looking good for SMB, but we saw them make the impossible work, Ryan.
The Eldron isn't actually going to find where Bonker's playing from. Yassine is taking this very slowly. That is a nice kill. I think Pora just sort of oversteps, thinks the Eldron gets all of the information, but it's really more of a bait to pull these players from Guild away from that A site. It works. Leo's still alive with a shock dart. He uses it. It's going to come in onto the site now, but doesn't really connect to do that much damage. The Viper's Pit is available for Brave as well. Oh dear.
That's unfortunate. Bonker false, but the impact frags, they happen in the overtime for Yassine. The chances for Yassine, well, maybe not ideal, considering you're shooting pretty much just into green voids. Brave is playing on the edge. Infrared is coming in, but he's expecting him. That's so important. Only is he left alive. Can he clutch it out? 30 HP left, but Yassine is sealing the deal. My goodness, those are a few heart attack overtimes we're getting right here. And well, as famous DJ Khaled said, another one.
Seeing Yassine smile as well. Look.
That's happy. That's good.
Yeah, look at him. It's so nice to see him sort of light up.
Oh, I'm out of here, guys.
The
See you later.
Is going to, yeah, he's just taking a moment. There is a tactical. It's like, hey, like, hi, I'm Baba. I'm Guild's coach. But like, Yassine, no, I'm going for a wee. Sorry. Maybe he's got wireless headset on. He's just like, yeah, I'm listening, but you know, I just want to get a drink from the fridge, get some water. Need to get some myself as well. Just the lights keep coming up and down because we think they're like, all right, Guild, we're closing this out. Yep, we're on camera again. Nope, it's another round of overtime. Oh, it's SMB now. Nope.
That's going to be a fun time. There's another best of three.
Mix. Gotta say, probably, I know Twiggy will be watching this because he's an avid student of the game. Milosh, yeah, I imagine as well. Or, you know, he's a busy man. He's working a lot at the moment. But in any case, they're probably watching this and going, yeah, I recognize this. We casted this the last time Guild played.
That's true. I mean, I guess Twiggy will shut off when during I don't know, whatever. No, I'm not. Forget about it. Nevertheless, Guild in that 15-15. It's gonna be interesting to see because it's such a long road, right? It's such a long road where we're right now experiencing on. And I'll be honest, I would love to see Split. I would love to see what they have prepared over there on Split, because so far we've seen one surprise after another from both parties, and now it gets quite interesting.
I don't think, like, the map pool is a really interesting one for both teams, just because it's not like they're super strong on any of these maps.
Yep.
It's a very muddy map pool for both teams, which makes it the most exciting.
True.
Brave has been on fire the last few rounds. He's rarely come back. The young player, I think, had a bit of a mired performance at Masters, but he's learned a lot, and it's coming into play here. Guild, a player early down again. Yassine's smile is going to be wiped off his face. Turco could get a little bit more. The duel is an awkward one for that Viper utility, but Safe has made a lot of space, and they've scared off a couple of these SMB players.
And the question is, how much space can Safe generate from that point on? Wall comes up, tries to fake it. Good one, as they get a lot of room and frags over there on B. And as it seems, with all those corpses laying around the side of B...
Safe sort of checks this.
Yep, he does. And, well, it could be another one added to the collection, but it seems like Pora is trying to buy some opportunities for Izzy, but Leo will definitely spot the barrel. Knock, knock. Who's there? Well, it's obviously Leo. Good frag from him, and that should be... No. That should be done, does it? But you know, those are the moments when chaos and drama is just coming in. Pora had a duel against a guy right-clicking. Most likely his rifle was just out of ammo. But it's still dramatic, it's still dangerous, and he has no clue what's happening. Leo's closing the case. 16-15. When is this game gonna end? I don't know.
I don't think it is. I think we're here for the long haul. Yeah, add another week onto our stay in sunny Spando. Honestly, it's feeling more like this weather in Spando at the moment. It was really nice when we were here for stage 3, but now we're getting into the colder months. It gets very cold here in Germany.
I mean, do you want to tell me...
It's cold, icebox cold, but...
In the UK, it's always warm, 30 degrees.
Yeah, I mean,
palm trees everywhere.
I know Tuxedo has had a bit of a culture shock when he went out yesterday in sandals. Yeah. It was like, my feet are really cold.
I mean, imagine he bought sparkling water today. So
I mean, that's enough of a nightmare, but in any case. So I think there's a couple of players you could look at for Supermassive Blaze to bring in. I think Brave has been doing well. Draken, he doesn't want to die early. He's made the right decisions. Bonkaz kind of overstepping the mark a little bit. He could find everything. He could find absolutely nothing. The double take as well.
You know, wait, is this a dream? He's checking his left-hand side. But good stuff from Pora. Eliminated by Leo in the process, though, and it could be Guild making that one work. 32, 78, and 100. HP-wise, SMB's not in an ideal scenario, and considering the retake opportunities that Guild have right now, it could work so well. It's a matter of fact, I'm asking myself what will happen when Leo has that Recon Dart available once more. It's coming now, and it's going to be interesting to see what information he gains. Nothing off of it.
It's the most, like, basic one, but I think it sort of sums up just... bit of that intel. Now we're going to start to see that scaling moving forward, just because that toxic Viper util is going to allow a bit more movement forward, and Brave catching Leo on this angle would be big, but Leo's been pretty successful in these kind of positions before. He's not really phased by smokes, and in fact,
he's not.
Backs off expecting that kind of play.
This could become problematic. 30 seconds. SMB is not getting anything. And as Bonkar takes out Izzy, it could be just their chance. It could be the round, it could be the game, it could be Icebox. It's going in their favor, and it is. Man, oh man, that was a journey. 32 rounds, 17 in favor of Guild, and this was quite a game. My goodness, what we've witnessed here. Surprises, new agents played by a few individuals, and at the end of the day, that was an outstanding Icebox. I'm just excited for Split. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, Guild in overtime just seemed to bring out some of the spice that I think lack. Certainly on their attacking rounds, you know, boosting up with a Sage Wall to peak and take those fights. I don't even think Supermassive Blaze were expecting that kind of performance. But yet again, 36 kills in the end for Save.
That's
what
insane.
a performance. Why was he playing Killjoy for the majority of the year? Why would you put a player that could do that on Reyna on Killjoy?
Imagine he was a Cypher main once in a while, so he's just looking through his cam the entire time. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. Also, a little thing to mention worth it is Yinsu who got 8 entries from the 16 kills he has. So, I mean, even with the critique we gave him, insane impact he had. Overall, that was an excellent, a superb, a wonderful Icebox we have just witnessed, but obviously there's another one. I'm not going to say Holy Trinity, don't worry, it isn't. We're going on Split, and that means we might just witness another bit of Breach. If that is the case, we'll figure out in a second. You just stay right here, we'll be right back with you.
I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
What a map that was. After 32 rounds of Valorant, Guild, they're forcing map 3 against SMB. I'm back here with Lothar and Kaquka. Lothar, for the majority of that map, in the first half, there was no way that I could have foreseen overtime to go that deep. Did you expect that?
7 rounds, Guild attack B-side with SMB reading them perfectly, taking map control through mid, through A-side, just having Guild where they want them to be, and then they don't clutch it in the end. That's just madness what was happening here on this map.
I honestly don't know where to begin with. The outstanding performance from Saif was out of this world. I did not like the fact that Jacine did not come out to play until practically overtime. He did manage to get a lot of first bloods in the overtime, you know, granted those rounds, but I am really surprised that, as you said, SMB did not manage to close this map. I don't know what happened on attack. They were just going for the kills. They were not interested in playing the round, just get in the plant and play around it.
Well, but we have to also mention our star player Bonka on this map. He had, well, let's say not a stellar performance on Breeze, but here on Icebox, he literally clutched 2 rounds himself on attack. He brought Guild back, and not only that, he had many impact kills during the rounds later in the later stage of the game. It was first, honestly, I'm very impressed by Bonka on this map, and this is one of the first maps when I can say he had insane impact, not only by shot calling, but also in-game when it comes to performance.
Thank you very much, Lothar. In the name of all the Bonka fans, I have to thank you. We were actually talking in the green room about all the things the Guild was sacrificing by not playing the breach.
Yeah.
And of course, in so many scenarios, we missed him, but it was outshined, you know, the lack of him by the performance of Bonker. And we're seeing here both the Reynas. I love Russ also, and Brave had amazing rounds as well, but it was the inconsistency of their attack and how they depended on A and repeating the same thing over and over, even though it wasn't working, and Gil was also reading well into them.
Let's talk about both of the Reynas as well, because Lothar, it felt like, especially in that overtime, whenever Russ or Safe were the first one to fall, the rest of the game plan just basically disintegrated for both of their teams. How concerning is that they rely so heavily on those two?
This is why I'm always like a little bit upset when I see Reynas being picked on maps, because the team relies on Reynas having an impact with the entry, or like a support entry, that someone else gets the pressure and then Reyna gets the kill, dismisses, so she cannot be traded, and you build up momentum and just advantages because of that fact. But if the Reynas, because they need to take some risks, fail at doing that, then obviously you fall apart as a team because you don't gain anything from that player. And on right now, this was an even playing field because we had 2 Reynas. But imagine if one team doesn't play the Reyna and play the odds with the utility, which brings them up a little bit higher. So right now, this was a good showing because of the Reynas played against each other. That's essentially it.
I'm loving the Guild that we're seeing and seeing Saif so comfortable as to go on the Reyna and give this performance. Both of the Reynas were given it. I am really happy with it. I actually have the doubt because, as I was mentioning, Jacine did not have the map, but Easy did. He was getting all the open kills. He was playing with the operator, just the Easy that we know. I wonder what would have happened if we would have seen the same from Guild.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of insane plays on the map, but Lothar, I know you want to break one down, and this one breaks my heart a little bit. I'm going to look away because I can't watch this again.
Oh no, I know.
I'm certain that the entire Turkish scene just screamed at the screen at that moment, because this is around 30 when SMB has the match point, because they're already winning one, right? And look at this. This is execute on A side. Brave, after getting 2 kills and a plant, gets the ultimate out. It's 3 versus 3 on retake with the Viper ultimate. Now pay attention to how this looks on the minimap, because even though this Viper ult is still like expanding on the minimap, you can see what is the exact shape of it. And because of that, you can see that it's covering this entire area of rafters. And that is the key point of this Viper ult, because it creates a one-way on the entire length of the rafters area, and because of that, you basically see everyone's feet in that position, so you know that your opponents can only come from one direction, which, well, actually 2, here and here, through your Viper ult, or they have to jump over through Nest and then go on the bottom. So essentially what you have to do as a Viper, you either stand in those positions here, and you just wait for your opponents to come when they are being just affected by huge Viper DK, and Brave still had one snake bite, so he was able to just kill everyone who touched the spike, because typically they are at like 10 HP or less. But let's take a look at what happened exactly after that, because when he expands the ultimate, we go into the retake, 3 versus 3. Now Yasin gets a kill, Izzy gets a kill, it's a 2 versus 2, and Brave, this is very brave moment from him, because he knows where his opponent is, and he decides to peek while having that one snake bite. Just pay attention here. The only thing that he has to do is be passive, but instead he peeks outside of the ultimate, he dies, and essentially Izzy is left alone, where he still gets 1 kill, but there's no backup. And they still had so much utility and so much just force that had to be reckoned with from Guild to even go next to the spike. This was gifted. This was gift wrapped and gifted for Guild, and it was already map and match point.
Yeah, completely agree. It was a very sad moment to watch, because he's also like walking really slowly, just not the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the moment for SMB on that map, but don't worry if you're a Turkish fan or a Supermassive Blaze fan, because we do have map 3 coming up soon. We're going to take a quick break here, but Split, the decider, is going to be right after this.
I gotta get it on my set. I gotta get it on my set. gotta get it on my set.
This is only the first match of the day, ladies and gents, and we are already going the distance. Like I said before the break, we're heading to Split. Now, both of you said that you were kind of expecting maybe this game to go to the third map, but Lothar, when it comes down to it, who do you think this favors?
Well, honestly, now I feel like this might be favoring Guild because I would say they're decent on split, although that was with the breach. I know I sound like a broken record, you know? It's like, but the really breach is so good on this map. So I'm a little bit projecting here, but I feel like in the past, Guild was pretty decent on split, even though in the past 3 maps that they played on this on split, they only won once. And also, by the way, they never won a pistol round on attack, like not even once, you know? But in general, they played well. Very statically, very passively. They don't really take map control, either on attack or defense. But in general, I feel like split is something that they're comfortable with. When it comes to SMB, well, they do play very basic executions like 0-1 for split, 0 for 1 split, so it's easy to read. And because of that, they also rely a lot on easy satchel on sites because he's playing a raise on this map.
One thing that I love about this map is that probably we're going to see the Astras back in. We've been having Breeze and Icebox, which is Viper territory, something that I would expect to see. I really expect to see from Guild would be to put Leo on the Astra. That is something that I would love to see. We're not going to have, probably we're going to see Bunker on stage. I don't know, I'm really expecting. I said it at the beginning of the day, it was either 2-0 for SMB, and I'm backing Guild on this one because otherwise it's...
Just wanted to add that there's some pressure points when it comes to the player's performance here, because on attack for Guild, Yasin was doing 90% of first bloods for the team from the entirety of split, and for SMB, it's Brave and Pora that get first kills by lurking. So there's a little bit different style presented by both teams, but they have a lot of pressure on those players.
Well, we are into Agent Select now. We've seen some surprises already today, and we are we've been given even more surprises here right off the bat. Yasin back on that raise, Draken staying with that Cypher.
Bunker's an Omen. Okay.
And Bunker is on Omen.
Can I change my prediction?
Leo's the one on stage.
I'm going for SMB. Brave goes on Astra, I'm 100% on SMB.
Okay, well, I mean, Brave is expected to go Astra, right? But what do you make of this Guild composition, Kaquka?
I mean, I like the Sky. I like Safe on Sky. I think he does well on Vine. Well, he was doing well. Draken again on the Cypher. I don't know. To me, it's like going maybe too back to basis. I mean, I know that they were talking about it, but Omen it's just going too much. Too much.
I gotta say, I just looked at my stats briefly. This is the first time Bonkar's ever played Omen.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So what is going on today?
Also, Izzy is playing on Jet instead of the Raze. We see Russ on Reyna again. And they don't play Sky. They don't play a single initiator. So also Jet with no flashes is a little bit awkward, right? So this is all is like mixed up, and we could spend like 15 minutes just explaining details how this effect, like by like a ricochet of one agent select can change the outcome of the executions just because you lack some utility. On the other hand, Guild, I feel like they are actually better in better position right now because they play Sky instead of Breach, and that Sky has the effect of like Sova-like behavior, right? You have the Tiger to be a synonym of a drone, and in this case, they will have easier time entering sites.
Just very quickly, because we're seeing so many changes. Lothar, what's the one thing that you feel like the fans at home need to keep an eye on for this map? Just one thing.
One thing I would say that is Bonker on Omen and how we will support with Paranoia and the executes. Like that will be something very impactful.
Okay, for me, I'm going to go with SMB, and I'm going to say Power and the lurks and the pushes that he's been doing on defense. He's going to be doing them again on split. They were successful. Let's see how successful they
Well, both teams, they have to win here if they want to avoid that lower bracket. Ryan and Zescht, which one is going to come out on top? Maybe no Ryan Zescht yet.
Hey.
It's okay.
Well, we have more time.
We have more time.
Okay, I'm happy.
We have more time. So what other stuff that people can keep an eye out for?
Yes. When it comes to defense from Guild, typically they were not really taking space on it. Like typically also Sage was going to a lobby. They were walling off the orb to take control of it, but that's it. They were not pushing more. They were not pushing for info, right? And because of that, they were very passive on mid control. Something that SMB can actually take advantage of because they were always known for having that a lot of pressure put on vents. So they will try to do a lot of pressure on B heaven because of that, as a ricochet of smoking of vents and so on.
Well, I believe Ryan and Zescht, they are ready this time. Hopefully, you guys can give us a good explanation.
Surely, we'll try our best. Astra main here, definitely disappointed with you, Bonkart, just kidding. I mean, it's obviously interesting to see getting back to such a composition, getting back to Omen. You don't see that too often considering the meta and the way it has changed, Ryan. But now, we're talking about an agent that has multiple opportunities with flashes and also with smoke. So it's going to be interesting to see what the setup of Guild is going to deliver us. We're directly hopping in game, and it's going to be an exciting one because that was quite a stint over on Icebox. Well, let's see if it's getting that close once more.
I think it has to rely on Guild having a good defensive half. It's clearly been their best half out of the two sides. Their attack has left a lot to be desired. Retakes without the Astra is certainly going to be an interesting one. Safe away from the Cypher is what usually plays onto those more impactful agents. And has it been impactful? It's been amazing for him today. Leo not on the Sova, you don't typically see it on this map, and Draken is going to be under a little bit of that early pressure on the Cypher. There's no Viper utility to rely on when it comes to that A site. So it's a quiet start. Supermassive Blaze are looking for other opportunities, but they're going to find a wall in mid.
It's the only thing they find, and if I remember correctly, SMB, for example, a team that does play this around the world setup where they go in B heaven, wall it up, then go towards the A site. They're creative. They're creative. I like that. I like that a lot, but as they have been met with a wall, now they're met with a slow ARP. A lot of attention towards mid, Ryan, but all the silence around the map.
Orb in the middle of the map. Smoke to just make things really difficult, but is it going to put off Power? Absolutely not. That's one of the big things overall. And Bonka, well, if you're playing at Omen, you got to find use, and the paranoia is nice. Izzy finds himself in a position where he didn't want to be. I don't think he realized he was boosted up on the Sage wall. Yassine finds a nice opening, and Pora's about to get even more.
And the lurks of Pora. Kaquka just set in, and then she's obviously right with that, where Draken is coming down, and he's popping a bullet in the head of him, though, and his counterpart eliminated. A 1 versus 3 that Draken can usually win, but not this time around. SMB successfully getting around number 1, the pistol, and so Guild on the back foot on this defense.
Been a big concern with the changes from Guild's composition is one of the bright starts of Guild. Last time we saw them play, it was up against Vodafone Giants. Despite a nice start, aggressive teams could get in under them, and especially if there's a lurk allowed for Pora. Considering how much utility was used in mid, Pora shouldn't be able to get through that easily.
Absolutely, but at the same time, Pora makes the impossible possible somehow with lurks. It's crazy what this guy can deliver. In the meantime, Guild just upgrading a single weapon, and that will be the Sheriff over there on Draken. At least they will get themselves with the 8 Orb ult. For whatever you say. I mean,
it's just a grunt as well. It's just
yeah, and he's just sneaking back. I'm out of here, guys. See you later.
You're gonna heal up, but just in a second, I suppose. Or maybe they just decide against it. It is saving a little bit of money. It might add up in the end. But I think one thing is that Save Cypher is so good on this map, so seeing the changeover to Draken, you sort of want to see that kind of impact. It is still just pistols against pistols here. You see tries to close the distance, but gets wide peaked, and he can't keep up with it. Supermassive Blazer making this look flawless so far, and if Safe and Leo can't find any impact, SMB's money's maybe going to start to run riot.
Oh, there you go. Finally a kill. Finally a little upgrade. And I mean, at least making it expensive, even though it will be a bonus in the next one for SMB, that would be nice to see, because realistically speaking, that retake is not working very
There's a flash, so maybe Safe can go on for that peak against Izzy. Leo's actually just going to close that distance, but sort of half checks it. I mean, that was a really awkward engagement in the end, but Leo, I think 3 players on this round is not too bad now. It's worth an attempt to try and get in on the site if he can. If you can get more kills, then even better. I don't think the round's going to maybe go the way of Guild, but Supermassive Blaze, if they are stuck in this position and they're scared to move, the Spike's going to take care of them.
And maybe even better, if Leo's getting the kills, he's getting closer to his resurrection. And that would be even better for them, but they seemingly are stuck. They can't move. Steps will be hurt. Leo is ready for the first one. Can't get any. That's kind of unfortunate, but run and gun isn't working all the time. Still expensive. SMB got to upgrade on a bunch of players. Well, getting the real weapons in is the right way to put it, but there you go. Guild, mid, expensive, and now the real rifles will come out for them. And this is where it matters, right? This is where Guild is usually kind of patient in their kind of plays. They're waiting things out, and Breach was a very good opportunity to deny any actions from opponents. Now, as this is not anymore in the pool, I mean, it's going to be interesting how they slow him down from this point.
I guess the default is going to be a little bit different for Supermassive Blaze. Not having that Sky means you don't have that Trailblazer to just close up that distance. It means that Guild don't need to play as scared of it, and I think that's why they're playing so close. I think Gambit were one of the teams that made that default with a Trailblazer very popular. There's probably other teams I haven't mentioned, but just being able to get into this space, you don't have that utility to clear where your scene is, and he's able to punish more, bringing out the pink shell, maybe a bit of an overstep. But still, Guild find the kills that they need. They've spotted that gap that something like a Trailblazer can open up, and they close that door. If that's a little signal they can send to SMB for the rest of this half, then it's a lot of space given up for free.
Clear information. Fakes coming in from Turco as well as Pora as they made a few muddy steps towards the side of A, but it's not causing a big rotation from Guild. They're waiting where they are, and Draken just swinging a little bit, saw a bit of the code of Pora, and that fashion item might just be the nail in the coffin as he's swinging a little wide. Or frack on Leo not granted. It's become problematic for Drake, and no, this should not happen. There's another player back on ropes. What is the decision here from SMB is the question. It's got to be Heaven. Bonkar is doing a good job with the paranoia. In the meantime, Safe might hit a good timing. He does. Gets one, and Pora's low HP as well. That flash does the job. The spike has not been picked, and now the coordination between the two players from Guild is important because you don't want to give 2 1 versus 1s. That is not ideal. That is not what should happen. But Pora is making his best impression of a sprint, and he's running towards the A side. Swift and fast. Rope's been hurt. Does he get the kill on Safe is the question. He's giving him a warning shot, but he's going to make that. Is he going to make that plant? He's going to make that plant.
Just if he tries to get around the corner, nice note. Now this is going to be difficult. I think now they're slowly starting to pee to get that little space. It was looking awkward. I thought the Safe was just going to go in Hail Mary and get in on the flash, but Bonka made that space nicely. Everybody got a kill, which is something you don't really typically see. But that shouldn't have been that close. That's still a good round for SMB considering they didn't have to buy up.
It shouldn't have been that close, 100%. It's a bit of a worrying sign there, but either way. I mean, those 2 kills in middle, that was the thing, right? Where they once more couldn't play together in combination. And, you know, Draken was backed off, so pressing fire back in ropes. It's going to be interesting to see what the proper buy round is going to deliver. You've seen a Draken, though. That's an interesting combo.
I just didn't like that Leo was just stood out in the open. I guess he was trying to get on an off angle, but trying to play off angles against Supermassive Blaze, like they are very comfortable, especially online with taking those kind of fights. Now with Draken with that judge, it's whether this kind of play really bears fruit. So far for Guild, not quite that much. A couple of shorty plays that have been attempted that haven't really met much, but I like the fact that they've put that smoke there from Bonka to try and bait away. Draken's had to give up that space, and he's trying to close the distance with some of that utility. Now he's really in the pit, hoping to pull some people down into the muck.
Step above, Izzy's waiting, but a few pellets on the close range can be way better than accurate high-caliber bullets. As you've seen, is waiting for us to swing a little to white. Spotted, seen, and the problem is now arising, but they have to go for ropes. Have been backed off from Heaven. 45 seconds, and the ropes are proven to be a death trap. Crucial information. They know they're back there in middle, and with 35 seconds, Ryan, they go for the B attack.
Draken's upgraded a gun as well. With the Neural Theft Sword at Supermassive Blaze, they're going to have to make a quick movement. A Paranoia as well. A very expensive bit of util, and there's no follow-up to the point that Bonka peeks it himself. Now, you've seen with his own judge, could potentially break this one down. He's stalling, which makes things really awkward. All 5 members, or 4 members of Supermassive Blaze, all coming through one space. They actually make it out awkwardly.
Very awkwardly.
The meat grinder. I was just sort of expecting, saw a couple of kills from Supermassive Blaze. Again, costly for Guild, but the meat grinder prevails.
And it's amazing what we've seen, because I honestly believe Guild is very aware about the entire setup of Supermassive Blaze. Because with Supermassive Blaze, you will see in 9 out of 10 cases, Pora waiting in front of the gates of A main, holding there with his Cypher utility, and just waits. He hopes somebody's pushing in, he's gonna wait and wait and wait and wait. It's a good thing. His lurks are dangerous. At the same time, it seems to be a predictability, and Guild can pretty much rule out such positions.
There are some ults available for when Supermassive Blaze can put together a full buy. The res is going to be important. I think Pora, I've enjoyed watching Pora this match.
True.
I think he's had a a decent series, back to form. I don't think we really saw that impact. And this is a player still that you have to bear in mind that is or has been IGLing for this team when he never IGL'd before. Like, any player that has a set performance and set expectations, then you force them to IGL, those stats are going to dip. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Bonka typically underperforms stat-wise, but he's doing great. It's really been the battle of the IGLs having a much better return to form.
One crucial thing I find very worth pointing out with Bonkar, he's saving his paranoia every single time until he's 100% sure there's an execute coming.
Yeah, you can't waste it.
No, but I mean, you can try to take early control, for example, or things like that. He's really waiting until they're coming in for the action. And in the meantime, the action seems to happen towards the B side.
Just more smokes coming in. They have a rough idea on where SMB are going to be playing in.
Boy.
There's no mid lurk as well because that Sage wall is there. It's not really been touched or scathed. Now it's likely to be broken down or at least waited out. Let's keep a good eye on it. I quite like the idea of putting Leo onto that kind of agent because he's in a position that is constantly under threat. He can take those fights, he's got good utility, and I mean, if Guild pull this back, he has been the MVP cleanly. I think Safe is a worthy contender, but sure. I think Leo, the impact that he's had across the day has been sublime.
I mean, I gotta say, the kind of little birdie I just saw on the minimap thrown from A ramp to mid has been amazing, but the only thing that matters right now is getting those shots, and that is what Bonkar does. Together with Leo, they're getting all the kills, but I have seen this before. Para is once more doing the best Para impression. Oh, that was a little awkward for a second, but he still gets Bonkar at least. I mean, you said the battle of the IGLs. There you have it. Third round granted for Guild.
Poor Bonkar. There is a couple of moments where sort of Leo lets down the guard. I think the play is worthwhile, boosting yourself up onto a wall on an angle that SMB have to clear. I do think that it's something that is going to be spoken about with the team, right? It's just, we have been caught out in that male position a couple of times, Leo, so just calm down a little bit. It's still not a bad result from Guild. They have to win this handily, I think, this defensive side, and now we might be able to see exactly what the attack pause was when it comes to what SMB need to fix. Now it's more of a straightforward default. There is still that mid pressure in. The Sage wall actually used a bit further back, so Leo doesn't want to contest for this space. Happy to give it up, because he does have the Sage wall over on B, then you've got the typical tripwire over in the rope room.
And rope's a position that SMB is very keen on, but
oh, this is nice. Look at the camera in B main. It's a common area that Safe used to put stuff down. It pretty much confirms that there's nobody pressuring in that spot. Thing is that Drake needs to not overthink it because there is a player playing very passively. Brave knows that Guild like to sort of play for the space. He's sort of expecting it. And considering now that Guild don't have that mid space, they're going to be wondering what the hell is going on.
If Draken passes, then the camera's not going to spot him. That's decent timing. He gets Turco, and that was not even intended. That shouldn't have happened, but it's a good stuff. They know where the spike now is. I mean, I've seen this before. I know that I've seen this, I think, a couple of times before, but you've seen he's keen to hold them up, but for how long is the question? Good cam from Draken.
30 seconds left.
It's just one of those moments. A bit of luck on Guild's side. Turco's going to be a bit frustrated on that one, especially considering he has res, so that's a big ultimate to lose in these situations. Supermassive Blaze, they just cannot get onto the site. There's all of that utility, there's still a paranoia in hand. And a smoke also placed on the site as well just now from Bonka, just to allow Draken to get into a position where he can peek out of it. Very akin to what Nats does with his cyber cages. Just, you know, jumps into them. Dapper does it as well. And doing it with that Omen util, and it's just been sneaky beaky. SMB look declawed right now.
And I'll be honest with you, Ryan, it's kind of a crazy thought to me that with all the room, all the space Para creates, that the B side executes still fail. The flanks he has, the timings he has. How many times has he been unsuspected? Like, it feels like 3, maybe 4, and those were major impact opportunities. But suddenly, it's not working according to plan, and Guilds are in a decent spot.
I feel like the sky is really lost on Supermassive Blades. I think just having that flash util, being able to get into positions, leverage mid a little bit more. Now another eco, couple of guns and a Bladestorm in hand, but even then, some of it is thwarted a little bit. Izzy's able to take that space, the paranoia coming through from Bonka, and yet again, first to die. The follow-up isn't quite there, and Izzy trying to get onto Yassine, who doesn't really clock it, wants to try and find a follow-up, and safe within the cloud, within the smoke. The res dedicated for Izzy means that this is, again, a thrifty for SMB, but Guild make it a little bit more awkward than it needs to be.
That's insane. I mean, Izzy is going to find himself a triple. Is not going to get much more. And so what seemed to be a proper force could just now collapse. No chance at all. It's Brave who's finding a double, but there it goes. The third, swift and fast, they make the move. And this is the thing, right? SMB never attacks A. Never, ever do they attack A in a fashion where even somebody else than Para is in front of ramp. And suddenly, they make a swift play. And they expect it to a certain degree, because you saw Bonkar over on the side, but it still didn't work.
One of the main things I noticed for Guild when they were playing up against Giants earlier on this year, like Guild were looking the top team. I think they were like 10-5 up at a certain point, but then we started to see Giants throwing out these super fast executes. They just get under the timing of Guild, and Guild can't really react fast enough. Especially now that they don't have an Astra, it's even more problematic. You got the Omen smokes, they don't instantly bloom like Astras do. They have to sort of travel across the map overall, and it's an awkward position, but Guild really want to say to SMB, you cannot have this space. It's cost a lot of utility from both sides, but I still think it really favors SMB if they can put some pressure somewhere else.
Camera is destroyed.
I like that Drake has closed this distance, and he has a bit of help as well when it comes to safe to be able to maybe punish him. They don't know if it's safe, they don't know how much of SMB's rotated alongside. They know that they're still there at least.
Different setup from Para this time around, as it seemed maybe for him a little bit expected that they might play something different after that fast A hit they have done previous. 45 seconds now on the clock, all the Astra utility placed. And Raken doesn't stand a chance. That spike is gonna go down. Bonkar is using his ult to move around. Unfortunate even that the Cypher ult is coming in just then. But most likely wouldn't have made too much of a change. Spike is still not planted. Finally, it goes down. Brave is waiting back on ramp, and the entirety of Guild is coming in from the flank. Spara is ready for it, and it leaves it only down to Bonkar and Safe. With the rifles in hand, they're saving. That's the only reasonable option, because otherwise, it's just even looking more dark the upcoming rounds.
Fantastic round for Para. Yeah. Just being able to sort of pull some of that tension towards A. Guild, they had 3 players clearing B. They found nothing. It was a bit of a slow reaction. Then they think they're being coy by pushing through the attacker's spawn. You know, after finding them, it sort of ruins that plan. And Para is able to punish. It is the information game for him. He's hungry for a little bit more. He's just skipping along slowly. The camera peek is going to come through. Brave is there to help if needed. Bonka, if you can hold on to these guns, it'd be good. But now it's 4-all, and there he goes.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. It happened. Safe only brings a rifle through, and has the encircle. Good old Bonkar. The fast pace you've mentioned in the one round previous to that, and now this odd kind of A take, which seemed to catch him really much off guard. It's perfect. There was no reply. There was no reply from Guild at all.
I think it's really sort of difficult for Drake to sort of come in, be on this role where you typically sort of see him be clutch, for sure, played a late round. He has also been the first def quite a lot. He's playing in that middle position. This is still a full buy for Guild. They still have the money available, and they have a couple of ultimates, something that Supermassive players don't have handy. Naturally, Yassine's going to help himself to a bit more of that cake when it comes to trying to get that showstopper back online.
And that seems like it could be a quite quick one coming in over here onto Be Heaven, but in the meantime, exchanging frags, Russ is backing off, but he's still alive. That is a good cam that's at least tagging Bonkar, and they might consider to make a readjustment to their attack. 4 versus 4. Brave is still holding anyone pushing B main, but he's now rotating over. Clearly, it's going to be one of those later A-side attacks once more. The timing might be good. The timing might be perfect.
Trailblazer's going to clear some space. It might be a bit of misinformation. They should be expecting it, really, but I don't think Guild want to run into the same trap that they did last round. They haven't pushed on B. They're sort of sitting on A. They are playing this at face level, and that's a scary thing up against SMB.
2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the Tasmanian Tiger. The information Save would have gained would have been massive, but now all the resources have not been focused on the A side. Leo waits backside, well, and so gets at least one. Second granted as well, he's showing his tabs, and the quad from Leo. He single-handedly holding that side, and nobody is trespassing those boundaries. Brilliant stuff from him. Cool, calm, and collected, tapping one after another, not the slightest sign of panic.
Not at all. I like the flash from Safe as well because it takes all of the attention from SMB, or it has them flash. Just that follow-up. The fact that it allows Leo to pick his targets to go for a wider peek to get onto Turco, it's so good. He's playing on the A site. He has no utility. He has a res. If he dies in that scenario, I'm thinking, like, why are you playing that? He gets a 4K, it's like, okay, never mind. You're like, you were right. You were fine.
It seems like one of those aim trainer scenarios. But that's good stuff. You've seen NCoR trying something different with a mid-aggression.
That's a dangerous res.
Yeah. See you later. He's cutting out. He revived him before he walled. That's crazy.
He dies again. He dies straight away.
Oh, this is the worst. I mean, from bad to worse for good old Bonker is so unfortunate to see. But it's still 3 versus 3, right? It's still possible.
It is like that Hunchback of Notre Dame, like, I'm free, and it just gets caught in another trap. It's just... Brave has made a lot of space here, playing it close. We haven't really seen all that much impact from the Astra so far, but these smokes are going to be really nice. Safe as an expectation that there's somebody playing in this danger position. Wants to try and flash him out, put that pressure, and gets the information. And because of where the Sky Flash is, they know Brave is there, but he's not being touched at all. Leo, though, is on the flank.
Yeah, and that was so crucial. They were buying so much time and so much attention for him. But it's Brave who once more is on fire, gets a triple again. And so it seems like it's all done and dusted. Taking that back, maybe 12 bullets. A right click is needed. Upgrades and gets himself that one. Does he make it work? He does! Another quad from Leo. And it seems like he's picking up that clutch with ease. Brilliant stuff coming out from him. And you talked about him being the MVP. It seems like he definitely agrees with you on that.
Oh my God, Leo. I think even at this point, like for the player of the match vote, even if Supermassive Blaze win this, I think that Leo should still be on that list.
Yeah.
There are a couple, like we've had this discussion a couple of times where like, did he play that well to be amongst the team that won? I think in Leo's case, absolutely. 2 4Ks in a row to sort of clutch that out, both in a anti-plant position and then in a retake. The problem I have, however, is they knew that Brave was in that danger corner and he still gets 2 kills. Nobody got rid of it.
Yes, 100%. I totally sign that. Get this man on the MVP vote. Either way, it's still a long road. And Guild, the last 2 rounds were somewhat single-handedly won by that man. But now it's going to be interesting. Draken is taking a bullet to the head immediately. And is going to be taken out. And that's a good move because he can't escape anywhere.
Flash is good to at least make things a little bit more costly, and with the paint shell follow-up, there's a potential there overall. The Trailblazer is going to know that there is somebody sort of in that back pocket. It is going to be Russ. It's going to be difficult to put him in that position.
I mean,
I'll see you tomorrow, Zescht. I'm going home.
What's taken? What hell of a risk there. Russ is bringing it home. Can you're using the shrouded step to teleport. I think he didn't mean to teleport directly on the wall. He wasn't 100% sure maybe, but he's going through an Astra Cosmic Divide. Oh, that was high risk and well, high reward it would have been if it would have worked, but high risk it was at the end of the day.
Both times, the last 2 times that these teams played split against different teams, SMB, they lost to Ascend. Over in Masters, that was a hell of a match. It was all over the place.
Oh yeah, that was...
Guild, they lost to Vodafone Giants. Both first halves finished 6-all. It's one of those cases where like they both start up very 50-50, but both fall apart in the second half. One of these teams is going to have to clinch it and go up the upper bracket finals. And Draken with the judge might just sort of steer it in the direction of Guild. It's a nice pick. He's not moving. And Russ, I don't think the Reyna picks worked out, but this would be a nice way to sort of finish off this half.
Was a speedy delivery of the Vandal he ordered.
Almost.
Came in quite good, but now it is SMB, where the majority of the players are getting a little meeting over there in mid. Russ is curious to find a little more, but that is good timing again from Bonkar. The edge should give Yassine the advantage. He's whiffing the duel. That's unfortunate for him. It's Bonkar who's the only one remaining over there on B. He's waiting for the right timing. He could have high impact, but is going to be killed. Russ is on a streak. Already 3 kills, secure it. And the Maniac Loft coming in from Reyna, that describes what kind of performance he delivered. And it seems to devour them. And Guild, 6-all, that most likely will happen, Ryan.
There's potential here. Actually, never mind, Leo's dead, but safe. Like, he was sort of amongst the pack when we were talking about those two players.
True.
Time is not on their side. There's so many areas that they need to clear. You know, dedicating utility to positions where nobody from SMB is playing from. Brave is dangerous in that position. Safe knows it. Seekers, it's a nice idea to break on that site. But time is not good, and Draken could clutch it. But it's always Turco in those situations. Comes down to the wire, and Guilds, despite getting that first kill, we end the half 6-all.
This is so unfortunate for Guild. Safe was even getting his ult ready. And that gave him the opportunity to at least take Para down. But the thing is, I have this uncomfortable feeling of Breeze. Was a good first half, but I mean...
And then we see Guild attack. I fully understand that. And I think as well, like, Astra utility is so good on an execute.
Oh, I mean...
Because it's not just the smokes. Like, I like this idea. If this idea came through with 10, 15 seconds more time, I think Guild win that out. It was just... Safe needed to find that kill onto Brave early. If he had a flash earlier on as well, instead of using it in mail, it goes differently, but I don't think it's particularly terrible for Guild in the end. This attack inside, it needs to be better than the last two maps that we've seen.
Oh, 100%. 1,000,000%. It's crucial that they get that thing under control. Their attack so far, unfortunately, didn't look too well, but either way, on Bind, they got a quite decent... Actually, Bind is their... Split is a quite decent attacking side, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
53% win rate on that, and well, you see, it's not starting to back up that stat, but either way.
The problem I have with that is that was with Breach, and I think if Guild have a Breach here, there is no way the Supermassive Blaze can play from the positions in mid that they are. Draken, though, finally, now we're starting to see, like, that Pora-esque side. Like, he's got a point to prove, but he needs to clear this corner, and actually, Pora just doesn't expect him to be there.
No, he does not, but Izzy, it's gonna hit Leo at least, but there it goes. Brave down. With one more player on the side of SMB, Gil is very cautious, waiting it out. But I would really like to have this understanding of the thought process of Guild here, Ryan. Why Omen?
Especially now. Maybe it's... I could fully understand that a player like Bonker, who hasn't played any real Astra for a while, if at all, why he would not want to move on to that agent. Because I think a lot of players have done that recently. Omen players moved over to Astra, just been completely boomed, mentally boomed when it comes to getting that utility in the right places.
Right. At the same time, Leo plays Astra quite well. I think he's actually the versatile component in the Guild system. And he played that in the past, right? So it could have been something, but we'll figure out at one point maybe.
Yeah, I think that's also... Maybe it's something that they can hold on to. Because you're right, like Bonker's Sage was really, really good over on Icebox. So that I think it can translate pretty easily over to Split, to be honest. Because it's the same walls that you see, the slow ups in the right positions. It's not like you have to relearn everything about Valorant. But Draken... I think that this can make, like, if he can find those openings, especially on the attack, he can make up for subpar performances on the last two maps, especially lurking those positions on attack. Much like Breeze, if he dies early, it's not a big issue. He's not playing Viper. They're not reliant on utility in the post plant. But this is a big exec, and I'm a little bit worried that this can blow back in Guild's face.
Yep, that can, but you see, there it works. Unfortunately, sometimes Guild are stumbling upon their own shoelaces when it comes down to fast attacks. This time around, they have lost Drake, and against a team that, well, doesn't have too much in their back pocket. There's one Sheriff, and now, there's not only that, there's obviously now one Spectre in the hands of a team that has a man advantage. 5 versus 4, the retake is on, and you see that there is no flash in the hands of Russ. He cannot use anything to blind his opponents. At the same time, if the entire group moves on, it could become problematic. And here's Astra for you. Russ is starting good. Yasin is falling. Leo once more holds on to it, and he wants to keep up that defense. Safe is joining that pack, and leaves it only down to Izzy and Turco. Slim chances, make it none. As Bonker gets the final nail in the coffin. There it goes, 8-6, scrappy, dangerous, but still successful.
I think that Pora and Supermassive Blaze were banking on Guild trying to overstep and take some space, either pushing into A screens, trying to get up ramp again. sort of hoping that Guild spread themselves a little thin. The utility was great on the retake, but yet again, Leo is just in a position that Poro was expecting, but a better weaponry wins out in the end. A little bit concerned about post plants if they're sort of in those spots, because now there's a buy-on in the hands of SMB.
Right.
Right now, they want to sort of play in on that mid position. Brave, he was punished a little bit, I think, in Masters. Overrun by a couple of teams that were way more aggressive and he couldn't keep up. I think that could be possible here.
And here it comes. Starts off Tasmanian Tiger, and he even gets in there. Okay,
Kill
that's
him as
crazy.
well.
Yep, that's brilliant. He was concussed, and suddenly, as in a combined effort, they were destroying the wall. The Tiger cut through, and one player down. Good start here for Guild.
The fact that they were able to sort of break, just the seamless, like break the wall.
Yeah.
It's almost like they expected that sort of play, which was just a very impromptu thing out of Turco. And I'm not going to lie, Russ is going to be really upset at Turco there for not helping him out. Draken is also finding some success. Izzy's just overstepping the mark. Draken wants to play a bit more aggro to see what's going on, but a 3 versus 4. The buy is still not good for Guild, so this is still a decent retake for SMB. It might not even be that, because Brave's on a nice angle to sort of mow them down.
Yep. Tried it at least. Got one kill, but oh no. It seems like the Seekers are not as successful as expected. Turco is taking that role of clutching, and it's only down to Safe. Definitely stands a chance. The Spectre is a good weapon in a close range fight. As he gets one, the second is granted as well. Safe is screaming for the right reasons as he takes down another one. Brilliant stuff for him, and it seems like Guild are in hot pursuit of a successful best of 3 series.
At the same time, what on earth are they doing peeking like that? They line up perfectly. There's a lot of pressure that you can put on Safe. And yeah, this is, you know, Turco does well. It's just a decision making to try and get the sprays. Leo should really clean it up a bit nicer, but Poro and Turco, those two plays, you don't expect them to do this kind of thing.
No.
Safe does well to play on that kind of angle. These players, like, the fact that they're showing up now is great, but it makes me wonder, like, what life could have been like if Guild sort of untapped their potential earlier on. Maybe it could have been Guild winning Masters 3.
I mean, that's, all right.
That's a timeline.
That's a timeline. The momentum's building up.
I mean, literally, like, Guild follow the same trajectory as FPX.
Yes.
So I don't, it's that kind of, they could be amazing. You see some things in them that you don't see in some of the big teams in the world. It's just moments like that where it's kind of a little bit wonky. The spike's being dropped. It's now suddenly Guild are scrambling a little bit despite having a player advantage. You see him gets flashed. It's those moments where Guild are great, and then it's like, that could have been tidier.
Absolutely. I mean, I think with Guild, that is kind of interesting to me is that always when they try fast attacks, it seems a little like some piece of coordination is missing. But this time, it's going to be a quite easy attack on the A side, which, unfortunately for Guild, has now been stacked. Izzy down. A player towards elbow should be known, and that is the case. Poor last man standing, double digits for Guild, and it feels like all of those tough battles they had on Icebox. I have to say it like that, abysmal attack set on Breeze is now showing us that going over on Split is where they can shine.
I think Split is just possibly at the moment one of Guild's best maps, I think. It would make sense for them to sort of pick Breeze in a situation, well, it was SMB that ended up picking Breeze in the first place, but Icebox, it's sort of those maps where they can afford to be a bit more big brain, the utilities, the executes. Really, the map pool wasn't as muddy as we maybe thought. Guild just changing stuff around a little bit, and I think it's bore fruit perfectly well. And the setup's nice. I think Brave has really sort of struggled. He's got all of his stars pretty much set up on that A side. Guild get whiff of that. You just go A. Did I say A site? I meant B site.
No worries. I mean, the matter of fact, that can change so fast with Guild.
Yeah.
And maybe you were right the entire time. But we're going to figure, because
We'll
for now...
never know. Lothar could do a breakdown of that.
Pulling them in.
Sure he will. I mean, the Telestrator is a tool that was tailored to this guy. But I mean, you the same. It's just the perfect little thing to explain those little tiny details.
Draken's positioning is nice, just on the other side of this wall. It's clearly an area that Supermassive Blaze might expect, but not too much focusing on, because they're still trying to hold off these B players.
And in the meantime, free players go over on A. is a little interesting. It seems like Pora maybe didn't come in with the right call. In the meantime, Brave, the timing's unreal. Russ is coming in, a lot of steps happening on the side, but Brave is not expecting that one to happen, is he? With the operator back there in heaven, Yassine just might pop that one in, and as he knows, right timing, oh, close, 20 points of health. What we know, an operator player doesn't necessarily need more than that, as he's now looking to get those kills of players overextending, swinging a little too wide, showing a bit off the shoulder. Yassine is one of them, and that was a peak that cost him his life. 2 more to go. SMB need to find a way to get back into this, because otherwise they will go sideways again and again and again. Bonka waiting back on the spike, spotted, and so it is once more Leo. He's the hero again and again and again, but not this time around. I mean, that would have been... I would have no words if that would... Honestly, crazy. But 7th round, finally it's here for SMB.
And Guild had a bigger opening and maybe it sort of looked at. Just Brave playing in that spot. I think Russ does terrifically well because I only think Brave backs out of that smoke that he was taking that fight if Russ gets that kill. Otherwise, he would have stayed there. I think Guild win that duel. And this is the only real concern, I think, for Guild's post-plants is just being stuck on the site. I think when there's 2 players alive, you have to sort of play those angles, but in a position where you have more of a player advantage, you could try and sort of push towards sort of defend a spawn via B, or try and hold that B main position, plant for that. The Guild timeout is required. It's been a good start. They've only dropped 1 round on their attack so far, which is a lot different than what we've seen across the rest of the series on their attacks.
Sure.
They've got money they can buy, at least some of them can, and Leo's got a terrific amount of money, so he might be able to buy up Bonka. But like we said earlier, Bonka might just be, you guys keep the guns, I'll just run around with like a Bucky or something. I'm there to set you up, you go get the kills, which is what Leo's safe and Yassine as well with the entries that you've been doing really well.
Specifically Yassine, we saw that on Icebox, that the amount of times he opened up rounds by kills, that's so crucial. And this is where a duelist player can just find those openings and not be the shining star on the scoreboard, yet open up opportunities for your teammates. And in the meantime, back on the bye, Guild's got all the weapons ready. The next round will be interesting in case they lose this one economically. It's not going to be ideal, but only the present matters. And let's see what's going to come up with them.
It's interesting that so much Astra util has been put towards B, almost like a sort of sentinel player as opposed to a main controller. Bonka being able to play on the Omen, he's used both the smokes in that position to try and sneak across. Are they going to expect Dizzy on this angle? Probably not. So just the inkling that could have almost been a collateral. And Yassine does amazingly to trade that.
It was. He was tagged. Yassine was actually tagged up. It's just unlucky here for Izzy, as he could have gotten an easy double there. That didn't happen though. So Pora, being the backup here for Ropes, gets one, gets away, and now the tension over Ropes is big for Guilds. Oh no.
Draken, oh no, if he loses this would be a disaster. Pora's going to try and keep pushing.
The patience.
He is not going for this. Only Pora does that, and also having an Earl theft is good. Despite dying in the process, this is good information for Supermassive Blaze to work with. There's no res, there is a cosmic divide. Turco could bring this down to 2 versus 2, but Leo just knows.
That's ridiculous. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. The kind of impact Leo has from a different planet, this guy. They're not even playing Astra. Crazy stuff.
He's 21 and 13. He's not even playing a duelist. I think, like, on one of those cases, you know, Bonka being on 5 kills, 15 deaths is kind of to be expected. But I think the amount of assists that he has on an agent like Omen, I think it's still worthwhile. It's not really the stats that you look at to say this player is playing great, but I think Bonka genuinely has had a pretty decent day.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, the amount of times he was holding up players, trying to push B with his paranoia was insane. The guy really delivers. And now, I mean, it's a fast A hit. He's using his ult. Good, but nobody coming over on the side. So it's a sneaky train from SMB that is moving over to the side of A. Trying to come in with a lurk. That ain't happening. And now as a tripwire is destroyed, clear stuff. Will he take out the first? Trigger discipline could have backfired him massively. At least gets the guy with the ult. That's what matters. Brave still also has the opportunity to use his Cosmic Divide. Will he do so is the question. Yassine also. No, he's not even getting anything. I'm taking it back. Suddenly it works for SMB. The retake potential is there because usually SMB is not too good with retakes. The stats are not in favor of them. Safe is trying to save the data together with Bonkar as he only finds one. It gotta be only down to Safe. And this round, with an open, free, and peaceful A site, turns around disastrous.
It just turned on its head, didn't it? It could have been a moment, even if it was a case of like Bonka wasn't on an aggressive angle and Safe just held. You hold for 3.5 seconds, you win the round. The problem area, I suppose, and it's just the sunk cost fallacy coming out of Guild. Like, Leo being in that position, sure. Yassine being on an angle like that against Arena, it's awkward. Draken being in a much more problematic angle and can't trade off anything. It's just, it goes way off of the edge when it comes to diminishing returns.
And the worst about it is the kind of economic realm of grief SMB has thrown Guild into. If they lose this round, it will not be nearly only a 9th. The problems start to become quite big for Guild then.
They can whittle out some of these stars. I don't really want them to be dissipated. If they're glued on the ground, that's good. If they get a good window... Okay, there's not really any smokes. There's no utility that's going to be scary towards A. We can break through that. But Cypher utility's tough. Power is going to be a snake in that position.
The wall.
Just waiting it out. But there's still utility augmenting that. You've got a tripwire on the other side of the wall. It's maybe not as difficult for SMB to keep a hold of. Guild might think as soon as this wall breaks, they won't have any idea. They will. Pora knows everything on this site, and this setup is pretty much anchored in.
The ice broken down. It's silence. The peace before the war starts to arise over on the A site. First player attacked. Pora knows. Turco's just waiting back there with him. As Turco still has 2 slow ARPs, with 30 seconds left of the clock, I'm not quite sure if Guild is going to make it on the side too easily. Yassine is taking a lot of heaven control, but other than that, the opportunities are limited. He's not even using that. Finds one. Good frack on Safe, but he dies with all the utility on his belt. Good stuff, though, from Para. He's playing around that, and suddenly, will he find the kill? He's going into his own teammates. Concussion, that's unfortunate. Izzy, Russ, and Brave got a tough task up ahead of him. It's Russ dying. More to come. Draken saw him. Oh, Bunker's alive as well. And he delivers with the triple. That is good stuff from the guy named Draken. Doesn't play Cypher too often, but he knows how to throw the hat into the game. Brilliant stuff. Guild with the 12th.
And it's the fact that Pora was looking to sort of clutch that out, overstep the mark a little bit, tried to do something that was clearly going to catch the time. This pick is exceptional. He uses the Astra utility almost against Supermassive Blaze. Having an Earl Theft in hand is just adds so much pressure onto those other players. It seemed that Pora and Turco had it all handled, but a bit of an overstep really sent it panicking. Now there's all of these players from SMB pushing into mid. They want the duels. They've mostly been winning them in mid, but Guild are giving them nothing. Okay, they're giving them Yassine, but never mind. I swear, every time. Yassine's like, bet.
Yeah, you're right. I think I remember another round where that is a very good example.
There's no way that Yassine peaks this. He did end up peaking it. It's that kind of thing.
Moments before disaster, part 17. Either way, Russ.
It's always Yassine as well, but Russ, yeah, he could sort of make up for quite half, but unfortunately can't. Whilst Turco hits the headshot, Bonka follows up.
And it's Izzy who waits in B main. Good stuff. Gets first. Paranoia, not hitting him. And he knows the players are nearby. Now, together with Brave, the problems, now they come closer and closer. Hunkar with a very interesting shrouded step. And it's obviously Pora who's coming in from behind. Who else?
A couple of those reloads, so he needs to just sit pretty. Bonka's on a nice little angle. Seeing as the spike hasn't been planted, they know where Guild is. This isn't a bait or rotate. Pora has all of this information, so SMB aren't going, oh, are they going A? They know where exactly all 3 of these players are, and they're just going to crush them as soon as they try and push through. Maybe they're waiting for a bit more util, but it's just a heal, maybe a smoke from Bonka. This is a rock and a hard place, Zescht.
It is very much. And the saddest part is Brave has just a single star left.
10 seconds
Just
left.
one
Smoke, yeah, they're
opportunity,
waiting for.
and there it comes. There it's Pora executed, 2 more to go for the side of Guild, but there were tougher rounds for SMB in the past. As I say, it's Draken closes this tough chapter. And this best of 3, it started 5 p.m. CEST, and suddenly, well, a few hours later, we have found our winner. Guild with an absolutely deserved victory, and specifically this attack side here on Split. It shows that they have made progress, that they have went into another stage.
Yeah, player of the matches is going to be an interesting one. I don't think the names on the screen would really surprise you at this point. I think Draken being on that list is nice, though, considering it's a case of a player that maybe started off, kind of was overstepping it a little bit and got punished. Ended up, in the end, sort of out-lurking Pora in some cases. SMB, they looked rocky in Masters, especially after that first loss against Ascend. Now they go to the lower bracket to face Liquid or OBG. That's a tough loss to take, but Guild, all the confidence is flowing.
That's the thing, right? You mentioned it, I think, a map ago. It's like the confidence they pick up with this victory. This could really supercharge the run in this tournament. Their opportunity to get in and obtain that last chance, the last chance qualifier, the last slot that you can get right here. It has been amazing. I mean, this has been a game where everything was sort of surprising, but either way, this was just one, because this has been a premiere of new agents, players playing something differently. Now, we're talking about a game that's probably going to be very interesting to a lot of players in the Valorant community. But before that, we're going to head into a little break. You know where to go. You can vote for the player of the match. Till then, we'll be right back with you and take a look at that third map. No, the player of the match. It has already been displayed, hasn't it? Haven't I seen that?
I think we have, but in any case, if you weren't sure, if it wasn't obvious to you at that point, like Leo, Safe, Draken, those 3 players showed up for Guild, which was your favorite? We'll go to a break and let us know what you think on Twitter.
I gotta get it on my set. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
They have done it. Guild, after 3 grueling maps, have pulled off the reverse sweep on Supermassive Blaze. They're going to be in the next round of the upper bracket at LCQ. I'm back with Lothar and Kaquka. Kaquka, you called it. 2-1 to Guild.
I mean, I actually have to say that I backed off after I saw Bonker on the Omen, but yes, it wasn't all because of Guild, it was more because of SMB's mental, and especially on this map, I think that we saw it breaking out a little bit. They were breaking actually their own timings, especially on the defense, and you know, it's kind of a letdown for me.
Well, I feel like this entire match was summed up in the icebox, right? There was gift wrapped by SMB and just handed to Guild, and Guild was like, well, thank you very much for this gift, and we'll gladly accept it and move forward to the upper bracket. And now SMB is gonna face the grueling lower bracket one, which I actually really fear for them.
And I wonder if casters were also mentioning it, but the fact that Drake, and it was the first time that we were actually seeing him on official picking up that Cypher, I think he did a great job. He was actually playing, you know, the power role. I mean, I'm going to be the lurker, I'm going to, you know, closing up the space and being exactly what you less expect me to.
And it's also very important to mention, what you said is very much true, because whenever he was playing an example Sova, he was not able to play that position. He had to be with the rest of the team. He was have to be like in a back line, in the backside, using his recon arrows, so he cannot take the aggressive map control. And now, as you mentioned, he is able to do that.
And not only that, also when he was, I mean, we didn't see him with the operator. Now maybe that's the next step onto Draken's ladder, you know, being like, okay, now I'm gonna do Cypher with operator. But I feel like when he was playing the Sova with the operator, he didn't really have freedom of choice in the positioning that he wanted to take with the operator, because he had to play the utility for his team. But I really like this version of him. And obviously, as we're seeing here, Leo was out of his mind and safe as well.
Remember Breeze? Leo single-handedly kept like Guild in the game on defense. He had so many kills on Sova, was absolutely mental. I don't think I've ever seen so many shock dart kills in one map by Sova, right? Or even one half, if I'm not mistaken. So I feel like Leo kind of deserves that MVP if he gets it, but that's a big question mark, I guess.
I'm with you as well. I think he probably deserves it.
Either of the three are good because of Draken's performance as in Cypher, what Saif did on Icebox, and Leo's consistency. Out of the three, I mean, I would pick any of them.
I mean, that was a welcome change. I think the change of Draken going onto the Cypher, it makes sense. It works, and you can see he's putting the work for it. But I do want to talk about some of the other changes. You know, after this whole breach debacle, would you like to have seen the breach?
I would still like to see it, although in this particular matchup, it wouldn't have mattered that much because SMB is actually playing Cypher instead of Killjoy on Split, right? But in general, I feel like still Breach is kind of insane. But the thing is, who do you change then, right? Because this team kind of work right now for Guild, and I feel like Bonkers on Omen is actually a good choice. He's a decent supporter, right? And also... yeah, the paranoias that he threw during this match were actually pretty decent. They lacked, let's say, intent after it because they were like used to stop a push, but they never had like a decent follow-up. But in general, I liked the fact that Bonker was a little bit more aggressive and was getting traded as an Omen. So he wasn't just holding back, he was just pushing with that paranoia, getting traded by his teammates. So he kind of like found his place on Split.
I really liked it for a first contact. I think that they were going to go into depth with this one. We're going to see a lot more change. Not more changes, but you know, more different perspectives coming from the same team on how to play these agents. Even though I still say that Leon Aster would have been crazy, but if they're feeling comfortable with this and with, I know you love them, some possible changes coming to favor Omen in the future, this could be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's just 3 maps we've seen from Guild. I want to see the other maps, see what they got cooked up on those as well. But before I get ahead of myself, Lothar, I know you want to break down a round from Split.
It's not even that much of a breakdown, but just wanted to showcase something that was very unfortunate for SMB, because when they were trying to do not even a retake, they were just defending an A side on Split. One of them decided rounds actually. Pora was in an unfortunate position where he gets a double kill. Sorry, yes, a double kill, right? He gets Bonkar. No, he gets 1 kill here, and he gets stunned by his own teammate. Like, this is so unfortunate. Look at the timer. It's 15 seconds actually, like on the clock. So there's only 11 seconds available for planting, and Pora has Leo in his sights, so he can actually just get this guy off the spot for planting and win the round. But unfortunately gets stunned by his own teammate, and because of that he dies. But that's not only bad thing that happened this round, because now you can see Russ, like this is a 3 versus 2 retake, right? So we have Ross in CT. Astra has his ultimate, so he can actually just allow the players to go for CT without worrying about Heaven area in this case. So the only thing that they have to do, just let them plant and make a retake in a 3v2, which is a huge advantage for the defenders, right? But then, unfortunately, they just push one by one because the idea of killing the planter is just so greedy, right? And now it's every single player picks one by one and they are getting demolished by Draken. Like, it's a very good example of fundamental rules that you want to follow as a team when it comes to retakes and in general, like, idea of team play that SMB kind of threw out of the window and did cost them the third map. So it's really unfortunate.
I think that was the perfect example of SMB breaking their own timings and not being focused on playing the game. Because obviously, Brave has a lot to say and a lot to communicate and also a lot to do at the same time because he's putting the stars and then doing the cosmic divide. And obviously, you have to think of the time. What decision making? Are you going to avoid the plant? And all that did not seem to feel in the conversation completely for SMB because the times were completely off.
Well, Raz was already side while his Astra was still in Astra form doing the ultimate. It's like everything was disjointed.
I feel like we're seeing some of the LAN SMB in this series as soon as, like you spoke of, Kaquka, when they're down, it's really hard for them to sort of get out of that rut. But one player that had no problem of getting out the rut is Leo, and I can announce now that he is player of the match. Lothar, you know, you said that he's very deserving of this. Explain to me why.
I feel like impact kills. That's his role, right? You don't see him like going, oh, I take space here, I get the first blood or something. But when it comes to anchoring a site on defense or making sure that the kill that I do has actual impact on the outcome of the round, that's where Leo thrives. And also on supporting his teammates, not because he can heal or something, but because he can literally just make sure he's next to his teammate when he needs to be traded or he needs to peek when he gets traded.
Yeah, he's very good in fundamentals, and I feel like in the entire region we see very various styles of how Sage can be played, specifically here on Split. Are you going to go for the orb? Are you going to, be focused on mid control? And Leo gives you a little bit of everything. He's going to be accepting that supportive role and being as flexible as his teams requires him to be.
I mean, are you surprised that, them having arguably, we've said this for a long time, one of the best flex players? I'm going to hold that because we have an interview ready, but have some time to think about, the roles that Leo could potentially play on this on this team. I will circle back to it. Draken, I believe, is with us now for a quick post-match interview. Hi, man. Welcome to the stream. That was a really, really long day for you guys, a grueling best of three. How challenging and tough was that?
That was very challenging. I thought we, for a minute, had Breeze. I feel like we had a very good read on them. Leo was hitting amazing short darts, and I got to flank them a lot of times. But I think we lost 2 Thrifties as well, so it was just kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I
and
do
then
want...
then on Icebox we had an insane comeback, so that's just amazing. And then on Split we managed to close it out. So yeah, I feel very happy and excited.
I do want to circle back to Breeze because for the longest time, you guys avoid this map. We don't see you play it. What was the reasoning behind leaving it open today?
I think we just like in the beginning we practiced it, but we would just suck at it. So like we just skip it. When it comes a new map, like when Icebox came out, we skipped that as well. And Breeze, when that came out, yeah, we obviously skipped it as well. But then we like, okay, obviously we need to practice and play our map. So we tried it and it worked out for us.
I also got to say, Cypher, I don't think we ever expected you to be the person on your team to play Cypher, but you were incredible today. Talk me through why you guys made those changes and how you're feeling about this agent.
I think just Safe has a very insane Sky, and he's the best player in the team on it. So we made that switch, and I have been lurking kind of much, like when I played Omen and Smokes as well. So we kind of made that swap and tried it out, and yeah, it worked out for us. It's no big reasoning for it. I guess we have a lot of players in the team that wants to play aggressive and play duelist, but we can't really fit that into a role. So I guess someone has to be the man to take a step back and play these other agents.
Well,
so, yeah.
Yeah, well, you did amazing today. We hope to see more of your Cypher as the tournament goes on, and looking forward to see you back in the upper bracket.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Well, that was Draken. We are going to break this down in a short moment, but we're going to take a break here. Don't go anywhere, guys. Team Liquid, they're playing OBG right after this. Did you hear that dig?
I gotta get it on my
That dig that he made.
I gotta get it on my set.
Guild have made it through to the next round in the upper bracket, but it's time to find out who's going to be joining them between Team Liquid and OBG. Team Liquid, they have been these positions many, many times. They failed to qualify for Masters Berlin, but this time around, they've revamped their roster for this tournament.
When it comes to these after plant scenarios, it can be tough to hold on. No from Yuppie.
Hello, this is Jampi from Team Liquid. I think the coolest moment was when we won the EMEA. When we had lost to Fnatic like 3 times in a row. I think that was one of the moments where we were like so hyped about the win because that was super important.
After that,
Nice, nice. I think what I learned from Scream is just how nice guy he is and how much knowledge he has about the game and how humble he is.
Scream though looks to swing and take a free kill even more. Great flash, and there we go.
Just the gun in his hands. That's one. Oh, Link!
I would like go for the for the achievements is probably just win the one major, let's say the champions in the end of the year, and just keep a #1 spot in the rankings. And yeah, just to be as consistent as we can.
Lockdown, it's not going to do it, so he's going to detain him on site. Shadow.
I think what went wrong with us was just the preparation, and we were so close. Last map against Gambit was we had two match points. And the last chance qualifier, I don't think there's any team. I think we just want to play against Gambit in Champions and show them that we are the better team.
As Yampi mentioned there, the last time we saw them, they were so close to qualifying. It was pretty much heartbreaking if you were a Liquid fan to watch that. But this time, Lothar, they've got Navira, and that's going to be a little bit of spice, I'd say, for this roster.
Yeah, and you know what's also spicy? Before Gambit, they played against Forza and won 2-0. So it's like, that's a bit of spice here, because 3 out of 5 players now will be playing against them again. But Navira coming into this to this team, I feel like this is a big unknown. It can be either a huge upgrade or it might not work yet, because he's playing with this team for what, 2 months?
I mean, yeah, Jumpy was mentioning the fact that they feel like they lacked preparation, and what we just seen from Guild, having that time to prepare against SMB while they were at Masters, if they manage to use this time especially for making Nivera really part of the team and making everything work.
Look, I'm going to be paying close attention to how Nivera plays Viper, because first and foremost, Viper, and second and foremost, like, this is the newest addition to the team. It's going to be super important that he is in, let's say, in one direction with the rest of the team. If he doesn't play with the rest of the team because he's too new with the team, that might actually cost them the upper bracket run. But at the same time, they're playing against a team that I don't think they're being put in as favorites against. I mean, sorry, the other way around. But we'll see.
If he plays Viper, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Depends on the map.
He did tease us a little bit. But Team Liquid, they're going to be going up against a brand new team here at VCT EMEA. Let's meet One Breath Gaming.
Stun them up as they walk through. Already gonna find himself one. There's and all 3
kills on the board and triple forces economy. Why is Kaquka still fighting? And why is it working? It's gone for gold.
Наша общая цель в команде — это занимать исключительно только первые места, независимо от того, будет против нас играть на данный момент топ-1 Европы — это Гамбиты или какие-нибудь ликвиды, против которых у нас первая игра.
Ну, скажу так, то, что нас считают андердогами, это нас никак не задевает, по сути. То, что я знаком с Майнцем еще с 2016 года, мы играли в одной организации в прошлой дисциплине, и поэтому синергия у нас будет на одной волне.
Он всех убьет, боже мой, что происходит? Первый, второй, третий, четвертого надо найти первого! И маршал в руках может на самом деле здесь удивить и удивлять первого. И ой, а там еще и проблема. Он дефьюзит,
Нашу команду делает особенным то, что каждый мейт способен отыгрывать любую роль на любом персонаже. Несмотря на то, что мы собрались относительно недавно, я чувствую, что между нами уже есть какая-то синергия, и думаю, что с каждым новым турниром мы будем все набирать и набирать. Шансы я всегда оцениваю 50 на 50, кто выиграет, того и победа.
Well, a lot of people would have expected Forza to be here, you know, to see that team. But Kaquka, talk me through why OBG are here instead.
I mean, Forza is here, just the core of them. So I remember when we came back from Masters, there was this weird week where all these rumors started coming, and actually OBG were going to pick Zeddy and Hugeon. And there was actually 2 days, I think, because they didn't have the third player that they needed to, you know, grab those points and actually be here, where actually there was a chance for FPX to be here. But they actually managed to get coffee at the end, and now it's 5 of them, you know, joining from the 2 players, Spike and Mince in OBG. And here they are.
Yeah, I mean, Lothar, you already mentioned that the core of Forza have faced Team Liquid before. But when it comes to the map pool, it's a little bit different because we haven't seen that much of either teams.
Well, OBG, they played 3 officials in the past 2 days now, and that's basically all the info that we have about this iteration of the roster, because they never played together before. The agent pool is a big question mark as well, and, well, basically they played, if I'm not mistaken, Bind, Haven, Ascend, and Split, and that's it. And the most played map is Haven with 3 times. Every other map is like 1 time, maybe 2 times. So it's a big question mark of what can we expect from the team, and we're just gonna pay attention to what is unfolding in front of our eyes instead of analyzing what was done in the past.
Yeah, well, with that in mind, let's have a look at the map picks today and the bans and see what we're actually going to get out of these 2 teams. As you guys can see on your screens right now, we are going to Ascent first because Breeze and Icebox have been banned out, followed by Haven, and if it does go to map 3, it will be Bind. Now, Kaquka, for a while there, Team Liquid, they were known as the Ascend team in Europe. They were amazing, but they kind of fell off a little bit at stage 3.
A little bit, pretty hard, I would say. They were really not comfortable. They were having close matches, but they were not winning almost any of them. I think that they lost their 4 last encounters. Cannot remember by heart right now, but I'm gonna say they did. So we do have a different Liquid, from leisurely not being their best face to actually picking it against OBG. I think it's also the fact that they, as Lothar was mentioning, we do have very little to see from this new OBG, and one of those maps is Ascent. So if they have to pick up something, they have it there.
It's so weird for me because in the past 20 maps, Liquid played Ascent twice. You know, this is from 3 months ago, right? Yeah. And they lost twice on Ascent. And also OBG, you know, it's a Russian team, and Ascent is a very simple arena type of map that benefits teams that don't really have specific like executes yet. So this is a more beneficial map for OBG, I think.
Yeah, well, we're going to head into Agent Select very shortly. But of course, if you guys remember, we had this like Scream, Reyna, Jet, flip-flop with Yampi as well. They were trying to sort that out, even the KO. So what would you guys like to see? Actually, you're going to see it now because we are going to Agent Select. But you've got a couple of seconds.
So quick.
You've got a couple of seconds to tell me what you want to see.
I say I want to see. I want to see 5 euros.
Wow.
Please.
Okay, Link is playing the Astra here, but definitely people at home keep an eye on Navira there to see what he's going to lock in.
It is a surprise.
But he did tell us that he was filling the role of Cryptic, so we're expecting. Okay, so Scream is going to resume that Reyna there too. But yeah.
When it comes to OBG, I can tell you that they played Jet, Cypher, Omen, Sage, Sova before, which is something that we're most likely going to see here again. So this is just the standard formation. But when it comes to Liquid, Scream on Reyna, time and time again, it's expected, but long term, it might be problematic. Now, the question mark here, I'm looking at Nivera. If he picks Viper, Ascent,
you're gonna love this.
I'm loving this because in my eyes, oh, please, no, no, please take that. I mean, Killjoy is also fine, but please take that Viper. In my eyes, Ascent is one of the best Viper maps. But he went for the Killjoy, which is also great because they lacked that Sentinel. So this is a very standard formation for Liquid, but Reyna, again, second duelist, right?
I really like it. The thing that outstands for me the most is seeing Link on the Astra. From what I've heard on Screams, everybody's been seeing a great improvement in Link. And based off, I think of Link and I can only think of the judge in Hookah. I'm so sorry. I cannot help it. But everybody is getting really scared of him. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Well, when it comes to Astra, I feel like she has just so much synergy with Killjoy on this map as well. Pay attention to retakes on A, where there will be a lockdown put on A short, and then Astra is going to put a stun and a gravity pull in wine area to make sure that the players are affected by the lockdown there. There's small things that can be played like that, and they're very impactful for those retakes, and I feel like they have to do that to be effective.
And on the side of OBG, even though I'm not a fan of traditional comps, you know, just being with the Cypher, the Omen, I love Cypher here, but Omen, you know, is still not my favorite. I'm really looking forward to see how Hyun does on the Sova now that he's taken that role. Yeah, I mean, especially on Ascent, Sova needs to be changing point.
Well, it's the first time we see Link on the Astra in his career, but this is also the first time we see Navira representing Team Liquid, making his debut in Valorant. Over to you, Ryan and Zescht.
Thank you very much for that one. I mean, it's going to be a blast, a banger. It's going to be a premiere, and the curtain's going to open for Navira, the man that we are looking forward to see, and probably everybody's tuning in and be like, finally, I can witness what the family here delivers. It's going to be an exceptional duel, and it's going to be interesting to see what OBG can bring to the table, because I think the favorite's more than clear.
Yeah, for me, on the subject of Navira as well, is like, for somebody that was only watching the last couple of years of CS, it's not Navira Scream's brother, it's Scream is Navira. Like, he has a good tenure in CS. And the only reason why I guess he was out of his team is because they changed the rules on having 6-man rosters, so he was the one to go. So he's not like a washed player that was dropped because he was bad. He was great. And it's how he sort of plays and supports. It's a real trial by fire playing on that sentinel role on a map like this.
Yeah.
But OBG's comp is like from a year ago.
Well, if the game developer doesn't support the scene properly, you sometimes lose players swapping games. And now that is a shock dart by the box. Spike is already getting a good bit of damage. Navira starting off with a triple. If this man starts his career with an ace, I'm speechless. This cannot happen. This is scripted. This is unreal. This is a fantasy world. But he's going for it. I kind of wish it. I kind of want to see that he will dare to do it. It would be not describable that this man starts his career like that. Swing it, see the shoulder, do me the favor, stab her, and he should get it. Please do me the favor. Navira, swing, let it do it, and he gets that ace. How do you want to start a career with a bang?
Yeah, pay attention to this guy. He's pretty good. I can only imagine the moment in like the Liquid vlog when they go over this. Like, what a start. The first ever round, and it's an absolute cleanup on an OBG. I think it's fair to say for OBG, expectations in this tournament are not high. They're probably likely to be the team that bottoms out in the lower bracket, to say the very least. The thing is that this is a good sort of test ground for Team Liquid to try out this map in particular. The fact that they've kind of just changed a couple of things. For me, the big thing is Soulcast, actually. He is a fantastic Sky. His Solver in the past has left a lot to be desired. How often are we going to see him on this agent now? And is it going to live up to the same level as his Sky? And obviously, Sky was nerfed before as well, so that might be a reason.
True. I mean, the thing is with OBG, when talking to Zeddy, he said, I mean, we're playing the system for like 7 days. We're boot camping right now. And obviously then the expectations aren't that high for a good reason. And I think nobody is infuriated by OBG in case this doesn't go their way. At the same time, you can expect a surprise every single time. And Zeddy sneaking up here a short, just looking for a frag, maybe somebody overextending. But patience is key. And Scream, he's just chilling near the tree.
I think he's another player that's, you know, died around different agents. So if we see him consistently on a controller, that'll be an interesting look as well. Zeddy has always been that. Actually, I think his Astra on Forza was pretty impactful. It had its moments. So the Omen is an interesting choice. And, well, Scream's just going to find maybe a little more than he bargained for. Tries to dismiss, but Coffee's there to chase up. But he just sets up Link perfectly. Just losing a one player here. Yampi's onto low health. You don't want him to go down at the same time. He is over on that A site on the back of the generator. Link, maybe he wanted an ace as well at that point, but I think the fact that they only lost one play in the last 2 rounds really does say a lot about how Team Liquid are looking to take this one clean.
I mean, we're coming in today and we're thinking like, I mean, the real debut of the day, that will be Navira. But at the same time, it's the first time ever, if I'm not totally wrong, that we see Astra coming in for Liquid. Never seen that before. Never, ever. Not once. Not a single time composition was coming in and used probably one of the best controllers existing in the game right now. And that's also a crazy change. And it's finally time where they realized how valuable that agent is, because Link, otherwise usually being that kind of Omen guy, it's the better agent. Trust me.
I think a player to watch is Mincer. It's if he has that impact overall. Whether he can, you know, sneak in, try and catch somebody in a position. The fact that OBG wanted to keep him says a lot about how much potential he could have, but he's about to peek into 2 players, one of which is utility in hand. I wasn't expecting it. He finds the god timing onto both those 2 players. And, you know, a few of those cracks that we see from TL starting to show, but Link's there to just make sure it doesn't get too out of hand. Bear in mind, it's still a pretty low buy for TL as well.
Soulcast getting a lot of information there. We've seen great impact throughout the day by awesome Sova players.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
For Soulcast to sort of have that momentum.
From Leo, for example, that we saw. So.
Yeah, I mean, worked out perfectly. And maybe Link's the same on this controller roll.
That's
the dissipate. That's what we're calling it. Nice little, not quite a swoop peek because you don't have the Viper, but it's a nice idea. And he continues to be a menace.
No way. 3 rounds in, 2 players getting an ace. I mean, Team Liquid is starting off with a bang and a boom. That's insane what they're delivering right now.
Okay, so we've got the brothers buff and we've got the bald buff for Link.
Perfect.
That's it. It's
What
just
else?
like, they're the 2 things line up.
Yeah.
Trinity, you're welcome.
I'm a little bit worried that this could be a routing because there is no way in hell, considering Minter does so well to make that much space, that it should work out this way.
And what Kaquka said on the desk, that there were people reporting that in scrims, Link has been an absolute machine. And that very much showed that exactly is the case. Yep. Seems like the Union Jack back on track.
Spike, similar to what we said about Mincer, just that player that OBG wanted to keep. He has to show up, he has to be that player and impact, and a frenzy kill against a bigger weapon onto Scream isn't a bad way to get into the heads, maybe, but Navira's now looking to clean up. How many more can he possibly get at this point? Headshot's nice, but Zeddy connects with the Sheriff and is going to push on a little bit more. I don't know if Liquid are going to expect this, but they're not really keeping a keen eye on this spot.
Yampy does, but you know, those close range duels can sometimes be... No way, that's so... No way, he's in double zoom or even single zoom and still doesn't see him. That's so awkward. The Yampy's gonna rewatch that one and be like, that didn't happen. And hopefully they were not on me with the cam.
OBG want to try and leverage their space towards A. They can do that. Soulcast just find that sort of light rotate from Zeddy, so there's no smokes available now, other than some cyber cages that can be placed. Now let's see what, I suppose, Link's Astra's utilities like here. How well he sort of circles and cycles all of this util. It's just that one bit of util that was in the site. It hasn't really had much follow through. The Cosmic Divide is available, but realistically, do they want to use it? How comfortable do they feel? It's 2 Sheriffs are up against.
And the thing is, he can use every single ability right now. He got 4 stars left, place is free, coming in, information gained, and that is Yuyon who wins the duel against Soulcast. Now the 1 versus 1 is where you don't want to see OBG succeed as Liquid when they have this kind of buy. He's swinging around, right click it is, and Link just comes bunny hopping in. Bunny
humping?
No, goodness, I'll see it. I see myself in the green room tomorrow with Mitch.
I mean, what Mitch has said in broadcast previously has been worse than that.
It doesn't matter for him.
The slip up.
It doesn't matter for him.
It's going on his soundboard. 10-0. Like, he hasn't died. He's got 500 ACS. He has transcended at this point because I feel like this is Team Liquid still warming up. Like, it's nice to see them perform this well on Ascent.
Yeah.
Going into Guild are going to ban this map out if we see Team... I don't want to talk about the series ahead of this one because we're only 5 rounds in.
Yep.
It's nice to see the Team Liquid have sort of returned to form on this map, despite not changing that much. Like, other than the Astra change, it is a pretty cookie-cutter vanilla composition. You know, no Sky, no KO or anything like that. It's just the Astra.
It's Navira, though, finally swapping up, and he's the second op. I mean, obviously, in CS, you saw him use that big green, as they call it there, being his magic tool, but it's going to be interesting how he's playing it in this game. So far, he had that 1 flawless round, otherwise he wasn't needed. Liquid got it all under control for now. With the 4-0 start, the OBG, they're just waiting in front of the gates of A.
Be patient, they can hold it. And I guess it's a good stress test of how double opping can be successful. I mean, at this point, I think Team Liquid's money is going to be relatively comfortable, unless we see OBG going on a bit of a tear. Considering, really, there's only 1 flash available for OBG. Just having the paranoia, which is still available to Zeddy, it's good at removing the operator for a second. That's kind of about it. Yep. Removing 2?
30 seconds left.
Well, I think this could just be an op montage coming in for Yampy, if it isn't for Spike having his own.
True, and there it comes, Coffee. Oh no, they're not finding that dart in time, and that's a bit problematic. Good one to get that shock dart down and elbow. But the retake, that thing's definitely on. Scream was still wandering around the A side. Nice try, but not according to plan. And that retake, let's see how it works. The lockdown is going to come in. The players now moving out of the site as they focus on B main. Ryon's the only one who's close, pushing for the smoke. Oh, this could be good. Oh, this could be nice, but it's only Link he finds. And so the retake's still on. They know that he needs to be somewhere around. Nobody is detained. It is Coffee who's just waiting back in Boathouse, and there's the ping. They know about one player for sure. Zeddy is the other problem because they don't have him on the radar at all. Finds one, but if they isolate it, it could work well. Zeddy has to be eliminated, and that is the case. Spike's diffused with ease.
It was a good attempt now for OBG. I like the fact that Zeddy found good timing, but he was dealt with quickly. And I think as soon as he tended to the last player, Team Liquid do a good job of just getting that control back. Good retake. The double op, it worked to an extent. It had that impact. I think the fact that like Yampi only has 1 kill in the end so far is just, you know, indicative of the Team Liquid sort of aspect of it now, where Yampi doesn't have to be insane for Team Liquid to look good. Every player has that potential to pop off a little bit. OBG having to call a timeout. Recently added Jonta, ex-Heretics, ex-FPX coach. At the very least, I do think that OBG is going to struggle in this tournament, but I would like to see this group of players and Jonta as the coach work on stuff and be ready for the CIS region in 2022.
Totally.
No matter how the circuit, the format, whatever we get next year, I want to see this OBG team in it. I'd hate them to just disband after this tournament thinking, there's only so much we can do.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge amount of potential in these guys, and I think a coach like Jonta could pave the way for them, especially in a now competitive region with Na'Vi and of course
Oh,
Na'Vi.
totally. Specifically mentioning that's a crucial point. I mean, talking to Zeddy, he mentioned Jonta is helping him creating that space of OBG from scratch. He's really thankful for his existence in the team as he's helping him setting it up, making it possible. And I think that's a crucial thing, right? Because you are aware of in what situation you are. This is the perfect time to figure out how you work as a team and officials. Liquid is definitely not the easiest start, that's for sure.
And Liquid as well, where you aren't quite sure what to get. Even just a map choice is going to raise some eyebrows from a lot of people that watch the scene, unless you're obviously scrimming Liquid.
Get out of my way!
Vera, the style, the ideas. This is a map that you can really come into no prep with when it comes to some of the defaults and set strategies. Just everything's a little bit different. Liquid, Link are gonna get caught out a little bit quickly. Spike just wanted to close the gap, and Nevera's watching and just keeping an eye on with the off.
Maybe Scream hasn't been spotted yet. Back in line he stands, and the Cypher all is coming a millisecond too late. It's buying good enough time. Nevera is whiffing one of the shots, but he's moving backwards, tries to go for the wallbang. This is where you see where he might be a little bit new, as that is obviously not going through, but is obviously Scream who's making them all a little nervous.
One enemy
And
remaining.
then feeble. The attack that looks so nice for OBG, but it's still Zeddy who's on it. One frag found, and he tries to use his ult, but that ain't happening.
He considered it, then realized it was a silly idea as he was punished for it.
Oh, look at him. Good time, good mood. That's what you want to see.
Would be has been a great start for Nevera's competitive career. 10-2 is not a bad scoreline to have 6-0 up. And I think he has been pivotal. And I think it's difficult as well because Cryptix was not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination. Was he as loud and creative, I suppose, as players like Scream? No, he was just Mr. Consistent. He did his job, and he did his job perfectly. Now, Vera, you've got a bit more up in. You've just got that mechanical skill and a bit more experience from the high rise of Vitality in CS. It's worth a try. And knowing Sliggy and how he's approached the team in the past, they love to try stuff out.
Very much indeed. And Vera, a good start here to Spike. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that kind of start of the round, the ace he got in the pistol round, I think the Team Liquid video editor is like, thank you for that script.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
Thank you very much for that. I don't need to, I can shut off the stream. I got all I wanted.
Just let me know when you're done, sort of thing. I do think as well, it's interesting to see the Killjoy up, because that is something that we saw Yampi doing in the past as well. Stage 2 against FPX on Haven.
Exactly.
Going there later. But it does mean that Yampi can still be able to be on that jet, have that impact, be that entry when needed. And this double up, you're not going to be able to afford this in most games. But it is good to know that it does work, and it has been problematic for OBG. But everything's been problematic for OBG.
Unfortunately, that's true. Yes, it has been problematic for OEG.
30
Good
seconds
lineup,
left.
good utility. Yampi whiffing his shot, but he's definitely going to buy up for his team. 2 operators waiting there on the side. Ada could get a little uncomfortable. But is he ready for Zeddy? He might, I mean, he should be, considering that he heard that door close. Easy one coming in, doesn't know the timing of his own smoke. That is a little odd. And Hugyeon is the last man standing. Hudgens stands no chance. 7-0 it is. And to be honest with you, Ryan, my biggest worry was that we have this Yampi kind of start with Hugyeon. You know, where it was a little weird to watch him from time to time, where you saw he has mechanical skill, but getting into the space of Valorant was something that takes time.
Yeah, you almost want to see Navera struggling just a little bit, so Sliggy afterwards can go, all right, you need to sort of focus on this a bit, and he goes, yeah, fair enough. Like, leaves this game with something. If he's like 40-2 by the end of it, Sliggy's gonna be like, you played great. Then going into the game against Guild, if they win, you have to like quickly adapt. I don't think they've really been punished. We haven't seen Navera sweat a little bit, but really, Liquid haven't had much problem so far. Scream is just out in the open, ready to face. He's hungry for a little bit more, despite being down to 21 HP. Spike dying early, I don't think there's anybody realistically there to try and follow up.
Yeah, if you add a little bit of spice called confidence in that recipe named Scream, it's becoming problematic as an opponent. I think it's a nice way to put it. It's a very nice way to put it.
You've got 3 players over on A, you've got an up in mid playing off an alarm bot, you've got some Killjoy utility over on B and an up there. I gotta say as well, if you're OBG at this point and you're struggling against double ups, it must be tilting. It must be just really difficult to sort of keep your mental high when it's going this awkwardly. Like there's still a chance. Team Liquid on this defense have looked fantastic. I am very curious on Team Liquid's attack as well, because that's usually much like Guild, where they fall by the wayside a little bit.
True, something they have been massively struggling with. Their system just not getting anything done, but all right, that's one hell of a revive. It's only Link back there holding the A side for the moment. He gets one, spikes down, and the support of Soulcast in the form of the Huntress Fury is there. Another one from Link. As you saw, Spike being tacked up, an easy one indeed. They are in a fabulous state, Team Liquid, right now. There is hardly any mistakes. There's not like, it doesn't even look like they're too chill in this, where they're overconfident. That one peek from Scream was well-deserved. Backed off, said, okay, I got enough now, and now it's about buying time.
Spike down.
It's the little tag that Link is able to play off of. It's been a disaster for OBG. Dream, the Scream, and the rest of Team Liquid when it comes to Navera's debut, it's been a nightmare for OBG. Their first time on an English broadcast as well, which is why a lot of people will be maybe confused as why they're here, but you might recognize Coffee, Zeddy, Hugyeon. They played on Forza. They had a pretty decent run. I mean, they beat FPX, you know, like, I mean, that's worth talking about. Not much time to prep. I think a week realistically we've had boot camping was what OBG's been running on. I think Liquid's been running with Navera for quite some time now.
I think so too. As far as I heard, there was some stuff happening even after Iceland. So, nevertheless, Spike taking out Soulcast. Link is gonna get Spike as well, but suddenly there's a man advantage existing in OBG. With the weak weaponry they have, they are still in a quite decent position for the moment.
Navera missed, missed onto Hugyeon and pulled ahead. The alarm bot was a little bit misleading.
That's the right
Yampi, he's been quiet because he's frankly just been able to sit there with an up and hold an angle. Like, he's not kind of like Waddell or push up and try and scale. He's going to do it now because they still have this little advantage. See what Scream and Yampi can do.
Well, they're coming out. Scream, as blinded as his opponent down there is. Good wall back there on Coffee. Unfortunately, it didn't connect. And he's considering. He's weighing up his option, finds one. Brilliant stuff. He's baiting a little bit. Yampi, your turn. Ain't happening. But they're retaking the side right now, and they're taking the right moves. 2 players to the right-hand side. Scream's on fire. The man's popping off. You got some new energy collected. And Yampi, it's your turn. Thank you very much for that one, mate. Excellent stuff. I mean, Scream is on point. Like, on point. But the question is, who of Team Liquid seems not to be on point right now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a bad buy for OBGs. Sure. Maybe a little bit, but I think you're just being pedantic at that point. Like, Yampi 4-4, but I think we've seen Yampi plays so much better, especially when you're IGLing to an extent at the same time. I don't imagine it's the same kind of IGLing that we'd see out Bonka, to just be holding an angle, just holding it patiently. Let the rest of your team do the work. You just do your... It's like, like a ward in League almost. Just get that information and hold it down.
I'm really looking forward to how he will develop on that role, honestly, because if there's one talking point that you could call a weakness for Team Liquid, it has been the IGL situation they're in. And maybe it will be actually Yampi performing wonders with this team. We're going to find out. It's going to be interesting. And maybe if they win this tournament, we're even going to see how they will perform on the international stage. But we're staying in the present as OBG consider to make an A-side push.
Just been textbook for Liquid, you know. This has been the same sort of default and play. They know that Coffee likes to use the wall to boost up. The Hunter's Fury used on attack to try and create space has done absolutely none of that. Scream is just happy to play. Got the Empress before. He knows that somebody's going to be on the high ground. And the 4K is wanted. He needs to reload, but he just sets up his brother. He's like, have another one. We're 10-0 up.
Look at him. He's having such a good time.
Yeah, it is a great warm-up, and it sucks to call OBG that, but you can't argue that Team Liquid are on another level at this point. And Liquid are a team that do 13-0 and 13-1 teams frequently.
One enemy remaining.
In the background, if you look at the cam, you see the video edited there. He's really having a good time, same as Liquid does. OBG's in a very unfortunate state at the moment. Really, there's nothing they can do. Nothing. And such executes they are so simple, right? But at the same time, they are so simple that somebody who's having a good day like Scream has can just pluck off heads one by one by one.
It's just solid Valorant.
Yeah,
and I think the thing that I've liked the most about watching Liquid here is there's a bit of that G2 riffing on the spot, the improvisation like that's nice. Scream just sort of playing off another player baiting. Really, OBG should be aware that that kind of thing can happen. It's a common, dangerous place to play from. But we've seen the regular setups, the textbook stuff, the gravity well, having Nivera peek off of it. Then there's just a couple of moments where they go, oh, that's quite interesting. Just on-the-fly thinking, which you never really see out of Liquid.
One enemy remaining.
Another flawless coming in. And OBG, who made it close in one of the previous rounds when they just got a Sheriff's. No chance this time around. Flawless from Team Liquid.
Last round before the
And it's
switch.
really not that Liquid overcomplicates things in any sense. They are really playing just based on their strengths and the strengths they have. And this, at the point in time, is just taking duels confidently, but confidently with real good game sense and intelligence. And that's what you want to see with those players.
I also like for something like Nivera, when you have an up on the Killjoy, you don't play, I'm not going to say stupid positions, but you don't play like on an A site, and then you get ran over by an execute. He's always just playing off of somewhere. It means that if we see OBG going for an insane execute, I know it's Yampi now, but he could just pull off of it. Soulcast is in a more dangerous area, but he can afford to be. He wants to pull attention for Scream. And with the Killjoy lockdown, it is a retake that's available. Cosmic Divide will maybe help to get a bit closer to the site to put the lockdown on so it doesn't get wallbang. Spike needs to try and create that space, and the lockdown isn't going to be used, but the Cosmic Divide does get planted.
Yep. Very much indeed. Yampi is getting Spike at least. One more close. That could work for him. One bullet is enough. Gets the Sheriff out. Unless he's going to plug up some hits. That ain't happening. Coffee is running out of bullets. Number 12 for Team Liquid. And there you see that a Jet doesn't need to be on top of the scoreboard to have its impact.
The big concern I had for the OBG team overall is bringing in Spike. You take Coffee off that duelist role. He can play a lot of stuff. He is very flexible in his agent pool, so I think that's a nice double duelist role to have. Always having Spike on the Jet, Coffee can play whatever. I don't think the Sage has been that useful. I think his Sky's been pretty decent. He's also played a bit of Euro in the past. He has found no success today. And a 13-0 is the first map with his team. That's a lot of work for Johnson and the rest of OBG to work on in such a short space of time. And also playing up against Supermassive Blaze in the lower bracket. That, to me, is... They're two nightmare teams. They drew the short straw when it came to the bracket, that's for sure.
And you gotta say, Supermassive Blaze today also showed that they're one hell of a team. Most definitely individually strong. But let's see. Maybe we're gonna get a magic comeback. 12-12 overtime. Right, it's all possible.
I would love that. I'd love to be proven wrong, believe it or not. I'm happy to see OBG come online, but I just can't imagine this is easy for anybody involved. It's such a short turnaround against a team that has been at international lands and is a hair away from qualifying from points anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Team Liquid have a point to prove, and that 13-0 would definitely do that.
That's true. It has been a big discussion in Europe about Liquid and their state after we saw them in Challenger playoffs. And, well, they were close, but Gambit was the stronger team. And at the end, the winners of Masters Berlin. But right now, they are delivering a stellar performance. Soulcaz and the boys are setting themselves up for the B-side execute.
Yampi's dash there was a bit weird.
That's true.
He maybe fat-fingered it unless he felt like he wasn't safe from short. Perhaps, but Hugyeon, he doesn't have to recon die. It was used 15 seconds ago and just takes a peek. Link is expecting it. Coffee playing from the backside. It's not looking good. I'd love to see more Liquid attacking rounds to see what they've been working on, but we might just get the one at this point, especially if Scream is able to find a few more kills.
True, but at the same time, it doesn't look like we're getting any of that. No chance at all. That's not going to happen. A 13-0. We were starting off with an ace from the new player of Liquid, and we ended with a flawless pistol round by the Bronson Horse. It is one hell of a journey we're going to have on map number 2. At the same time, will that be such a fast journey as well is the question.
Yeah, both the Scream and Avera top fragging in the end. Almost 400 ACS for Scream. He certainly started to warm up towards the end. Just the perfect performance. That is a great start for Team Liquid going into this tournament. And yeah, OBG, not so much, lot to work on, and at least they go to their map pick coming up, which is Haven.
Exactly. That is going to be very interesting to see because Liquid, they might just change up their comp there as well. Maybe we're going to see an Astro once more. We're going to figure that one out. We're heading to a little break. We're going to be right back with you, and then we're heading on to map number 2 of this wonderful and final best of 3 series of the day.
I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. gotta get it on mindset.
It's a dream start for Team Liquid. It does not get cleaner than this, a 13-0. I'm back on the desk with Lothar and Kaquka. You know, we don't really like 13-0s. It's not the best when it comes to breaking everything down. But, you know, we thought about what we're going to see from Team Liquid. And Lothar, do you feel like we've seen enough from Team Liquid?
We only seen like pew-pew. That's it. We didn't see anything when it comes to like the synergy of the team. We didn't see much when it comes to like, oh, we now work as a unit. We just saw Nivera, we have seen Link, we have seen Scream just going, you know, off. They popped off, literally. Nivera with the first ace of his career and the first round ever in professional Valorant, and you start with a Ghost 5k, and then Link with the... What is this? Like, you just...
Third round, yeah.
It's
I was actually looking forward to seeing Link on Astra. I liked what I see. I didn't see enough, though, because I didn't see him challenged. I just saw them too comfortable. I think that by round 5, they were already playing the double operator. I remember that in the interview with Nivera, you asked him, are we actually going to see you in the operator? He was like, maybe round 5 happened.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that, because we didn't actually see that in action and see exactly how it would work. But Lothar, do you think you'd be a fan of that double operator going forward, maybe against some stronger teams?
Well, the thing about double operators on defense on every single map is that when you are not being aggressive with those operators to get an advantage in manpower, then you have to retake most likely to other sides with operators, which is not ideal, right? So this is something that, especially on Ascent, can hurt you badly, and that was actually a thing during this match. But Scream just kind of bailed them out with that retake when he just went alone. But the thing is, double operators can work, but on a map like Breeze, on a map like Icebox more, when there's more open spaces, less corridors.
Yeah, and the fact that also on maps, you know, on the design that way, for example, on Breeze, you literally just can keep push through mid and just anchor on both the streams. Pretty clean, but obviously I didn't see that there was a challenge for them, and coming up, I don't think it's going to be.
I mean, this is the thing, because we do have a new roster here as well. We do have the core of Forza on OBG, but in the end of the day, is still a new team. Do you feel like that maybe we're seeing sort of a situation we saw with G2 versus Gambit, with the 13-0 being a bit of an anomaly, and, you know, they were boomed a little bit? Or do you think it's more concerning than that?
I think that the situation between G2 and Gambit is not even close to the same. I feel like G2 were played on that first map, on that Breeze, before that 13-0, and it was very challenging for them. This is not the situation right now. So I just see a Team Liquid that it's feeling its best today. Nivera's obviously coming out to play, and I see an OBG that does not find his place.
Yeah, and Lothar, I know you want to break down a round as well from that game, and I can't wait to see which one you broke down. You have 13 choices. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 choices, so one can wonder, oh, what kind of tactical prowess was presented in this round? But I wanted to focus on something that was not actually like a big picture of Valorant, not something macro when it comes to like decision making, but micro decision making. And then it comes to Scream, and when he's doing a retake. So this is a 2 versus 3 retake, and although you can just look at this, there are 3 sheriffs here, which is not that threatening, right? But here's it's post-planned, it's time running out, and you have to make a tough decision of how do we retake this. Yampi is on a lower HP, he has an operator as well, which is a big issue, and Scream has a Phantom, and he plays insanely smart. So I'm gonna break it down just bit by bit because it's super interesting. Scream goes through market with Yampi. They don't know where anyone is, but now after this paranoia that was being thrown up close, even though they didn't see the Omen, Reyna, so Scream, has an idea where the Omen is. If someone is up close market in this position, that means that he will be covered by other angles on left and right. This is why you see him right now just jiggle peek to try to bait players peek from those 2 positions. This is super smart by Scream. They might not be there, but most likely they will be there. And because of that, you're gonna see him try to bait those people out of their positions. And when he gets the kill on the Omen, that's where another interesting thing happens. Look, he gets the kill, but he doesn't use the dismiss immediately after he got it. But he just waits for that player to peek to get the confirmation, and that's when he uses the dismiss, because he baits for Yampi to actually get action as well. Yampi can just then look at this angle here or here and make sure that he can get a trade. It doesn't happen, but this is what the play from Scream allows him to do. So all of those small decision making by Scream is just enabling Yampi and enabling himself to get that successful retake. So it's insanely smart by Scream. Just that.
Yeah, very well played by Navira's brother there. Yeah. It was good to see him doing well. But we are going to take a quick break now. Do not go anywhere, guys. Map 2, which is Haven, is coming up.
I gotta get it on my set. I gotta get it on my set. I gotta get it on my set.
Well, Ascend a win in the way of Team Liquid, but it's time for us to move on to Haven. Now, this is a map, Lothar, that OBG have played the most since they formed this roster, albeit just 3 times.
Well, 2 wins, 1 loss. They play typically Astra, Cypher, Jet, Sky Sova, so very standard formation as well. But at least with the Astra, which is the newest iteration when it comes to controllers, right? And it's a very, let's say, explosive team composition when it comes to retakes and executes because of the inclusion of that agent. But in general, like, again, we're gonna have the same question. Will they play it in the same manner that we have seen them on Ascent, or will they actually play as a unit? Because they were picking 1 by 1 a lot on Ascent, and that was Team Liquid just farming them because of that behavior.
Yeah, we're going to see Team Liquid, obviously, with a lot of questions. We don't know what we're going to see. Are we going to see Jumpy on the Omen? Are we going to see Scream on Jed? Link is going to be... Are they going to go back to those double initiator, double flashes? Where is Nivera fit in all of this? I have a lot of questions, a lot of theories in my head, and I can't wait to see what they play.
Give me one of those theories. Let's go.
I was elaborating right before in the break. I would love to see Nivera on Viper, Jumpy back on the Killjoy. I know you love a Viper. Yeah. And what was I? Link on Astra. Astra. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm even giving you double controller here.
Okay.
And then a Scream on Jet. And Solkas can be on Sky. I like it.
Well,
that could work. That could work. Yeah.
I would just pick probably Breach instead of Sky.
Okay, Vega. Okay.
Because that's so much synergy with Killjoy and Viper, but it all looks great. But again, we don't know what's gonna happen.
The utility from Cypher. Yeah. I think we could create a nice team with that.
That's like 6 characters now.
No. I mean, breaking the.
Yeah. Of course.
I gotta say though, for OBG, they have to win this if they want to take into map 3. Otherwise, they are going to be in that lower bracket against Supermassive Blaze. You do not want to be in that position. Lothar, what do they need to do here? I am asking you this question, Lothar.
I was serious. Okay.
Yes.
So, if I would have to bet, it's like very tough for OBG to have a specific plan in their mind apart from let's just not give them 1-by-1 trades. If you want to punish a team like Liquid, you just cannot duel them. Because they have a firepower that will most likely make you lose, probably like most of the duels, right? So you need to have the trades ready. If you attack, you need to always go in the buddy system, always have a player behind you. Even if you lose the first encounter, you're getting traded. That's the only way they can play better on attack than they played on Ascent, because I was absent totally on the...
It's going to be really tough for them, obviously. They need a plan and they need a solid one. And by what we saw on Ascent, even when Team Liquid was like, okay, we're going to just play retake, we're going to give you the space, they decided that that was just literally just not worth it, that they were going to look for the duels, as exactly you were mentioning. So they need a strict plan and they need to, keep an eye on what's going on their back, because there's definitely going to be somewhere there.
I mean, we don't know what Liquid are going to come out with, but like you said before, we do know roughly what OBG are going to play, unless they're going to change up their comp that they literally just played a day ago. Yeah. So Cypher, Jet, Sova, Astra, Sky. Kaquka, what do you make of this one?
I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like it. Maybe. No, yeah. I think I like it. I will back it.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of synergy with. That is very standard, so maybe probably everyone knows that, but there's a lot of synergy when it comes to opening sites with Jet and Sky and Astra, because during an execute you have the Jet dash on site into her cloud burst, but at the same time the Jet can be supported by a Sky flash from behind, right, while Astra takes control of backsides with the stun and the pull, which allows the Jet to get easy kills. And the question is, how good is OBG at this type of execute, because it's really hard to stop. Now we'll just have to see what is the plan, how good are we in timings, and are we confident enough that we can execute this in a good round, because it still requires like either a push first tempo or good rotations.
I think it's obviously going to be a tough one. The plan has to be extremely solid, and I don't think that Liquid is going to give them the room, the space enough for it to work.
I mean, obviously the 13-0 is not the best when it comes to things like this, but it could come down to nerves, right? We've seen teams that don't open up with a good start, and they could be a little bit slower, and as time goes on, they could do better. Anubis, for example, not the best first map, but the second map they came out and challenged them. So how important is it, Kaquka, for a team like Team Liquid not to get complacent?
I mean, I like to say that I remember the time when Jumpy didn't come out to play on the first map. That was actually a dynamic that went on for, like, I'd say at least a month. He wasn't shining on this first game, but I mean, it was a 13-0 either way. We need him, obviously, on this second map, but I don't think it's going to be a challenge for them. For OBG, on the other hand, it's really tough for them, not only for the swap of roles, they're actually coming together as a new team. And coming from a 13-0, knowing that this is going to be, even though they picked this map, is going to be a really tough one, because even without the information that they have from Liquid, last time that they played, they only lost one round against Oxygen, and it was a bonus round.
Well, remember that Haven is also a little bit different than Ascent when it comes to the construction of the map, because right now there's a little bit more pressure on each player on defense to perform better than on Ascent, because if you lose your life on Ascent, it's still not that big of an issue when it comes to controlling the map, but when it comes to Haven, you're putting a big gap into the map control if you die on defense.
Yeah, again, we don't know what we're going to see, but Agent Select is ready now, so let's jump into it. And Yumpy straight in there with the Killjoy.
It's happening!
Yumpy back on Killjoy.
Okay, wait, let's not. We do not talk about hovers, guys. How many times do I need to talk about this?
I got excited because they already played that.
Yes, but OBG, they've locked their agent in already. Let's talk about that, Lothar. Let's talk about what we know.
Well, it's exactly
We
what
expected this.
we expected.
Oh my God,
this.
it's happening.
There's nothing really surprising now, but if Liquid will not win,
Oh, dear
right, well,
God.
so when it comes to Liquid, they actually have a very strong opener for
Yeah.
attacks because of the double initiator in form of Sky and Sova. Because now the Jet can be supported while having control of the other side of the map. It opens also a lot of fake possibilities because you can try to execute with, let's say, either Drone or the Tiger on one side of the map with, let's say, a Jet that just faking the execute while 3 other players on the other side of the map, and they still have recon abilities that will clear up the site to make certain they have the site for free. So I like this. It presents a big threat on attack, and on defense they have better capabilities also for taking aggressive space with the recon and the Tiger at the same time, and the flash would also gives info.
I got too caught up on Nivera feeling Cryptic's shoes, and I thought that he was going to go. I didn't expect it, I was Sentinel, but I would love to see a Viper. I'm fine with the Sova. I actually hadn't thought of that because, you know, I was thinking of Cryptic's, but I love this composition.
Yeah, well, so nearly there, Kaquka. I'll console you about the lottery numbers in just a bit. But Liquid, they made an insanely strong start. But Ryan and Zescht, let's see if OBG can get back into this game.
Well, if they can get into this game, that is the big question because, well, that one was unfortunately a bit disastrous. Haven coming up next. We once more see a good old Yampi and a Killjoy. Finally, the transition also to Astra, the crucial part of all of this. It could be working quite well because Liquid look like they're on fire, and Haven as a map, they're not too bad at, technically speaking.
Yeah, we get to see a bit more of Nivera's like agent pool as well. Like Sova's not an easy agent to say at the very least. The performance has to be good. And at least we get to see a bit more of what OBG is looking comfortable on to an extent. I think an overtime, still a loss, but an overtime loss against London United's new team isn't a bad result considering you're still putting together your own little thing. So let's see if they can at least get off the board. Starting on attack, you'd want to do that. I mean, Team Liquid, I guess not showing off any of their attacking defaults would be really handy as they're defending first again. They won every round on their defense on Ascent.
Yampi with his very usual kind of play towards garage and B side, just hoping that no one's coming in there. There's a little arrow that has landed in the backside of B, but you see right there, Ryan, Liquid is transitioning over to C quiet swiftly, and the only pillar of defense already dead.
And there's nobody there to really sort of support him. Just that early util out Nivera to get him into an aggressive position. It's going to mean that the other players of Team Liquid sort of have to keep an eye on that space. And Soulcast is going to at least assert a little bit of pressure towards C. Naturally, I think OBG is going to move towards that A site now that there's no scream there. But in the same case, it's been watched and held very passively from Nivera. Actually, never mind. Team Liquid don't have a read on this at all, and they're stacking towards C. They can't play retake, but still, they're just leaving it open.
So Yampi's just waiting for the information arrow, the recon dart to land over there on the A side. The stars from Astra blocking the vision for any potential defenders, but they're on it. That spike is going down pretty much for sure. And it's not going to be an easy retake. Spike's finally hitting the site. Spike, in the meantime, a very irritating name, trying to help his teammate there. Coffee eliminated. Perfect stuff from Nivera. Entry frag from Liquid got just pretty much done by an electrifying performance of a few shock darts. Nivera is ready to get his lineups done, and that could be interesting. Ready, set, go.
Literally, Jonas is probably teaching him a lot of these ones to get him up to speed, and there it is. The trap door's opened, and everybody floods in from Liquid. Hogyon wanted to try and hold close, but gets a bit more than he bargained for. Link even pulling the attention away a second. That's a nice little retake there from Liquid.
A nice little retake is a really friendly way of putting that. Brutal stuff. And Nivera instantly realizes where that spike was going, obviously. Puts his few shock darts out. Boom, first kill granted. That is wonderful to see. It's simple, it's easy, but it's successful. And that's the only thing that matters.
A good adjustment, I suppose. Liquid didn't panic losing Scream in the early round. I mean, why would you? If your retakes are this good, Hogyon gets all of the information that you'd want. And he's a big adjustment. I know Kaquka was saying that earlier on today of like, Hogyon, when he was on Forza, didn't play Sova. That was Artist's job. So it's a whole two players that are having to adjust to play over to the Sova. The OBG are adjusting to a lot of stuff right now, so it's understandable there'll be some growing pains.
Scream is having a very interesting fight while Zeddy is playing on the edge of the Astra smoke. Nice try, but that's a meat grinder at that point. Link shooting through, Soulcast joining the party, and the small caliber bullets coming through and getting a bit of damage right there. But
he could have died to the Trailblazer there.
You don't want to see that.
No, 22 HP. He wants to try and get out, but Soulcast back on the Sky is going to put the pressure. Wonder how well, considering how much of a duelist he can be on an initiator role, how much the changes to Sky in the recent patch are going to neuter him a little bit. And I just don't think that in this matchup you're going to see some of the issues that Liquid will have themselves with an adjustment.
They are falling, but at least dealt a bit of damage on Minset. Yet again, that shouldn't work. It shouldn't work at all. And it does. It seems to be the case. And yet, indeed, it is. And this is the thing I think the viewers out there can also take a look at. If there's one thing that's quite typical for CIS teams, and OBG being one of them, is executes at the 20-second mark, at the 25-second mark, really when the timer is being extremely low. And for example, that what we saw in the pistol round was one of those things where it seemed like it was overfought. Hopefully we don't see that at that point in time, because one thing that hasn't really been abused by OBG on Ascend on attack was the matter of fact that they never really overrun the Liquid side. That hardly happened.
Hard to do that.
True, but
like utility lineups and executes is something that's going to have to just get better over time. I think my problem with that last round is that it's Zeddy trying to push out of a smoke, like in a pop flash precision, like we just saw from Minsa. Why was it the Astra player pushing out of it there?
Oh, yeah.
The Cypher there lurking towards A, that's exactly what you want. Scream just wants to fight for this position. Zeddy, again, has a lot of first deaths to his name, certainly from that series against London United. I just don't want him to be the one being caught out. This time it's Spike.
No information gained, so therefore Link thinking nobody should be in garage, but that's a very good guiding light as it gives a valuable piece of information to the side of Liquid. Screams out of there. Very reasonable move, because there's a lot of pressure on OBG. He could be in every corner, he could be close by, he could be holding this in that angle. But it seems like the decision is to split up entirely, to spike in front of the gates of B, and in the meantime, Coffee already lurking at A.
Yeah, he's gone for way long. If he tries to check around on here, the alarm bot's going to give him up, which is a little bit problematic. So yeah, there's the reaction coming out of Yampy.
Oh no.
Sort of watching this spot. So Huggy on, just to check if there's anybody playing in some of these cheeky angles. Clears the site, triggers some utility off of the site, and then gets killed in the process. Now we're starting to see Scream move over. He's going to sort of hold onto A long with a Marshall. With Zeddy still having 3 stars, they can smoke it. If they play high contact here, I'm going to be mad. They have utility, and they're just going to face and fight.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're very right about that. It's not the best showing from OBG for now, but I mean, there's still a good bunch of rounds here. And I'm just asking myself, Ryan, was there ever a competitive match in like VC, let's say in VCT entirely, worldwide, globally, with 2 13-0s?
I don't think so. Like, it reminds me of the run OG went on in the Open Qualifiers, but that's Open Qualifiers. These are teams that have not only been invited to an event, they were invited off their previous records in the year.
Yeah.
It would be a shame, to say the very least. I don't want to feel like the 8 teams that are here off form don't deserve to be, especially because Forza did so well.
I think they impressed a lot of people, or surprised a lot of people, let's say it that way, during the last chance qualifier. And OBG right here trying to take a bit of garage control, trying to surprise someone like Yampy in that position.
He's hard to surprise.
True. Ice cold, as I would say, but getting away from that. Scream's also getting away from that B side. He's gonna be spotted, known, and actually flash. This is a good combination. Nice try with the gravity well. Good one, but it doesn't work as they have expected. And so the B side might belong to OBG, but it's not ideal, Ryan.
I just like the fact that Scream was like, okay, you're pulling me here, I'm just gonna use it to peek you. And he continues on for the 4K. Between the two brothers, they ace it. I don't think there's a brothers ace call out that you get from the lady in the game. That'd be weird. Like you'd get Shanks and Poised from Rise doing it. That'd be about it.
What about second grade cousins? Is there also a call out for that?
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
I like what OBG... I don't want to be too down on OBG because they could just turn it around, because the exact same thing that is playing in front of us, to a lesser extent, was happening to Guild. And then Guild started to look a little bit better on attack, and then he ended up taking Icebox and surprised everybody.
True.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings, but OBG, I mean, this has not been... It's not instilled me with confidence. Even if they lose, there's very little to take from this.
True.
Despite these players actually having good success, Coffee being on Sky, which has always been good to watch, I think the biggest pain point is like Huggy on the Silver. It looks uncomfortable, and we just haven't seen enough from Spike and Mincer.
True. It was a good execute the previous round. I mean, it was a very nice set piece, but Scream...
On B, yeah.
Yeah, that was a very nice set piece, totally, but Scream was just too experienced to panic in such a situation. Spike might panic when suddenly all the nanoswarm is coming close to him. Bit of confirmation that the B side is clear. That has been gained by him, but it's not making it any better at the moment. The information dart is not getting anything. Scream, funny-wise, failing to do that and nearly dies. They're now taking the route to the A side. Taking that back. It's actually B where the spike goes down, but they pushed him back massively.
There's like so many players that we've seen today. You're seeing Scream, they're not overextending. They're being very intelligent with what duels they want to face. So many players have just had that instilled and drilled into them. They've just been performing better. And it's still the flashy Scream that you expect, but now Spike and Coffee have found an opening. With the spike being planted, the retake is going to be a difficult one. Scream could still be irritating and annoying, especially when he has Yampi to back him up. Coffee finally coming online, finally looking to lock in one round in this series, unless Link has something to say, but there's not much time.
Now there's neither time nor chances coming in for Link, as he has been an exceptional player during that Ascent game, but they're losing the operator. It's hella expensive for a team that just won a round. Liquid, they got very fake wallets right here. There's $1 after another in that, but in the meantime, OBG, well, on the breadline.
Yeah, just a couple of small mistakes, to be honest. But when you're playing up against teams like Liquid and of that caliber, you could say the same about like Anubis, Oxygen and stuff. They're not bad teams by any stretch, but if you make a small mistake, the teams that have been at that international level will punish it, bar none.
That's the thing. It's absolutely the thing. And we've seen that so many times on Ascent, where you gave them an inch that the mile was drastic consequences for OBG.
Concealment.
And now they're taking their time. Bit of Fuka control, a bit of garage control here, or at least lurking into it. Bit of holding it up. But the good thing about Liquid is they're extremely patient. They know that there's no need for them to gift any opportunities to OBG to get an entry.
The movement's almost mechanical. Just the way that they're keeping an eye on it. Just the Sky and the Silver placement on defense. Like a picture, it's just symmetrical with how they're playing this. So far off, so passive, letting the utility do the talking. The one breath, they do have a path open to the A site, but it's purposefully left open. That Seekers is going to be nice, but I'm actually quite surprised that the lockdown was placed preemptively. There isn't that much time for OBG to go anywhere else, but now that they found it opening onto Scream, I think this preemptive ult might have been a little bit of a waste.
There's still 30 seconds left, so there's more than enough time, technically speaking.
30 seconds left.
And the Soulcast might have a bit of a problem there. Knows one of them is standing there elevated. Clear vision out back for him. Spike has to go down. Yampi's utility being used quite well. And as he's sucked into the gravity well, no real chance. The man's fully blind. But that brings us in a man advantage for the side of OBG. 12 more seconds. That shock dart doesn't land anywhere. And now it is time for a clutch. Navira start off with one of those, as that 3 versus 4 scenario is not ideal. Link still flanking around, is making a quite good move and might just prepare the frack off of Coffee, who has to now move away. Link with another, the double is secured, and here he's setting his star. He's pulling them in, and that means Coffee on his own. Can he clutch that one out? It looks so. It's one more standing on the side of B. It is nobody else than Link, and Coffee's coming in there to save the day for OBG. It's so needed for them after that one successful round, the first successful round of the series, to directly come up with a consecutive one, and that's the rightful clutch you want to see.
Just a Coffee being able to sort of come back online. Last 2 rounds that we've seen OBG able to win. Coffee's got more kills, or the same amount of kills than he managed on the entirety of Ascent. Like, he is a really good Sky, and we get to see that come online. There's a Seekers available now as well. So now Liquid are under not too much pressure. They're still not going to be sweating, but now they've had a bit of a response finally after however many rounds now into the 20s between the series.
Scout destroyed.
It's just whether we see Liquid wanted to change stuff up, if there's anything about their defaults on defense that aren't working. But right now, they've just ran into some individual brilliance out of one breath.
Take flight.
Again, taking a bit of information over there on Garage. Not too much he has gained from that. And that's at least alarm, but down. With a minute left on the clock, you might get that lurk over in that position, but OBG setting themselves up for the A site, and that's going to be interesting to see what they will deliver at that point.
This time Liquid aren't actually playing off of the site at all. We're going to try and take a bit more space. Maybe Scream just maybe found more than he was looking for. Now with the Cosmic Divide coming in, the Astra utility is starting to really work for Zeddy, despite not having any kills at this point, I don't think. And Spike now with the attack up, starting to see why he was put on this team.
And this is so unfortunate for Scream, because he was trying to help his brother there on the side with the blades he had, but he had to get those Seekers eliminated. And in the meantime, oh, Spike with what a whiff! That's the last thing you want to see. Yumpy is definitely elevated in a dangerous spot, but now he might have a good surprise momentum as suddenly Link is getting another. This is a 2 versus 2. This is winnable, but this is a shot Yumpy whiffs. It's only one more standing, and it's Zeddy who chimes in as well. The IGL from OBG is coming in to secure a third. He's looking behind him. You've seen that, guys? Yep, that was working well. And OBG revitalized.
Finally getting off the board. 4 and 6 now. And you wanted to see that from Zeddy anyway. I just think that the Ascent game that we saw was a blip in the radar to OBG. I'm not saying OBG are necessarily going to come back and reverse sweep just yet. But I think when you have Zeddy on that Astra, you have Coffee on that Sky, that is the thing that makes this team work. Playing Zeddy on the Omen, Coffee on the Sage just didn't work. And now Sliggy's going to have a word with the team. It is an eco for them, so they're likely going to be seeing one breath ties up for all. Not really as convincing as you might want to see, but at the same time, this isn't a map that Liquid rely on too much. They've played it 3 times in the last 95 days.
It's hopefully OBG who draw on this energy they gained from those last 3 rounds, because that's something I'd love to see from them. Really make that move back into the game, have the opportunity to secure themselves at least the access to the third map. That's something you want to see, because ignore that 13-0. You're fully right. Ignore it. Happens. Whatever. Let that be. I mean, considering specifically the guys who won Masters Berlin have actually lost 1-13 on Ascent against SMB during EMEA Challenger playoffs. This was their start. Like, when you lose 1-13, everybody's like, whatever, right?
It's done. I think as well, realistically, for OBG, it's just about finding that confidence. And because you're a team that's only been scrimming for, I can't, probably no more than 2 weeks at the very least. They've been boot camping for 1 week as far as I know. There are going to be gaps in your map pool. It gets severely exploited. You can't ban out 2 maps yet. We haven't got Fracture in the 7 map pool this time, so it's the same systems that we've had since Stage 3 started and Breeze was added in. Taking Scream off a little bit is an interesting one. Soulcast was trying to sort of play off of Scream, but there's trade-outs with a big sniper rifle. And Spike has had some impact, but he's also spaghettied a lot of rounds, to say that. Like, just some of the stuff that he's done leaves me scratching my very bald and now molding head with some of those plays.
Well, let's hope that's not going to be a play that leaves us with our hat scratching. As OBG is sneaking over on the C side. Link now most definitely on the radar. Uses the smoke in his favor, but he gotta make a move. Zeddy is gonna be eliminating him, but Scream is still there to keep on fighting. The Hunter's Fury is not getting much more. And there's the counterpart. Here it goes. Navira is using it wisely. Tags one, and he knows someone is more towards his left-hand side. deals some damage to his brother, but it doesn't matter. That spike goes down. Yep, valid information. And now he's like, why did you use the shock dart there? Oh no, that's unfortunately whiff, but I mean, that can happen from time to time. The triple, the third kill already secured for Scream. He's looking for more, but not with Coffee. Naveira now needs to clean the side, gets the one over there onto Ryan, and now it's one more. It's done and dusted. The clutch is secure. The operator brought home. Revenge for his brother that got killed previous.
He's like, don't try and fizz bomb me, I still need to defuse. Like, running backwards. It's just moments like that. I'm still surprised Spike got a kill. It's just, if you're stood in this position, you should know better that the scope's going to show.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the Origin skin as well. He's got that to look forward to as well. Like, oh, all of these skins have been added into the last year. They're all so nice. But it's... Around it is very decent from Liquid. It was just the one gun that they had, pretty much, that was an operator, Hunter's Fury dedicated, and a smart clutch. I think that's one thing you can say about Naveira coming from CS, is he is a very smart player, and he's been amongst some of the smart players like Apex, some real elites in that field, supportive players. He must have learned a ton from them.
He played with the best French players, period. He played with...
Zaiwu, yeah.
By far, the best and most experienced players in France. And this is giving you a lot. This is giving you a lot of game sense. This is giving you a lot of understanding in first-person shooters. With Scream, hold on, that's an awkward duel, but okay, let it be, let it be.
I think there's definitely a sense of just no fear from Liquid right now.
Yeah.
Which could blow back. I think it would be nice to see OBG make this map close in a similar vein to what we saw from Anubis yesterday. Really shows that there are problems in how the maps are selected that can very much be exploited. And considering OBG didn't ban out Ascent, I think that's pretty much SMB's map pick, if that's the game that we see tomorrow.
True. So
we'll have to really come to terms with that overall, but now OBG are making things difficult, and Yampi 2 with the op.
There's not too many opportunities for him, and milliseconds away from being killed right there. Needs to do himself a favor and saving that operator, and there it goes. A very awkward round. I mean, that was a kind of weird round, to be very honest with you. I didn't expect that to pan out that way, but here it goes. OBG is delivering a decent fight over here on the attack side. It's going to be very interesting once they're moving over to defense, because one thing you mentioned earlier, Liquid is not too known for being the best attackers, for having the best threats, the best defaults, the best kind of ideas how to approach your defending opponent. And that might be a good opportunity for OBG.
Similar round to what we saw before. Round number 8 that Liquid were able to pull together with a retake. It did dedicate a big ultimate, and there is a lockdown available. Seeker's soon coming up. Scream really wants to get this Blade Storm, so he has some form of buy together, but needs the protection of Naveira. Vincent's just going to win that duel. He has the better weaponry. I don't know if he's going to expect another player in this spot. And Scream just wants to get the orb, get the Blade Storm online. I don't think he's going to expect Minza in this little cubby on his right-hand side.
He's not even being tagged. Okay, taking that one back.
Pardon. Flashed. Good support from Soulcast, though, to help get him out.
And that was the game changer, the round changer, being dropped on the ground. The operator's out with Yampi, leaving us with 1 minute and 2 ults on the side of Team Liquid. And OBG are kind of annoying in the sense that they're really omnipresent. Like, there's always somebody on a position you don't necessarily expect it to be. In this case, it is Spike, but can't assist his teammates right there.
Doesn't have a dash.
Yep, that's problematic. Oh, he knows he has to take the fight. Can't do much more than that.
Standing ahead. For a second, I think he sort of cleared his mind a little bit. Soulcast is able to get that lurk onto Spike. And pick up the gun, it's maybe worthwhile, especially if you take some of that attention. Link might have been able to sneak by, but he's kept a keen eye. Around number 5 on the board from looks of it from OBG. This is much better. This is a team that you sort of look towards and go, okay, there's potential there, but I do certainly look at like it being the Coffee and Zeddy show to an extent. I think Spike's created space, Mince's found some timings, Huggeon is still adjusting to a new role, but there is potential there.
Exactly. I mean, there's a good bit of potential there. That's very true. And this is what matters the most to me right here, right now, for OBG, because you don't want to have such a disaster once more as you've seen it previously. And to be fair, I mean, Liquid, regarding their attacking side, to give it a little bit of a perspective into the future, it is their second best attacking map right here, Haven. And that's obviously going to be interesting to see if that will translate into this game, if that will transfer into that one. But for now, it's a little unfortunate how Liquid let a few rounds slip away, because I didn't expect it seemed to be some sort of sloppy mistakes that cost them a few here, but either way, still 2 more chances to get the lead.
Yeah, it's not been comfortable for either team, to say the very least. Haven, you're going to see a bit more of that individualistic play style. I won't say puggy, because I don't think that's really it, but just finding fights on your own. That's exactly what Zeddy, Coffee, all of One Breath have been able to do. It's difficult to read a team that is very early on. It's like new poker players. They're the hardest to play up against for professionals just because they're complete wildcards. And maybe with OBG, this Cosmic Divide, it might be more of the same. Scream wants to check it out for a bit more info.
That tries to have a surprise and gets at least 2. That's a perfect teamwork in combination with Soulcast. As Nura is using that Cosmic Divide in his own favor, no stabs have been hurt there on short, but it doesn't change the fact that Yampi is getting Mince and Huggion on long, eliminated as well. That was quiet smooth here for Liquid. This is getting them number 6.
Round in the half.
The more those plays become instinctive for Liquid, the better they will look. Because I think that's one of the areas that was lacking. Even when Scream was playing KO, just everything was super formulaic, clunky to use. That felt from both Soulcast's perspective and Scream's, it became second nature. Now, attack timeout just before we go into the defending half of One Breath. They want to even up the scores. I don't think that's a bad look. And whilst I think that Liquid don't look too bad on the attack on this map at the very least, like you said, it's a different composition, it's a different player, and on average, Liquid's attacking sides don't look that great. They only had to win 1 on Ascent, but if they had to win a couple more, I think the game would have been a hell of a lot closer.
Good point.
Maybe not a hell of a lot closer, but like...
Closer.
Yeah.
Fully with you on that one. I mean, it's decent stuff. OBG is delivering, don't get me wrong, but Liquid, for me personally, not showing the same kind of focus we saw on Ascent. It's kind of unfortunate to witness.
Yeah, to be fair, I think it was round 5 that we saw attack timeout. Well, from Jonta. Might be wrong, might be mixing it up. I think it's one of those areas where like something was changed for OBG that started to find a bit more success. I think as well, just getting that first round on the board in a series as a new fresh team and an official of this caliber is always going to be difficult, especially when Liquid want to showboat their new player.
Interesting dart.
I saw Coldamenta using that one.
Yeah. It's kind of unique to see. At the same time, lovable. Scream now, waiting on the high ground. Spike's not even aware of what's happening to him. And so they got the entry. Scream with a good one right here.
Is destroyed.
But they're focusing on A. Again, most definitely a side they have enjoyed so far very much. The Seekers are coming out. Yampi knows he can't do too much with the Operator. He's backing off. They're leaving them that A site.
Yeah, I like the fact that the Cosmic Divide, whilst it's not being used as a retake, it is forcing Huggion to bring out that Owl Drone. It doesn't really get that much information. There is a lockdown still available for Yampi. Now it's going to come in on time. Link just kind of gets the timing a little bit off, but still gets the kill nonetheless onto Coffee. Now more util has been planted. Mincer just trying to escape. Scream might be able to at least get halfway at this point. And for some reason, Zeddy walks back into the Killjoy and gets detained.
And not only that, for another reason, they didn't start defusing. The ult was blocking that, but either way, Link starts. Okay, goes on. There comes the right click. Yampi whiffs. This is not good. This is not ideal. The spike diffuser has been killed, but it should be enough. That's working out, and that's giving them the number 7.
Just enough time for Nivera to get in place. Yeah, 7-5. No BG, the tap pause, had to really get a gauge. It's also kind of a difficult one as well because you've had a tap pause just on the last round and now the whole board flips and you have to do something else. So, like Jonta was saying, going into the defending side, let's do this. Otherwise, that's problematic. This shouldn't, this was weird from both teams. It wasn't clean from Liquid, but I suppose you'll take it and it's good to see Nivera in those, okay, this is kind of getting out of control moments. He still shows up.
True. And this is where it's getting really interesting. If you can carry that momentum over, Liquid, as logic demands it, have won both pistol rounds so far in this series. Who could have guessed? Let's see if they can carry that over. Done the same always here on the first half as well, and maybe it's going to be the kickstart they want once they're attacking here.
I was just thinking then, like, did Liquid win the pistols on Ascent? I was like, oh yeah, it's a 13-0. Only required one pistol round on attack to close out the map. Teddy wants to try and take those fights. It's a nice little duel and an angle to catch on to Scream. And this is where Liquid, you know, have to try and clean up after themselves and just going to reset off of the B site entirely.
Ouch, Yampi getting dinked, but that's a bit of information at least gained. Spike knows in front of A, there's nothing really awaiting us. For the moment, you have to say. That's a very important detail added to it. But Spike is in a kind of, I mean, he can dash away, don't get me wrong, but that thing's gone then. Players might be chasing after him. Good dink on Soulcast. He's still going for it. Finally, he dashes away, is not gonna be inflicting anything by that gravity well, and so Liquid change direction towards Garage it is.
Placing swarm grenade.
One Breath's hold has just been very passive, sort of anchoring onto these positions. Mince is not actually going to be spotted by the recon dart. Just finds a nice little position for it, but the follow-up is there with Utility and Yampi. Now, he's only 9 HP. Soulcast didn't have to heal anyway.
Yep.
So whilst the plant does go in for Liquid, One Breath peppered them down.
Player standing.
Brought it just to Nevera.
Yeah, and that man got to perform right now. Can he get many kills out of that? Not one at all. Spike him in with the lurk over C-Long. That caused the chaos. That made it problematic. That was the way they could pincer them to get that diffuse through. The team ace is well deserved. And this could be the start of a journey towards map number 3.
Maybe. I mean, it'd be very different to what I expected after the first map. Quite surprised that Huggian hasn't got 1 assist on the solo.
That's actually true.
Last player standing.
Very
really
anti-Leo.
worked out that well. You want to see more of that. Like, obviously involved in the kills, gets one there at the end against Nevera. No force up from Liquid. I've got to say, like, there's a stark difference between what we saw from Liquid on Ascent versus now, and you would have hoped that they can take this series a clean 2-0 going into Guild, which is a match that you still kind of fancy Liquid on, but if OBG are making Liquid bleed like this on this map, never really know. It's not the full momentum that you want to see coming out of them going into this tournament.
Well, maybe OBG are just continuing the legacy of the Kingslayers with what they've done to FPX, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, Liquid losing to CIS teams as well, the 2 losses they had in Stage 3, now they in Gambit.
Very true, but I mean, it's a different caliber of CIS team. In the meantime, the shooting doesn't look like it's any weaker. Good stuff here from Spike, as only Soulcast and Yampi remain. I mean, that's kind of painful, but it's working out. And as still the majority of OBG dies, this is the point where we gotta keep our eyes peeled on Liquid. This is the moment where the real weapons are coming out. And as they deliver us the first buy round over here on attack, that should be where everything is being turned around. This is where Liquid should close the case.
Yeah, put them under the magnifying glass a little bit to see what sort of cracks start to show a little bit. I'm sure some of the other teams in this tournament will be really curious on how Liquid wants to perform here. I also really wanted to quickly say, like, OBG as a team, like Mincer Spike, OBG never got to those EMEA playoffs kind of events. This is a messy fight to say the least, but they were always in amongst a pack of CIS teams that could maybe make it. Like them and Singularity, they were close, but no cigar.
True. So Spike starts with good Nivera. Talking about showing the barrel. There you go. It's only the kind of problem on the A side where it's not only one player standing, it's the one with the sort of worst weapon. I mean, we could argue Spectre, Sheriff, so on and so on, but 30 bullets against multiple players coming towards you is a benefit.
Class feeling a little bit pressured to use that Trailblazer, a little bit shallower. He just doesn't know if there's going to be a player in around that Suez position, but now realizes that it's clear from the back of his util. Liquid going to find that open site. It's going to be a really tough retake considering the buy is heavily in favor in Team Liquid. But if OBG can take a couple of guns out of their hands, the lockdown dedicated,
okay,
OBG just be a pain. You can give up this round. Make Team Liquid bleed a little more.
Oh, again. He's trying to find the kill with Minza for sure. Both are swinging. Good try, good opportunity, and only a few HP left onto Hogan. But they're trying to make it expensive, and that might work. Specifically considering Rossetti stands right now. He's just hoping for it. He prays for it, but at the same time, it's Hogan with so low HP that they're just going to exit over their spawn. And unfortunately for Zeddy, not much is coming except Soul Cass. He saw the shoulder, right?
He saw it.
He saw the shoulder. Nope. Well, maybe. I don't know. At the same time, costly. Liquid only bringing through 2 players in a buy round with OBG now coming in with the real big ones.
With an ult as well, an ult like lockdown. I guess if you get it early, you want to be throwing it out as soon as possible.
I should probably place some
Yeah.
Was it needed in the end? It's hard to really get a gauge. Clearly they didn't see or know to buy. Now here's the other timeout from OBG. So we didn't see one early. It was just an adjustment they made round 5 to really sort of start to pull things back. There's some stuff that Jonta wants to quickly chime in with the team. And I do think that as the rounds have gone on, that confidence is there for OBG. They've looked a lot cleaner. It's not ideal to say the very least, but you start to sort of see this is very similar to what we saw at Forza. Because on Ascent, they looked completely different.
Oh yeah,
Two different
I mean,
beasts.
different team, period. Totally different team. It was, I don't know, sorry, little brother was playing something. But
I mean, literally in the case for Team Liquid at this point, but
it's
the
true.
little brother is just as good as the big brother.
Yeah.
If not better in a lot of different ways. They're just, I think people expecting Nivera to come into that roster and be like Scream might be a little disappointed, but I think what he brings to the table is exactly what Liquid could definitely need.
Yeah, and I think it's also very, I don't know if anyone was thinking that, but I'm very convinced it's not only due to the fact that he Scream's little brother. He created his own little legacy.
It's
in CS.
almost like dismissive of how good he is.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, people from Valorant that don't follow CS are not going to know that, but this guy is good. And he's probably been under a little more stress this map, certainly against Ascent. But even on an agent like Sova, the lineups, he sort of has a good idea on how to do stuff. The funny thing is as much as Team Liquid have changed their comp, their players, some things just stay the same. That being 5-man XX onto a side. There's just no defaults.
Well, that's Team Liquid for you. And so, as they're trying to go for the B side, as a big snowball rolling onto that, there they come. Zeddy finds the first. Scream eliminated. That's one of the duelists. That's the only duelist part in that. Already eliminated from the game, and so they back off. Coffee with a lot of pressure together with Spike. They're not giving them any options, and you talked about it. No defaults. This happens when you have no defaults.
Coffee is still on that angle. Don't really think that he would have survived there if he stayed and tried to play a bit more coy, so he just flashes himself out to safety. I think you still take that space, and you take the fact that you've made Team Liquid a little bit nervous. They have to re-clear a lot of space. With 33 seconds left, they're not even going to attempt going towards that site anymore. They're going to run into some tripwires. There's a camera still there from Mincer. I want to see more out of him, but he's going to be playing off the site and playing more of a retake. But let's see if the Cypher utility can have impact. That's where the execute's heading onto the C side.
And it seems like they'll leave that rather open. Into seeing what he can do together with Huggion. That's a nice opportunity. Yampi has a quite nice flank, though, as he waits back into garage window. He's once more swinging against Zeddy. Hits a good timing once more. And so Navera and Yampi still in a 2 versus 3 situation. Can turn this one around. He sticks it. The box is still bangable, but it's only one more. Oh, Navera's jumping around. But finally he falls. Awkward duel, but nevertheless, success for OBG. Again.
I mean, OBG must have felt comfortable because they got the Neuro Theft onto Mincer and he just didn't use it. He didn't feel pressured enough to throw out an ultimate. He was like, I think we've got control of this, that we can save it for a round going forward. So, yeah, this is starting to get exciting now. I think the first map, it turned into the Zescht and Ryan podcast when it came to just talking about some of the stuff happening. But now we're starting to see OBG come to life. And it's not the first time that Liquid start off on the right foot against a team they realistically should be beating and kind of fluff their lines a little bit.
How do we call that podcast? A bold and a German.
Yeah, that's great. I can work with that. You've already got a quiz show. Now you've got a podcast. You're really branding yourself out there.
Yeah. No, I think...
Have you got a quiz prep for this time?
I always got a file.
You've
always got a backup file. Always
Cameron's like, are you ready? And you're like,
what's the first name of Cypher?
Ooh, I genuinely don't know.
I could leave the guys in.
Yeah, you can let like Twitch and YouTube answer that one.
Exactly.
Yeah, just sort of field it through.
You have to tune in tomorrow to figure out. Tip.
Yeah, I gotta say, to be fair, thinking about this, considering it was a 13-0, I think we have been nicer to OBG than maybe Mitch and Tom would have been.
Specifically Tom.
Yeah.
Specifically Tom.
Tom doesn't hold back, but that's why he's great. You want the honest truth. And I think as well with this being, it should always be the top 8 teams in EMEA that haven't made it to champions yet.
Yeah.
You are always wanting to call out teams that you kind of think like you expect more. But we're in a technical pause right now, so now we can legit just be a bit of a podcast for a bit and just chill. Hope you've been enjoying the show. The whole show, not this. You don't need to talk about this too much.
True. I mean, about Tom, I think it's the most cynical and lovable person at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does that.
I got a question for people. You don't need to answer this.
Okay.
So in this tournament, Fracture is not available, the 7th map. I know people always have mixed opinions on a new map, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
I guess, would you have wanted to see it in this tournament? I'm glad that we don't have it, because it means that we get that sense of consistency with balance changes with agent, like team players and stuff like that. I'm really excited to see Pro Play and Fracture, because it's just so out there with the 4 quadrants. But I'm happy for it to be left a while till we'll see it in VCT, because I'm 100% sure we're going to see it in Champions at least.
It would have been specifically problematic for teams like footballers who had tons of time, right? And then their teams just coming pretty much fresh from Berlin. That would have been kind of unfair to a certain degree. This is why it's really good ruling on it, and I think it's the only way to keep it consistent, as you mentioned.
It's really fun to play. It's a very Valorant map, to say the very least. And it's cool to be able to say that.
I mean, Lothar already says Breach is really good on it. So
yeah. I think Viper's pretty good as well.
True, agreed.
Like, what agents people play is going to be the biggest question. But we're back in. The show is over, but this one is back on its feet, and it's real exciting fashion now. Team Liquid, they're showing a couple of those red flags that we've seen from them in the past, and Scream on the back of this Thrifty with a Blade Storm in hand.
Yeah.
Wants to really send a message to One Breath.
And at this point in time, I just hope it's not the nerves for Liquid, because this is something that cost them the games from time to time. Good piece of memory right here could be the Gambit overtime on Icebox we see during EMEA Challenger playoffs. Well, they did a great comeback. It didn't succeed in the end. And I have to be honest, at this point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if we go on map number 3. I honestly would not be surprised.
It'd just be a nice turnaround.
True.
The people are like, this is done, 13-0, you know, I'm going to turn off the stream for a bit, because Liquid have 100% gone up the upper bracket. And I can just imagine it overall. There's been some nice little switcheroos across the day. Very interesting. I'm getting whiplash of how these games have been swinging.
Yeah.
But if it swings the direction of OBG, that's certainly a talking point, whichever way you look at it. And that's all down to Zeddy for the most part. His position given up. Ooh. Team Liquid is there to capitalize.
I mean, considering the weaponry we saw, but no! Oh, it's another barrel that has been spotted! But in the meantime, somewhere around the map, Spike is finding a triple. Navira's out, and same goes for Link, as well as Soulcast. Useful ability that has been gone. Oh, he's dashing over. This is good from Spike. And now Mins is turning that one around. It's crazy considering Liquid came into that, dashing onto the side, being swift and fast, getting those sheriffs and daggers out of there. And somewhere, in a different universe, Spike was getting one after another after another. And in the meantime, Ryan, what we see here is an Astra being one ult orb away, a Sova having it ready, a Cypher having it ready, a Jet having it ready. Hard times for Liquid.
That was off the back of an eco. I wonder if Sliggy's going to feel the need to have a call again. It's an awkward position. But Spike has found his feet a little bit more. You always want to rely on that confidence as a Jet player. I think we've seen that throughout the day, throughout the tournament. Those moments where things are starting to feel good. And that's not going to be the case for Liquid. It's a very different environment to what we saw on Ascent. Spike has been great up until he gets domed in from Yampi. Wants to sort of follow the Seekers wherever he can find it, and Minza just gets caught out. Navira's there to try and break through all of these smokes with the recon. It's a difficult retake, and a lot of space has to be given up from OBG, and the Hunter's Fury is going to come in to try and get the planter.
right kind of bait at that point in time. Oh, no, not getting anyone. I mean, Hunter's Fury in the beginning of the game seemed to be the ultimate ult, but everyone understood at one point that it's not too hard to dodge that thing. OBG considering if they even want to go for it, because it seems like they're not too eager and not too keen to take the initiative. And they won't. 3 rifles saved. That's the only thing that matters. Let Liquid have that one. It's not too crucial. It's not too important. Maybe even finding exits on this would be really nice, considering the Team Liquid will then economically look a little feeble. But there it goes. And this is the thing, right? It's one swift go, it's one fast go, it's working over on C, ta-da. It's the Liquid kind of beat, really.
The Liquid kind of beat. Maybe we'll see them do like a world song, like 100 Thieves did.
That would be cool. I mean, the production quality of Liquid is really good. That would probably be a banger song.
You know it's good quality when it comes to sort of like the agent stuff that Team Liquid had in their initial announcement.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Those kind of like graphics and assets. I don't know if it's the same person, but you see it in the official, like this broadcast. We saw a little bit of it in the intro. Like the hype video for this stage has been amazing. They always are in EMEA.
True, very, very true. Not like the distorted, weird, psychedelic video of NA. What was that?
No, we've got we aren't just the best region in the world when it comes to that. Also production. I am excited to see NA at LAN in a studio.
True.
That's going to be fun. We got our own studio. It's nice to be able to cast here as well.
Absolutely.
And
Because
I just want to see Liquid reign control over this again. And the Hunter's Fury catching on to Zeddy. He's also still throwing out utility at the same time to halt things down. And it's done relatively well.
It's crazy how Coffee gets that kill onto screen, but you're shooting for the smoke. I mean, the opponents can do the same. Hogyon is connecting. Oh, no, and that is not working. Jonas is not happy about that, as it could have been quite good to not only deny or at least deal damage over the player who's waiting back on the spike, but no, he's not going to be there in time. He's being detained. Spike with his daggers is being detained, and this means a crucial part of the retake is walking there with his hands like it would be in handcuffs, but now they're moving on as they try to take out the players on side. That's a quite decent dart. We saw Naviris though taking out Spike, and that could have been a quite good one. No chance at all. Hogyon tries his best, but the Amphi shot process and sealing the deal.
We want to see that explosiveness out of Team Liquid.
Oh yeah.
Where they found a lot of success just to play off. They're punishing Zeddy. Zeddy's still able to try and get quite a lot done when it comes to trying to slow down Team Liquid with the gravity wells and the like. It's just something that OBG failed to sort of maybe see coming, because we haven't seen Team Liquid really explode onto a site with that velocity. Across the few rounds that we've seen so far.
It's there. There they are. The little sheriffs in hand. That can be more dangerous than some expect, because usually, very obviously, in such rounds, teams tend to do unorthodox stuff, which can be more crazy than some might think, like pushing through the mid window with 4 players.
Nice little bit of a crunch that could maybe come in, but I think that relies on Hogyon not dying here. He is solely on his own. He's in a recon dart early, and Yampi.
Oh, that's dangerous.
That's so much information, and the fact that he's still able to survive. Flash and a follow-up, not quite there, but Soulcast is actually creeping out of sewers and gets the triple kill.
And he's getting the triple kill by really smart duels, as he's really isolating one player by one, because altogether, this hailstorm of sheriff shots would have easily gotten you killed. But the Bob Marley round, Ryan, not as successful.
Don't start. The Bob Marley, I just butchered his name entirely. That's how much it broke my brain that you mention it. So for those that don't understand, because Zescht did this on a broadcast before, he said, oh, that's a Bob Dylan round. And I was like, what is that?
Worst.
It's like, he shot the sheriff.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, fair enough. And then the funny part is, it's not even Bob Dylan. It's Bob Marley that sings that song.
It was the wrong kind of memory in my head. I'm sorry. But pop culture references, get that out of my way. In the meantime, Soulcast is saying that sell to the trio of OBG. This is like the crunch round. This is the one that matters. This is the one that has the fate of OBG in its hands. Spike swinging wide.
Very heavy. The fate of one breath. in this round.
Kind of true, though.
I think the tempo has been a lot faster from Team Liquid. I mean, the chaos that's going to be in One Breath comes when these kind of high tempos are set. It's just going to be difficult for a new team. You've got new voices, new players, expectations on who should be watching what. If they can just sort of run over Zeddy a little bit, that's where a lot of that success can be found. Cosmic Divide is going to come out of Link, and Scream's taking a lot of space, going to peek on top of the big stack of boxes to sort of push on through, but Zeddy's closed that distance. This could make or break the round.
Oh, and that's problematic, but Scream, he's eliminated. Spike's considering his next move as once he's getting out of there on the elevated position, it's not that nice, but whatever you have, we got that too. Nice option right here. And this, also the Nanoswarm is going to disappear at one moment. But do they know Soulcast is that close around? Just a quick reload behind it. Obviously the smartest move to do. And they didn't seem to have that on the radar. No, this cannot happen. This is not the way it should go. This is not the way it should go. Hogyon is trying his best, but this is pretty much done. This round is going in favor of Liquid 100%. And this is the thing, right?
Out of charges.
Once more, one of the questions you gotta ask yourself, is Cypher the right option in the lineup of OBG? Because one thing we saw from Liquid on the B side, they could leave it somewhat empty due to the fact that there are 2 Nanoswarms there, execute that, you can't easily plan. OBG don't have that option. They need manpower.
I don't even know if it's that. I think it's just, it's such a small error for Zeddy to make to leave a little bit of a cubby for Soulcast to make for himself. Soulcast was prepped for that anyway. He kept a hold of one of his guiding lights to pop flash his way through. We saw that a lot. We saw it plenty yesterday. But just having that little gap makes it complicated. And you know when there's enough of a gap where you can put a Killjoy turret in it, and it does a lot of work and makes things difficult. Like OBG, it's just those small margins. The teams like Liquid are going to punish night and day, especially tenured players like Soulcast that are going to spot those openings and really just open them up.
Valiant effort throughout the entirety of Haven from OBG. It's not over. I mean, we said something very similar when we saw Guild there on Icebox, and here they come. That's fast, that's swift. They're definitely keen to get them from many different positions. Spike is just waiting. Oh, the timing could be on. Nope, it's not the case. Scream is making a far move deep into spawn. And if he hits the right timing, he might just get them all. This could be a magic moment for him. At the point he's moving around, he does. Now he turns around, and how many kills is he getting? 1, 2, that's a good start. The triple might be secured. No, it's gonna happen. Yes, it is. That is more than enough, but it's still possible. It's still the opportunity for OBG to make a move right here as Zeddy though falls. The smokes are pretty much non-existent, and you gotta fight against free. You're standing out in the open, and there you have it. A brilliant shot to end it. It's Liquid with that 13-9, and that was quite difficult towards the end. OBG really showed us what they're capable of doing, but Liquid, throughout the day, I would say they have been showing us that they made a lot of progress.
And just overall, in the grand scheme of things, a 2-0 win. The first game with Nivera, it's everything that you want to start off with this tournament. There's plenty that Liquid could work on, but it doesn't start better than a 13-0 and a pretty okay look on Haven. Plenty more to work on, but a bright start for Liquid.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been one hell of a game because that 13-0 let that slide. It looked really good from OBG what we were doing. They were really looking like they have this kind of synergy that maybe also transferred a little bit of force working over on Haven. It's possible. I mean, that lower bracket is going to be kind of interesting because SMB, for example, hasn't shown us the best game so far. Maybe OBG stands a chance, but that's just a maybe.
Yeah, it's more of a case of the issues that OBG, can they fix them in a couple of days is the main one.
Yeah,
but we do have the play safe player of the match. I think there's a clear one to maybe give it to when it comes to that aspect of it. Being Nivera, you know, first series, first MVP, really everything you could want. But Link, Nivera, Scream, which one of these is your favorite? And we do have a little bit of music, I think, to close us out in the end as well.
Exactly. This is the PaySafe card player of the match. You can vote that. Don't forget that on social media. And to be very honest with you, the song, I mean, we were looking at here at one of the best songs I could ask for. That is obviously Life Goes On by Oliver Tree. You can have a little break. We're going to be right back with you.
I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Babe, you best believe it. I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'll light this place on fire. I want it, I want it, but baby, at least I'm honest. I get tired of explaining as these seasons keep on changing. Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. I gotta get it on my set.
And welcome back to the EMEA Last Chance qualifiers, where Team Liquid have progressed in the upper bracket after beating One Breath Gaming. I'm Yinsu, and I'm back here to bring you guys a quick post-match interview with Link from Team Liquid. Hi, Link. Back to the show. It's been a while. Great to see you as always. I gotta say, right from the outset, Astra, not something we expected from you. How are you finding her? You did great today.
Honestly, getting a lot better at it. Obviously, we didn't play it like all the other times. We haven't played it in like Masters 2. But yeah, I think like doing a decent. I wouldn't say I'm good, but you know, I'm doing decent on it. So hopefully the boys appreciate the sucks all around the map.
I think you did pretty well, Link. But let's go back to the Ascent. You know, opening it up with a couple of aces. Did you expect it to go so well right off the bat?
No, well, we knew that like obviously we have like full confidence in ourselves, but we didn't obviously expect to like come out swinging like that. Like they got kind of banged, I can't lie. But like 30-0 like that, like Nivira first round ever like competitive in Valorant, like ace. I also got an ace. Like yeah, I didn't really expect that to happen, if I'm honest.
Well, let's talk about Nivira a little bit more. What's it been like to have him on the team, and what kind of impact has he been bringing?
No, he's great. Obviously, he's got loads of experience from CS. Like he's very chill. Like I don't know, sometimes we can get a little bit like overwhelmed, but he's not one of those like players. He's very chill, relaxed. You know, he keeps us cool, calm, meditated. So yeah, no, he's been great.
And speaking of maybe getting a little bit overwhelmed on Haven at times, it was a little bit shaky from you guys. Obviously, after 13-0, did you expect them to come back fighting that strong?
Yeah, of course. It's like map to map. So like, obviously, when we won 30-0, we didn't like. It wasn't like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go bang on 30-0 again. Like we knew like they can just come back. Like could have been some unlucky rounds for them. Could have been lucky rounds for us. So yeah, we knew that they'd come back. We knew that this could be like a close game. Could have gone to a third map. So. Yeah.
Of course, the changes we're seeing here with you guys seems to kind of center mostly around you and Nivira as well. What's been the reason behind the decision, for example, putting you on the Astra?
Astra's just a bit broken still, so we just thought like we didn't use it for a while, so we kind of have to like stick someone on it. and I'm the smoker. So, well, Jumpy's been playing it sometimes, but we just feel like all the roles just sort of fit better this way than, I don't know, maybe stick me on the Jet? No, I'm trolling. But like, we just feel like it's just a bit better like that. Like me play Astra, like Yampy can play Jet sometimes. He can play Killjoy sometimes. So yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see you on the Jet. Why not? You know, we've seen people like
bring it
Redgar
back.
on the Jet. Yeah, let's do it. And lastly, you're going to be facing Guild in the next round in the upper bracket. The last time you guys played each other was a while ago, and unfortunately, you guys lost that time. But how different do you think the matchup is going to be tomorrow? Not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow. Yeah.
I reckon it's going to be free. That's what I think.
How free are we talking?
Very free. I would say some other words, but I can't because we're on stream. But yeah, it's going to be free.
Feel free to DM it to me later, Link. I'd love to
I
hear
will.
it. But thank you so much for joining me today, and congratulations on your first win.
Thank you very much.
Now go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because I'm going to be back here with the analyst desk, Lothar and Kaquka, right after this.
I gotta get it on my set. gotta get it on my set.
Team Liquid, they rounded off today with a 2-0 over OBG. But Lothar and Kaquka, in the end on Haven, it was a hard 4-1. It didn't come as easy.
Yeah, it didn't come as easy because I feel like Liquid, you know, it comes with no surprise. Liquid is starting a new team essentially after those 2 months break with Nivera coming as a 5th player. The team doesn't seem to be on the same page yet, but there are moments of brilliance, like an example on Haven during that retake on second half when they were just taking 4v5 in the pistol round and it was super successful. That was the moments where like, oh, this is pretty good. This is looking pretty sharp when it comes to like the way they play together. But that round was just one of those many. And they have a long road ahead of them when it comes to consistency yet.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hard one, definitely. Although they're feeling pretty confident, I would literally, if I were them, look at this Haven again and all the little mistakes, as you were mentioning, you know, that they can work on because they're definitely fixable. We saw sometimes overpicking or just not being in the kind of liquid that we expect. Even though they're not the most structured, they're going to be playing for those refrags and with that connection that it will be built with time.
But on the side of OBG, you know, for a few rounds, third map was really on the cards. They were pulling it back. It was always close. And Kaquka, why do you think they weren't able to close it out in the end?
I mean, actually, they started pretty strong on the defense, and even though, you know, we went out to the half, I feel like 7-5. I feel like it was a really close one. I feel like they were too maybe confident on their retakes. They were not really playing for what's on the side or even making these pushes if they weren't on a long. And, you know, Team Liquid was just kept pressing W onto them.
We also have seen one of those crucial rounds when it was 9-12 and the Astra Cosmic Divide wasn't placed perfectly.
Yes.
That can happen, but they did cost them the round and finally the match. So there are also small things that have to be fixed by OBG, but they are also a new team. They also have like essentially like three players of the core lineup and then two new players coming in. So there's a lot of stuff that both of those teams have to fix. It's just unfortunate that they have those new players during the last chance qualifier, which is the most important tournament for them this year.
Yeah, and it's also, you were mentioning that Cosmic Divide, and one of the things that I missed today personally was Zeddy. He was not on point for me with those little mistakes and probably like the synergy being a little bit broken over Liquid's, you know, aggression.
Well, also when it comes to like those small things, I was really looking forward to those Astra Killjoy combinations when it comes to lockdown retakes, and they weren't there for Liquid yet. This is something that I would love to see in the very near future because it's pretty easy to synergize that, but it's so effective. Even if it's not affecting people literally with the effect, it gives you info, at least if someone is being affected by it. So those small details can actually bring and elevate the Liquid to the next level when it comes to efficiency with the utility.
I mean, this is promising for Liquid, right? Because in the past, we see them come into tournaments with these zany new ideas, and it doesn't work in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 games sometimes, and then they go back to it. But in this instance, Lothar, it does feel like what they're trying to work on and bringing in Navira and also moving some of the players onto different agents is working.
Well, it is working because I feel like they improved their fundamentals as a team, and it still will be better with each match. Also, Navira brings something that Link mentioned. It's actually very, you can see that in the way his body is moving on camera when he's giving comms. He's very collected when he plays. Even when he's in a very heated moment in game, he doesn't scream, he doesn't like, you know, anything that can bring nervousness to the team, and he's just calmly directing the game from his point of view, so the comms will be good, the comms will be fruitful when it comes to like delivery to the other teammates. And as a player who's playing a Sentinel, like, you know, we didn't see him on the Viper today, but we have seen him on Killjoy and on Sova, the crispy comms are super needed.
Yeah, and it's also a thing that we've been seeing that Liquid was lacking, and is, you know, the usage of the utility. And I feel like they've built a little bit more synergy on the usage of Oliver, and especially having Navira without that whole experience actually falling into the team and making everything make way more sense, at least in my opinion, in the order of everything. Of course, there's still a lot of things that they need to work on, and I'm sure they will.
Yeah, and speaking of Navira, a great debut for him, coming in with that ace in the first round, and now it's getting even better because he is your player of the match. You know, this guy, like I said, very highly anticipated debut, and Kaquka, it's great to see that, you know, the things we spoke about in the pre-show of, is he going to be able to adjust? So far, he's doing fine.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job, and for a debut, you know, playing maybe not the most flashy agents, he's done perfect. He's literally, I wouldn't expect more from him.
Look, there's many pro players on the top tier level that I feel like, oh, they're very flashy and they're very efficient, but then when they're not playing a character that allows them to have that mobility, they fall flat. Nevera is like right now showcasing that he can be flashy even when he doesn't have the backup, the get out of the jail for free card in his back pocket. So this is very promising for the future of him when it comes to like how he wants to play his agents.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see them play against a Guild the next time they play. But with that in mind, let's have a look at the bracket. Day 2, we've had all of the games, all of the teams play. Now we've seen every single team so far in this tournament. Of course, G2 Footballers, that was always going to be the next round for them. Guild versus Liquid now will be the other game in the upper bracket, but SMB falling into the lower bracket. I know we were saying that there might be some issues of them maybe coming back, but them going up against OBG. Kaquka, are you worried about that at all for them?
I am worried if we see the same as we saw today of them losing a lot of their tempo and just breaking their own game. I could be concerned about that. If they go for their 2-0, it should be easy for them.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean. It's the mental.
Yeah. It's such a big unknown for me as well. Those teams, Oxygen, are just not performing to the level that they were performing in the past. Against Footballers, they just looked very random. And Anubis, in my books, I feel like they actually come in as an efficient team. Like they showcase on Breeze that they actually can play the game on the highest level, and even though they were not expected to win against G2 or they even expected to get smashed, they didn't get smashed fully. So I feel like mentally that's a big win for Anubis.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Liquid and Guild as well, because we heard from Link, who's insanely confident about this matchup and says is very, very free. Now, do you agree with that, Lothar?
Well, if you watch the game today, like this shouldn't be Guild in the first place. This should have been SMB. SMB just threw the game and to Guild as a gift. So Link probably says that because of that, like he's, okay, we should have been playing SMB, but they actually are playing worse than they actually played worse than SMB and won the match. That's for us is free.
I can completely understand that. Obviously, and after today's performance, they're feeling super good because they've also made those changes. They're swapping those roles, different agents, yada, yada, but it worked so well for them. We did see, thanks to Polish, but I say that as a whole, I agree with Lothar.
Oh, well, thank you very much, you two, for today. I've really, really enjoyed your analysis. We have some great games, but that is all the time we have. But don't worry, there is more Valorant action for the rest of next week as well. We're going to be back here tomorrow, starting with Oxygen versus Anubis. We'll see you then.
Is really good, and I feel like
life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Babe, you best believe it, I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'll light this place on fire. I want it, but baby, at least I'm honest. I get tired of explaining as these seasons keep on changing. Life goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. I gotta get it on my set. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the